Hello. Thank you for tuning in to day 3 of the Las Vegas Regional. We are here with Top Cut. We're going to walk you guys through the breakdown of the event, the entrance, as well as the deck list of the top 8 competitors today.
And it's so glad you guys could join us for this, essentially what is the finals, the big event that is going to happen here in round 2, Las Vegas Regionals. For UniVersus, all competing and going for that top grand prize of having their own backup, renamed, not necessarily designed, but they get to come up with the art. Yeah. They're actually going to rename one of the backups that exist in today's format and be able to carry that forward going on. It's going to be amazingly awesome. We did see it already once with round 1 regionals, and there was some insane gameplay going on there. We actually have a diverse lineup for you guys, so we're going to get into that in just a second. Ryan, how are you feeling about the character breakdown that we have? It's not necessarily what we expected, right?
No, not at all. I definitely thought Reiner would be the most represented deck in Swiss. Pony, I did expect to be up there. I didn't expect it to be tied with Reiner. And while Rodan has been very popular ever since its release in the Godzilla Challenger series, I did not expect it to take the top spot this weekend. Rodan has historically been played on Void as a more control deck. There was some success with it on the All symbol when it first released, but since the rotation of Focus Attack, that really hasn't been an option. And here today, we saw, I would say, the advent of the Air Aggro Rodan, kind of like the Earth and Air Aggro ponies that we're seeing. I think all the ponies might actually be Earth.
I think they are all actually Earth, and I got to believe in Earth Pony. I've played her since pretty much she has released on Earth. I've tried Air, just doesn't do it for me. But we do have a lot of diversity that we've seen in Pony decks. I believe it is still, though, that everyone is playing on Earth. And Reiner, it looks like they took the tried and true package from Chicago, carried it forward, did little manipulations with it, but you're not going to fix what's not broken, right?
For sure, for sure. And while no Reiners did make the top 8, a number of them did just fall short. I believe there was one at 10th place with the same record as some of the players in top 8. So tiebreakers didn't shake out.
Did very well.
Yeah.
They almost all of them that played this weekend did very well.
Yeah.
And then we have Anguirus that came in as well. We have one that we're about to show on stream, Calvin, who took Calvin Tahan.
Made 8th place. Yep.
We did see Biolante as well on stream.
Yes, we did. Biolante, piloted by Ross in our feature match yesterday. Looked like a very impressive deck. I believe Ross also fell just short of top 8. But rounding out the popular characters, we have many faces from Godzilla Reign of Kaiju. I will say, for the representation Godzilla Reign of Kaiju had in the overall entrance, not a whole lot of them converted to top 8. I believe Anguirus may have been the only one coming in at 8th place.
And if you asked me just a few weeks ago if Anguirus would be up there, that is getting
I would have said, no, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
But here we are.
And I got to give a shout out to Mitchell Chimino.
Mitchell Chimino, the man, as well as the character.
The character, the man, but also the character amongst all of the monsters.
Yes.
That is represented most here in Las Vegas. Absolutely incredible. Love the man.
Yes.
Love the character as well. Hate playing against it. Thank you very much, Ryan. But it is going to be a very entertaining top 8 for sure. And we're going to have lots of great gameplay, not only for the top 8, but we also have teams and potentially My Hero 2 as well. We might possibly be getting to the team finals. I know there is a little bit of a hang up there because some of them are in the top 8.
So a number of them.
It just goes to show the quality and the level of the competitiveness that we have here today.
Yeah. So our top 8 was dominated by Rodan, Giant Monster of the Sky. This character has been a menace since its release. A rod of combined firepower didn't stop him. Banning of sweeping daggers didn't stop him. And as I said earlier, he now takes 2 shapes. We have the classic Void Control deck from Andrew Perrott, who already won a regional with this character last year. We have Barlow, a familiar face in Top Cut, playing a more unique take on the Void Control package that we'll see. Jake Hyatt, he narrowly missed Top Cut at the last regional with his Air Aggro Rodan and makes it here. And then Brett, we saw yesterday in our last round feature match play
I'm
absolutely beautifully.
So sad I missed that. As somebody that plays Jester, like 10-year critter, and has the alternate art of this specific Jester from the Challenger Series deck, actually signed by Laura Bailey. Yes, I'm humble bragging here. I thought it was amazing, the stuff he was pulling off. I actually caught it about round 3. And I think Calvin mentioned it yesterday. I started building the deck immediately. And then we have Calvin Tahan, a runner-up from
Chicago.
From Chicago. We have George Rangel, world champ.
Defending world champion.
Yep. And Justin Martin as well, being somebody that always top cuts.
And Justin Martin already made the finals with a Mitchell Chimino deck that the Denver Regional 2 seasons ago. Or sorry, last year.
Yeah.
And then Daniel Buchanan making the Swiss champion with Pony. So we're gonna jump into the deck lists here. There are a couple interesting things that I want to point out here. So this will be the first time I point this out. 4 copies of Team Hero 15, a unique asset. But Daniel says this card is so powerful, I'm going to put 4 in my deck. I don't care if I draw multiple. I need to draw 1 at least.
And it is something that has been talked about a lot, because you try to find that card, or trying to find a Team Hero deck, it's almost impossible right now. People are paying as much for the Team Hero 15 card itself as you would pay to get a deck.
Yeah. Another great card from the Team Hero deck in the sideboard there with Substitute Member, a nice speed reset on a 2-diff for Air-Attuned is a very valuable tool. And then Pony has leaned more into Lethal Slash, as they have in the past, and we have a lot of zeros as well as Dumbfounded, which technically doesn't actually count as a 0 in a deck where you do have 2 checks, but to just try to give you a safer build. And then with the Hunter's Ally and Genghis Frog package that I think we'll see in the other Pony decks as well.
Yeah.
But
and the Undefeated Locals group, the Pony Cabal that exists here. I am one of the few that is a strong disbeliever of Lethal Slash. I can only put 1 in the deck. I guarantee we'll check the 2 and it will completely mess up my build. But hey, that's just me. Mother's Embrace being in there, always great to be able to re-ready a card as you're clearing the card pool and making way for other things. And Cardboard Crusaders in the side deck is something that I've seen a lot of across the fields coming into play recently.
Yeah, it's been a very, very popular card, as well as Radiant of Visage for the Reiner matchup.
And that promotional art from Regional is absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely. Jumping into Justin's deck, who made second place here with Mitchell.
Justin's deck coming in second place. Mitchell on good. On the good symbol?
No, on the order symbol.
Order symbol.
On the order symbol.
Order symbol.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, which the order symbol has functionality where they deal mainly with the stunning with Heaven Piercing Ice Wall. That is the name of the game here. And leveraging that with Walk the Dog, if you stun your rival, or if you freeze your rival's foundations, you don't have to worry about stunning them again next turn to make Walk the Dog cheaper. Walk the Dog will already be cheaper because your foundations are committed no matter what. Including some deadlock threats with Mecha Godzilla Arrives and Standing Tall, as well as 4 copies of Team Hero 15. Justin also saying that card is so good, I'm just going to play 4 of it.
And Absorb Energy Strike. You've talked to me about that before.
Yes.
Can you go on a little bit as to why it actually fits into this deck?
Yeah, so the Mitchell deck is very, very good at leveraging momentum. It wants more momentum. When it spends momentum, it gets the cards back at the end of the turn. Absorb Energy Spirit Strike is a card that can both generate momentum on block, flips the attack you're blocking, so it's great against echoes and stuff like, Thunder Spirit Barrage is a very, very popular card right now. And then it also has another effect. When you play it as an attack, it can discard an opponent's momentum. So it's just so much utility in a single card. It's applicable in so many matchups. Not every matchup. There are some matchups where it's not applicable, and we see that Justin has some copies of Census Ho in the sideboard for when he needs to side out his more specific attacks. But it is very, very powerful in the current metagame.
And going into third place. That was Brian Slide.
Sorry.
Going into third place, we had Andrew Perrott
Yes.
Rodan. We already know a lot of this. A lot of the Rodans are going to look similar, with the exception of the air.
Yeah, with the exception of Jake's, yes.
But as we said before, he's already won with this at a
Yes,
regional.
he's one with a very, very similar, I'm going to say a very similarly shaped deck. He actually beat Justin in the finals of the Denver regional last year. So we mentioned Justin, who we just saw, has already made the finals with the Mitchell Chimino deck. He was defeated by Andrew at that event, but we see another 4 copies of Team Hero 15, this unique asset. They've all said, it doesn't matter, we're going to play 4, we want to draw it. It's that powerful. And I can see why so many powerful 3 difficulty foundations that you can just stack up with Team Hero 15, such as Batra Arrives, Supersonic Flight, Nonagon. Supersonic Flight probably not as relevant because you want to remove that, but you can build it and then sacrifice it. It goes on top of your discard pile, and then you can move it with Rodan, as well as Science Bros.
And we did see a lot of interaction that people were doing with Heat Tackle as well almost all day yesterday whenever we would see it come up. I do want to point out again, Armor Clad Faith. I think it is a very, very good card that went under my radar up until this weekend, to have such viability to be able to just eradicate a keyword from another card.
For sure. It's removing tension, removing throw. There are a lot of very powerful keywords. Something I didn't even notice in the beginning was Andrew's playing King Ghidorah Unleashed, which makes sense. He's playing Incubating, and Rodan himself removes cards from the discard. But basically, if you Incubating, remove King Ghidorah Unleashed, you get a free 1 high block that you can play. Or if you happen to check it, then you can remove it and play it as an attack on your own turn. But I imagine he's mostly using it for the defensive utility. That is generally the type of game that Andrew is known for.
And the sauce that you mentioned,
yes,
to me specifically, and I had to even question. I went, "What is that card?" From
I
TMNT?
actually revealed this card. Don't use that word. Yes,
No,
that was
stop.
one of my.
Don't use that word.
It is a response where you flip the card and then you declare a keyword, and that keyword cannot be used. So I imagine he's declaring tension a lot of the time against Reiner. Could also declare something like stun or powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah.
There's plenty of different ones that you can use, and going up against your opponent, all it will take, especially in the sideboard, all it takes is that first game, and you're able to tell kind of what they're going for.
Yeah.
And moving on to 4th place, we have
George,
the former and defending world champion on the pony Cabal. Earth Symbol. Both ponies are going to be on Earth Symbol.
Yeah.
A lot of what Dan is doing as well. And Team Hero also running 4.
4 of them. Yeah. And this is a very similar deck. I believe they might have even worked on their decks together. I'm not 100% certain, but
a lot of
they
them
have
did, yeah.
A lot of the pony players, as we said, the Pony Cabal. I think there was kind of like a group meeting with the pony players, and they've decided that this is the way to go.
They said, Snuggie, you don't need to be there. You're going to be casting anyway. It doesn't matter.
Definitely.
And then now, Scanlan's hand has been sideboarded a lot in different decks. Tell me why.
So Scanlan's hand, either target committing a rival foundation, or if you have a momentum, it can actually commit your rival's character. So against very defensive characters such as Mothra, who have a very powerful commit effect, it actually doesn't work against Rodan because Rodan is tenacious. So I'm not entirely sure how applicable it is in this top cut, but there are a number of characters that you just want to commit. Maybe another huge one is the Dark Deku.
I mean, Pony's a great one as well.
Yep.
Real quick, we'll jump through some of the other ones going into 5th because a lot of these are similar.
Yeah.
Void
Barlow,
Rodan.
another very defensively shaped Void Rodan deck.
And I do
4 copies of Team Hero 15.
And I do have to point out one. It is the
Bedazzled Helm Blast.
The Bedazzling Helm Blast. I believe that's the biggest powerful card.
I believe
that
it's
we have,
powerful 5
that we have in the standard format right now.
Yes.
Only running 1 copy, but still amazingly powerful.
Yes. Barlow with an asset package, but otherwise a very similarly shaped deck to Andrew's deck that we saw.
And in 6th right now, currently for top 8, we have Jake Hyatt also going Rodan. This one's different though.
This one is an aggro deck on the air symbol. And look at that, 4 Team Hero 15. We also had 4 from Barlow. I believe every player in Top Cut whose symbols allow for Team Hero 15 played the full 4 copies. The card is that powerful. But
I got to change up my decks now.
Jake's deck is built around Aggression, Hunter's Ally, building in Science Bros. It is an ally to give more stats, and then going off to the races from there.
And going into 7th.
We have the Jester deck. We saw a lot of this deck on stream yesterday, and there were so many mills that we saw almost the whole deck list on stream.
The final highlight match of last night, it is completely built around get as many backups in the discard pile, get Harness on Death or Stroke the Big Tree out there, get the tension from Stroke the Big Tree, use Harness and Death, Echo, just kill them outright. And going into 8th place.
Yes, finally, 8th place. We have Calvin Tahan with Anguirus on the Earth symbol. He will actually be our feature match against Dan.
Dan, who's currently Swiss champ.
Yes, so he has an uphill battle here. He will be going second. But this is I'm not going to say standard aggro Anguirus list, because what is the standard Anguirus list right now?
I mean, it does have a lot of the attack package that he was so successful with Titan Terror on. In Chicago, he came runner-up.
Yeah.
So he already knows basic build of the attack package, the line that he wants to draw. Here you can see the top 8 bracket. Starting to get into the matches, it looks like right now.
Yeah, so we have Pony, aggressive combo deck, as we saw this exact matchup, actually. The very first match that I casted yesterday in teams was Calvin on very similar Anguirus deck. I know we made a couple changes since teams against George on the Pony deck, who also made top cut of this event. Not his opponent right now, but as we said, very, very similar deck.
Very similar.
In teams yesterday, George won the roll, went first, and it was a 2-1 victory in his favor. Calvin has told me he's made adjustments. He has changed from teams. He's made adjustments, and he has a plan. So
I have to make that clear. You can't adjust from day one to top cut. It is just adjustments from teams to teams.
Although some might believe that Calvin has done that in the past. That is not the case.
We don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. It do have Pony with the googly eyes. You'd love to see it. Googly eyes been jump scaring you a bit. This weekend
for sure. But we have a nice solid build with Aaron Sidestep. Looks like the Analytical Observation, a zero dip with low guard, respecting the 2 as he does play Lethal Slash to check 2s, and then Final Wars. We talked about that one.
The local promo looks amazing. And then we have Double Weapon Clash, also
Double Defiant Roar.
The Borderland Force promos. Double Final War, those are the ones that are coming from the local store scrambles.
Yeah.
I
was about to say this was a max rarity build from both players, except Tough Skin actually has a regional promo, not just a challenger deck foil. So some egg on Calvin's face.
How dare he be missing
one promo?
Yeah, if Calvin sticks with that, I'm gonna be like, here, dude, take this. Yeah. Put it in your deck.
Yeah,
Make it look pretty.
Just all promos, all foils from every card played so far.
I mean,
actually
when you are this stacked up and you know the deck this well and have grinded and played against everything possible, you're gonna bling it out.
Absolutely.
Right?
And that is the Top Cut Hunter's Ally promo, building in Team Hero 15. No surprise there.
Admittedly, it was a weird roundabout with this card because I got them from Calvin Harrigal, and then they went from me to you,
that is
back
correct.
to him.
Yeah.
So he ended up back with his original cards. So a couple people, including Marvin and Disaster Dan, who we see right now, jealous because I offered probably before they got popular a week prior, hey, Marvin, do you want this? And he said no. And then immediately goes, yeah, I regret that.
We are half blocking, it looks like. Actually, is Analytical I'm unfortunately unfamiliar with the blocks on Analytical Observation. But we have another 5 checked. We are going to build down Hunter's Ally.
It is a mid-2 block.
It is a mid-2 block. Yeah, so
Hunter's Ally, Queen of the Monsters, building down Hunter's Ally.
I was questioning why Calvin did not make a power token, and then I looked down, and Anguirus is sideways. So he did take half, and then he did not make a power token because his character is committed.
And 2 more blinged out cards.
We have a World's Top Cut Electric Moth.
Top 8 cut Electric
Yeah.
Moth, and then Queen of the Monsters participation for round 1 or round 2. LC,
Yeah.
you could have got it.
All right, we've discarded Wish Hard with Electric Moth to draw 2 and draw an additional, and then Pony discards a Feral Shriek to draw 1 and draw an additional, and Dan is just off to the races.
And Dan,
he is clearing with Pony once per turn.
and you did say, egg on Calvin's face. Dan also showing off his tough skin. That is the regional promo that we were talking about.
And the 2 is checked on a 6.
That's why I don't
huge
play
for
it.
Calvin.
That's
huge
why I
for
don't
Calvin.
play it. I will check the 2 every time.
If there was an opportunity for Calvin to survive here, it was the 2, but then Dan checks a 5 for the Battle Aura. Going to draw a card. Calvin has no cards in hand. Dan is just sending it for 8 damage. Final Wars gives it 9. Let's see.
Final War is giving a +1
I think
to everyone's
Calvin
attack.
this might do it. Another 5, and that is game 1.
That quickly. And
Calvin unable to block. He only had 1 card in hand, went for a 6 build. I'm going to say maybe even disrespected Pony a little bit there. I know Calvin's plan going into this was to build up power tokens by getting chipped down from Pony, but Angrist was committed.
Exactly.
He had to commit Angrist to pass his check on his build, and he did a super wide build. I think he was not confident in the block mods that he had.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he'd held 1 more card and blocked 1 more time, I don't think it would have mattered. I think he assessed that correctly, and he just built as widely as possible and said, I'm just going to have to hope that my opponent cannot play 7 attacks.
And Anguirus getting if he was not committed, would get a power token for every single time an attack dealt damage.
Yes. And
that was a lot of times.
yes, that was a lot of times, but did not pan out here. Unfortunately for Calvin, Dan's hand was just too hot.
Yeah, and Dan showcasing exactly the power of Pony. And, you naysayers out there, I've disagreed. She's been nerfed. She's been hit many different ways. But Queen of the Monsters made a drastic change in her attack package to a degree because she's still doing a lot of the same thing. Attack, aggro really quickly, clear cards from the card pool, make sure you stay on a low progressive difficulty.
For sure.
And like you said, off to the races, instant destruction, but also defensively, being able to, with horn counters, give -2 speed to almost every attack that goes up against you. She's pretty thick too.
Yeah.
22 health is a lot
For
higher.
a 7-hander.
Is a lot higher than you would think.
And because the clearing card pool is only once per turn after the errata, you're more free to use your counters for the other effects, for the changing zone or for the speed. I don't think changing zone happens that often on offense in this deck. I believe the game plan is generally just high zone overload.
It depends because I have seen it in the past, and I've actually done it as well, where you run mono highs.
Yeah.
So if everybody expects you to play mono highs or sees in the first round that you have mono highs, you can change it on the fly and just go, you know what, it's a low now.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of people do forget about that
Yeah.
as well, as far as zone changes, especially your opponents will often forget about zone changes because they're so worried about the speed ramp and reduction.
Clearing. Yeah.
And card pool clearing. Once per turn only, but Queen of the Monsters helps a lot with that. Lethal Slash helps a lot with that as well. I still love her for a reason.
Yeah. We did see it come into play to great effect there. We saw Queen of the Monsters building down a card twice, Pony clearing a card. I believe he played 6 attacks, 7 attacks, and the most progressive he played on was 2.
Mm-hmm.
So just showing exactly how powerful Pony can be, even through the 2 check. Even through the 2 check on Queen of the Monsters was played on a 6 with 1 in the card pool. Checked a 2, committed 4. Wasn't enough.
Was able to
save
get a very big build on turn 1, and that is, I will say, super crucial in order to go for a turn 2 or a turn 3 kill.
So we see the finally free coming down, which is a huge piece for Calvin's deck. We saw him check the Acidic Sludge there. He's built a lot of his deck around the combination of these cards that we see in the stage here. Finally free, Fearsome Transformation, and Acidic Sludge. Acidic Sludge reading Blitz, spend a momentum, stack 2 cards from your discard pile on top of your deck. Finally free gives you a momentum, and then Fearsome Transformation can draw whatever card you wish, and then the second card you stacked is whatever you want to check, namely, often, a 6.
Mm-hmm.
You can stack Queen of the Monsters, and you can stack a 6. You can draw Queen of the Monsters with Fearsome Transformation, And then similarly to Pony, you are off to the races.
And I was a little worried for Calvin there because he did play Dumbfounded before he played Inspiring Song.
Yes.
Dumbfounded says it ignores progressive difficulty, so it's always going to be on a 3. Inspiring Song coming off of that on a 5, checks a 5.
Yeah.
He's just showing.
He does not play any 4s, I don't believe. So playing his card on a 5 or on a 4 in his deck should be the same.
Okay.
I do not believe he plays any 4s.
He just has the confidence to just be like, nah, I can play it out of order. Out of order in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because I would do it differently. I'm always worried about missing my check.
Yeah. If you check a 4 on the Inspiring Song there, then your turn ends. And then you can't play the Dumbfounded. If you play Dumbfounded, it's guaranteed because it ignores progressive. It is always checking a 3. And then the Inspiring Song on a 5, we're just back to the same question of did I check a 3 or did I check a 5? I do not believe Calvin's deck contains any 4s.
And Dan getting the team hero, such a crucial part of the deck that we've seen. Aaron sidestep, able to get some draw power.
Yeah.
And I want to. It slipped my mind.
Armorclad Faith just ripped Throw off of Growing Grass.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just saw it flip and I lost. I know what it did, but I lost the words to say the name. But we had just talked about it. Why it is such a great card. Growing Grass, such a dramatically powerful card in today's meta.
Yeah. I guess it's possible that it removed EX, but I will believe that it removed Throw.
I'm assuming Throw as well.
And then Radiant Visage ripping the momentum from Finally Free. Now makes me even more confident that he ripped Throw off of Growing Grass. I was thinking maybe EX because Calvin does have the momentum showing with Finally Free, but Dan had that covered with the Radiant Visage that he brought in from his sideboard.
And Radiant Visage, in my opinion, something that went underutilized up until Reign of Kaiju actually came out.
Yeah, very, very powerful card. Whenever any momentum-based decks are in the format, it is definitely something worth including. Flip Mill 3, your rival spends 1 momentum. Milling in this game is, I think milling is supposed to be a downside, but quite often it's an upside. If you notice that Team Hero 15 in his stage, he loves milling foundations. He loves milling foundations and getting extra options for his build.
And actually blocking with Wish Hard, 1 low block, not just a card that you can count as a foundation because you want to discard it for the extra card draw. It does really well playing it as an attack, and it does really well playing it as a block as well. Just overall a great card in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Blocking the 7 damage from the Growing Grass here after Armorclad Faith removing Throw. We have Driven by Retribution, I believe pulled in from Calvin's sideboard being played here. And then he's deliberating on his next one, his own copy of Radiant Visage, and then Dumbfounded to round it out. Going up to, I believe that's 8 in the stage now. Although the Driven by Retribution will presumably be debuilding itself soon.
It removes for cost, but also it is something to note that it is another card that if he takes damage, he's going to be able to do something with it.
Yes.
Not only get a power token, but be able to go from there.
Disaster situation. Lethal Slash as the first card, so it does not clear the card pool. Checking a 2, checking the other Lethal Slash, but it does draw a card with the Blitz. But maybe Dan is going to play a slower game this time. Pony is going second this game.
Going to remove the Wish Hard for the extra draw, discard 2, draw 2, just cycling through, trying to find exactly what you need, and getting in the horn counters after off of that.
I imagine we're going to see the Team Hero 15 build soon. It looks like it's sooner than soon. It's right now because Dan needs some foundations.
I believe he's going for Armorclad. Being able to cancel out those keywords is just absolutely phenomenal.
For sure. And let's see what he ends up doing here. Calvin has a very wide stage this game. I do not see this game going the same as game 1. I would be appalled if Dan is able to put Calvin to 0 this turn. Looks like we're just going to go with he checks another 2, and he had the other one in his hand. He drew the other one. Those are all four 2s out of the deck now. He has 1 in his hand, 1 in his stage, 2 checked this turn. All the Lethal Slashes lumped together.
Only thing I will say, at least they're gone.
Yeah,
there's one more, but at least
there's one more in his hand. Yes,
there's less to worry about now.
For sure.
And he did take the momentum. Normally, you will not see Pony with momentum up until Random Kaiju came out, because that does play really well into Queen of Monsters and what you can do with it.
For sure. It opens up your options for Queen of the Monsters to play it as a string opener instead of only as a combo piece. Well, I will say, as dire as it looks for Dan here, if Calvin cannot close the game out this turn, I think it will not be very difficult for Dan to find the remainder of Angerus's life on the following turn. He is very much set up, even though he is vulnerable right now, but he is removing tension from Stroke the Big Tree. Dan's hand is 3 attacks. Calvin, as you noticed, getting rid of the momentum. He's going to go ahead and use his own copy of Radiant Visage to strip Dan's momentum to turn off that Queen of the Monsters play.
Lethal Slash, also a 1 mid block, and unfortunately, Struck the Big Tree can't be blocked by mid blocks.
Cannot be blocked by mids.
I didn't see the other card.
It is Queen of the Monsters, which is a 1 low, and he is going to build in Shobujin's Message. He did remove tension from Stroke the Big Tree, so Stroke the Big Tree cannot change its zone. So he is going to go ahead and fire off Queen of the Monsters to block, and he will be giving it Breaker 2. So now Calvin's deck, he's under Breaker 2 in his 5 difficulty, combo deck, essentially. I believe that's a Queen of the Monsters in his hand. If he goes, he'll be playing it on a 6 with -2 to his check. If he checks an attack here, that would be a 1. He'd commit 5. I don't know if Calvin can afford that risk right now, but we'll see. He might have to. I think that's what he's liberating right now. He probably says something like, well, I lose if I do, or I lose if I don't.
He's forced into a corner right now, especially with, and I was going to say, especially with the build that Dan was able to pull off, even checking 2s, just being able to spread his card pool so wide. The face downs don't matter.
Yeah, Calvin decides to go for a build to eat the breaker. Now, will he play another attack? Let's see. So it was Breaker 2. So playing a Foundation to clear the Breaker 2 actually means that if you play an attack after the Foundation, it is actually on technically lower difficulty if you think about it, because Queen of the Monster would be on a 7 as opposed to being on a 6 with -2 to the check, essentially on an 8. So there was an opportunity if he wanted to. He could have gone for another attack, but I think he said, I'm going to build a second Driven by Retribution. I'm actually going to play the long game. Calvin says, you got me last time. I only had 1 card in my hand. This time, I've got the option to draw 2 more cards. I've got 3 cards in my hand. I've got a big stage. You're going to have to prove it to me. You're going to have to prove. He said, you think your deck is great. You're going to have to show me.
Well, it does look like Dan has a massive line coming up. We were able to see a frog in his hand. Electric Moth Enhance, being able to discard 1, draw 2,
draw 3 because Calvin's at 10 foundations.
You are correct. You are correct. And he has the frog in hand. He's going to be able to, and he
just discarded the. Go ahead.
Double frog, being able to discard them. It is unique, so he can only pick up 1 of them. But we know he has a Hunter's Ally in hand, so he's going to be able to build it in. That's an instant 3 damage on his attacks. If Calvin doesn't have a way to negate it, it's in his hand by chance, it's going to be disaster for him.
Yeah, I will say a big aspect of this Pony deck is the ability to discard for the cards to discard cards from your hand and put them in your discard pile where you need them most. He elects not to Hunter's Ally quite yet. He is just going to go ahead and throw down the Lethal Slash. I see why, because now he gets to clear with Pony, and then the Lethal Slash will remove, and then he will get to play Hunter's Ally on no progressive.
Going up to 6 horn counters, able to clear with Pony, able to add speed, able to do everything that Pony needs to do.
And Ready Mother's Embrace, as you pointed out earlier in the deck building.
It does flip it, unfortunately, but hey, getting a re-readied card in something that is going as aggro as possible on the kill turn is amazing. Yeah. Invaluable.
So Hunter's Ally bringing in the Genghis Frog is not as backbreaking as it could be, because Driven by Retribution is going to pull that Genghis Frog out from the stage if an attack makes contact. However, there was the Queen of the Monsters in the hand. If Calvin does not use both copies of Driven by Retribution to then remove the Genghis Frog, Queen of the Monsters can build in the Genghis Frog from the card pool. And he will get a second attack with the +3 damage.
But I will say that's where Calvin made a really good move in using Radiant Visage in order to remove the momentum that he had.
For sure. Calvin going for another half block. He's just going to stack up those power tokens, it looks like. Yep, tapping Angress there, getting the effect. He is going to go ahead and Driven by Retribution. He's going to remove the Lethal Slash, going to pull up Armorclad Faith, and then he's going to save the other one. I'm going to say, presumably, to prevent the Genghis Frog is why he elected not to use both copies of Driven by Retribution. So now the question for Dan, will he play the Hunter's Ally here? Will he play something else? Will he build? Will he
has
go on the
Queen of
defensive?
Monsters. He has Battle or Release. He has pretty much everything he needs to be
It's going to go
successful.
Queen of the Monsters checking another 3. Queen of the Monsters on a 6, checking another 3. He's going to build. He's going to build that Armorclad Faith back in with another Foundation. It's going to use Pony, looks like, for 2 speed.
Queen of the Monsters almost completely negating what Driven by Retribution was able to do, because it is, you can build it face up or face down.
Dan deliberating on potentially discarding 2, drawing 1 to get more horn counters. Really not valuing that Hunter's Ally while Calvin still has Driven by Retribution in his stage. Calvin also just has a number of cards in his hand. As I said, this is not the same Calvin from game 1. He is not with 1 card in hand with only a couple Foundations. He has a full stage, a lot ready, 2 great defensive Foundations, and 3 cards in hand for some defensive play. We're going to go ahead and use the Inspiring Song, milling 3 3s. I think Calvin's like, ugh, I kind of wanted those in my hand next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are going to apply the check to the opponent. Technically, you don't choose it with plus or minus yet, but I'm willing to bet that Calvin's going to minus the check. But all right.
and that's the thing. Can you explain that, because that is something that
Yes.
I think a lot of people miss.
Yes. Okay. So Inspiring Song says choose a player. That player's next check gets +1 or -1. You do not choose the +1 or the -1 at activation of Inspiring Song. Usually that's irrelevant. You will almost always give your opponent minus. You will almost always give yourself plus. However, there are very, very, very niche cases, as we saw yesterday, actually, where you can choose to give your opponent plus to the check or yourself minus to the check if you want to commit extra cards to protect them from commit and freeze effects. Or what we saw, our example was too big to contain, says your rival, you destroy a rival's ready Foundation. So
it's very fighting for control coded,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Because that it is on your rival's turn that you're able to pull that off. You can do it on your own turn, but it is still what we're seeing right now on your rival's turn.
But we saw, I believe, David Toombs against Justin yesterday. David Toombs gave Justin plus to his check, so he did not commit any Foundations when blocking. And then Justin was not able to commit a Foundation to save it from too big to contain. But in this instance, Calvin just, for specificity, your check.
Yeah.
It was -1.
And Dan, having quite a vast build here, has double Armorclad Face, so able to cancel out plenty of what Calvin's going to toss. But that is something
Destructive Heat Ray, gonna give Calvin 2 more power tokens. And Calvin's got, looks like 6 right now. He can flip basically any Foundation he wants in the whole game now. Destructive Heat Ray, flipping a rival's Foundation of lower difficulty than your power tokens. Calvin's got a whole armada down there under Angress, so substitute member, only 2 difficulty, was no issue.
And something important to note with the power tokens. Originally, I came up with like a cute little 3D printed thing that would count the power tokens, right? Because I'm like, it's way too many. But you can use the power tokens, and you only use some of them.
Yeah.
Some of them can be committed by rival effects as well, if I remember correctly.
There are a couple,
You can't just put a dice on there all the time. It is important to have them separated so you know exactly where the things are, because it does go off of how many you have, not necessarily how many you have ready.
Yeah. Calvin electing to use the Fearsome there to draw and discard because he has no momentum makes me feel like Calvin might not have enough attacks in hand. We did watch him mill 3 attacks in a row with Inspiring Song. He fired off 1 power token. Dan checking another 3. Dan has checked like 4 in the last few cards.
4 and check 2 2s or 3 2s.
He checked 2 2s on his turn 2, and he just checked 2 3s the previous turn in a row, and then just checked 1 on the block here. This is Calvin's opportunity, but he has to have attacks, and we have Acidic Sludge, but no momentum. No momentum to make use of the ability. but he will be stuffing the card pool. And all it takes is the power tokens, potentially. Pony is only at 22. Calvin has 5 power tokens. That's a potential 10 damage. Calvin just needs 1 clean hit. But Pony is still there using counters. It's going to minus speed, going to make it a high. Going to make it a high and minus speed. Oh, going to make it a mid.
Mid, minus
Blocking
speed.
with Dumbfounded. Blocks on a 5. It checks.
Dumbfounded
ignores progressive.
Ignores progressive.
Yes, even on block. He said, you were desperate. You used Fearsome to draw and discard. I'm going to stay at full. You only have 5 power tokens. If Acidic Sludge hits me, I would go to 18 and you get a 6th power token. That would be my life total because Angerus gives 2 damage to 5 difficulties. Dan is putting Calvin on. You better have 2 more attacks now.
And Calvin, it makes me wonder, having Acidic Sludge and drawing it. Now, he did draw a lot of cards.
Yes.
And it may have been digging for that.
We see Queen of the Monsters on a 7. Checks a 3. I don't think it matters, though. Calvin has so many foundations. I don't think the check is relevant at this point. He just needs more attacks. He can pass anything he wants. Gonna clear his card while building face down. Anger's gonna give some stats. This is make or break here. He needs 1 more attack in his hand, but does he have it? If he has it, he can definitely pass it.
For sure.
But did he draw a 4th attack this turn after he just milled 3 in a row?
But it does make me wonder if
3,
Stroke the
4,
Victory-
5. Wait, is that 6?
6.
I can't tell. How many is it? 1. Oh, it hits. I believe Pony goes to 1. I couldn't tell how many power tokens that was.
It was 5.
It was 5. Okay, Pony goes to 3. Calvin was 2 power tokens short, actually. 1 more power token would not have been enough. Does he have the last attack, or was that just a display of strength that he doesn't?
Oh no.
He misses the last attack.
And
But he had but Angerus did make the power token that Calvin can commit to draw for Defiant Roar.
exactly.
So Calvin does still have the option of 2 cards in hand to block and 1 more card in hand. Now the ball is back in Dan's court. He must present something here. He is at 3. Calvin will not miss again.
Depending on when Calvin had Acidic Sludge and Queen of the Monsters,
Yeah.
canceling out that tension may have been
Yeah.
invaluable.
Yes. Yeah. Preventing him from having momentum from the previous turn was extremely relevant. Calvin definitely needed momentum for his combo there. And Dan's going to start off with Queen of the Monsters, checks another 3. This time, just like Calvin's last turn, I don't think it matters. Dan actually started off with a Cardboard Crusaders build. I see that there. But we are spending the momentum, as you pointed out. Pony did take the 1 momentum to allow... Dan is now allowed to lead Queen of the Monsters and get the foundation build and the card draw. But what will he choose? He can choose anything he wants.
Yeah, anything you want. It is unrestricted as far as what foundation you want to
Is that
put
push
in your card.
the
It's
advantage?
Pushing the advantage.
Yes.
But able to choose any foundation, put it in the card pool, and then use the other blitz in order to build it.
Discarding 2 Feral Shrieks, drawing the remaining cards of his deck,
Draw 2.
going to cycle, and then draw
discard-
1 more card.
Draw 3.
Yeah.
It is one of the, and it has been called in the past by, I want to say it was Chris that was calling it Bing Bong cards,
Yes, Bing Bongs.
jackpot
For sure.
cards.
Yeah, casino. But we got the cycle here. I did not think I would see Pony cycle in this game. I'll be honest with you. That's so many attacks. That's so many attacks. That's so many attacks. Dan might not have it. He gets 1 more draw. That's a Hunter's Ally, but no allies to build from discard. Okay, let's see.
And
Dan
he
might. This
doesn't
is
have one in hand either. It looks like.
no. He doesn't have any allies in hand, but he can't.
You can't see it on stream right now, but my eyes are huge. They're about as big as Pony's googly eyes right now.
Yeah. Let's see. I didn't predict this outcome. I didn't predict Pony cycling and then not having a discard to use the recursion effects. So Pony's going to be able to play on another attack, assuming this one resolves. Calvin does have Driven by Retribution. Calvin does have 3 cards to block with. Calvin is definitely not dead in the water by any means.
But I will say Pony is very well set up for defense next turn. Has double Armorclad Faith, has pushing the advantage, has Tough Skin as well to give a little bit of damage reduction. And
yeah, Pony's at 3 though. Tough skin. I don't think Tough Skin is gonna be saving him.
The last health point is the one that matters.
That's true.
We have seen many people survive on 1.
That is true. We sure have. But Pony has a lot of cards still. I think Calvin is deliberating blocking this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has 8 ready foundations. But Driven by Retribution is barely a ready foundation because that is presumably going to be debuilt. But the real question is, can Dan draw enough attacks? That is the question. And his cycle removed like 6.
Oh, yeah.
It was so many attacks. It was like a third of the attacks
Calvin
in his deck.
going through them right now. We saw Team Hero in there, one of the frogs, and plenty of attacks as well.
Yeah, plenty of attacks. I know there's a Wish Heart in his hand that could draw an extra card, but it's also an attack. Lets him enter the enhanced step. He might be forced to play the Hunter's Ally with no discard pile, just a discard.
What are we at foundation count-wise? 1, 2, 3...
I believe we're in deadlock. I don't think there's any deadlock abilities from Calvin's side, but
I was just questioning it because Wish Heart does have a stun 2 on it.
yeah. Wish Heart stuns 2 if your rival has 6 or more ready foundations, which he does not currently because Calvin did just block, but he did play Wish Heart as an attack instead of using it as an extra draw. Going to discard 2 cards, going to draw a new card, draws discarded, low guard and dumbfounded. I believe he just drew a dumbfounded. I wonder if he wishes he could get his money back on that one, but getting some counters. Is he going to spend them?
Using all 3, going to clear
Going
the
to
card
clear the monster. Is going to draw a new card with pushing the advantage. Just no attacks. He just no attacks. He only has Hunter's Ally. His game plan might, if this connects, his game plan might be Hunter's Ally, hope to check a Genghis Frog.
And you know, I would love to, I'd love to still be a Pony believer through and through, but I would also love to see this go to a game 3. This is the type of game that you do enjoy seeing, especially against the hyper aggro decks, to see what longevity the decks are able to pull off and the different strings that people have readily available. And that is the unfortunate part. If you have combo decks and a lot of those combo cards get removed, what can you do from there?
Well, Dan is about to find out, I suppose. Or we're about to find out.
We're about to find out.
For sure.
That's why I was counting the ready foundations earlier, because Wish Heart does have the stun 2. If the stun 2 came into effect, that would have been absolutely clutch. But using ready and vestige to block, Calvin did had to commit a lot more. Got him below 6 ready foundations. So just skating under the line of fire right there.
With Calvin's deliberating blocking this one, or deliberating if he wants another power token, or if he's going to use Driven by Retribution if he gets hit. There's a lot to consider here, I will say. There's a lot to consider. He has a couple options.
Now, it is one of the things I look at it initially and I go, oh, it's just 7 damage. But we're on 16 health. 7 damage potentially could be a lot, but Calvin isn't aware of what he has in hand. I would think him playing Wish Heart as an attack
and buffing its damage with Cardboard Crusaders.
Kind of indicative of
that
what
he has not many more attacks left. Every point of damage counts. Calvin drawing an attack off the Defiant Roar, drawing the Stroke the Big Tree, which is another low block. On a 6, checks a 5, but there is no ally to build, I don't think. I don't think there's an ally. Not after the cycle, there wasn't.
No. Even Foundation ally, he didn't have it in there.
Nothing at all. Gonna draw a new card. Gonna draw a Feral Shriek now. Not the worst thing. Dan will not be able to put Calvin to 0 this turn. However, Feral Shriek does mean he has more options on the following turn on defense when he goes to discard with Pony. If he so chooses, he can discard 2 and he will draw 2 instead of just drawing 1. So he will cycle 2 cards.
We'll be able to kind of fish for some more, not only for defense, but also if it does go to his next turn, offensively be on the attack and go for the kill turn.
Hunter's Ally connecting here. Going to go for Driven by Retribution. Going to stuff in the Cardboard Crusaders. Discretion is the better part of valor. It could have been prudent for Dan not to attack into the Driven by Retribution, but we'll see if he needed that Cardboard Crusaders. He has 2 Armor-Clad Faith. I don't think he's too concerned with the Growing Grasp throw. He checked another 2 because his deck cycled and put them back in his deck.
This is exactly, dude.
He checks
Every
another
time it
2. He
happens,
checked
it
the same.
hurts my stomach.
He's checked that same copy of Lethal Slash twice. He checked the same copy of Lethal Slash twice in the same game.
I can empathize so greatly for Dan right now.
Both stages looking very blank right now. Calvin's got no foundations with text. He's got all face downs and 2 dumbfounded. I guess Dan has Dan has actually a little bit more going on for him. I'm going to count that tough skin as almost a blank. I'm ready to eat my words, but I'm going to count that tough skin as almost a blank while Dan has only 3 health. But
notably, Calvin did take a little bit of damage, so able to get the power token.
Yes, indeed. He has 2 power tokens ready in case of half block.
I wonder if
here.
Calvin's going through and checking out numbers on attacks, how many were removed, and how many are in discard.
Yeah, Calvin's, I think, his path to victory here is, I almost said is Stroke the Big Tree, but Armorclad Faith covering the tension angle to make it a mid, Armorclad Faith covering the Growing Grasp angle. But it looks like we are going to Destructive Heat Ray. We're going to go ahead and flip down the Aaron Sidestep. Going to make 2 power tokens, flip down Aaron Sidestep to deny some more card draw. Pony will not be able to draw an extra card. Pony will only be able to draw 2 here, discard 2, draw 1, and draw from Feral Shriek. I can't help but think holding the Radiant might have been necessary to have the extra card draw, but he does need to get Calvin off of momentum.
And
momentum is so powerful.
Dan checking the Genghis Frog, laughing, pointing at it, saying, there it is.
Yeah.
I just found it.
Discard, drawing 2, and getting more horn counters. Did he draw low, or will he have to change the zone?
I think he's
Looks like
changing
he's
the
going to
zone.
have to change the zone. No, he's using minus... No, changing the zone.
Changing the zone.
Making it a mid. And we're blocking. And the block is good. Full
Electric
block.
Moss, full block.
How many more attacks does Calvin have in his hand? He has Stroke the Big Tree.
Stroke the Big Tree.
He needs to rip tension off this one, or it is lights out. But I think his only card left in hand might be a mid.
And Stroke the Big Tree.
Yes, and you cannot block Stroke the Big Tree with a mid. Calvin takes game 2.
Oh, such a good match.
Such a close game. Both players narrowly missing victory on the previous turn,
and that just
and
goes
Calvin
to
being
show,
able to close it out.
That just goes to show the level of quality of these players and these decks. And going into what I've been saying throughout the weekend, you could have the perfect ratios. It all does come down to whether or not you're checking the right cards that you need.
Yeah. I don't even think it came down necessarily to checks there. I think they were both at a point where the checks didn't matter anymore. They just didn't see the attacks.
They didn't draw.
Calvin had 8 ready foundations, but no more attacks in his hand. Dan had 8 ready foundations and no more attacks in his hand.
Drawing dead, checking bad, being matched up into something that is completely skewed. It all happens throughout the weekend, and it is something that you will struggle and deal with, but it all depends on how you come back from that. If you let it get to you, let the nerves get to you, you get rattled a little bit, it will cost you not only the game, but probably the match. Which is why I'm not competing right now. I'm getting stressed watching the players play, so
yeah.
I don't know. In Dallas, I will have the opportunity to actually go and play. We'll see how it turns out. I just want to have fun.
For sure.
We are playing games. At the end of the day, it is a game. We should be aiming to have a good time. It is a little heartbreaking sometimes, but you grow and you learn.
Both players, looks like they're finished siding. We saw some side deck tech come in from the previous game. I can't imagine the siding changes that much going first or going second for either of these players. I think they were mostly just foundations that you would want either way.
I can't tell if Calvin's locked in or if he's just completely staring off into space right now. He's not looking at the camera, but it almost looks he's just like staring at the camera or something.
Yeah, looking at his side deck one last time, making sure there were no other changes he needs to make. But looks like we are locking in our decks for the 3rd and final game of top 8.
I'm going to have to show that clip to Calvin later and just be like, so what was going through your head right here? Either focused or just completely remaining clear-headed. So
yes.
Like just completely in the
in
moment.
a state of zen.
Yeah.
But
man, if that's a state of zen, I want to be in that like right now. Maybe coffee will help. Go get some coffee and that can get us there.
See, Calvin shuffling Dan's deck for a long, or is that his own deck? He's shuffling someone's deck for a long time.
That's his own deck.
He's really giving that a good shuffle.
I mean, I don't blame him. I would be doing the same thing if I just completely drew dead on attacks and was able to like go after the kill several times. I don't blame him.
Okay.
And notably, we will say off to the side, there are 2 major tournaments actually happening aside from this. We do have the Hero 2, the new format, new-ish format that came out. It is a 1K tournament, and we have Retro going on as well, which is another 1K tournament. So some massive other side events that are going on. Even if you're here, you're not competing in the top cuts. There is still plenty to do and still plenty to win as well.
Looks like Dan's going to ship that hand back. Does not like it. That's so many attacks. That's so many attacks. That's so many attacks. That's so many attacks. On all 2 diffs. Oh, my goodness. We see almost looks like a complete brick from Dan there.
It is, unfortunately.
That looks like an almost complete brick.
And you hate to see what Calvin's got. This is going to be probably a build 2 pass on a 7-hander.
We'll see. He could, if he checks a 2, it could be a build 1 pass.
Don't curse him like that.
Sorry.
No.
I shouldn't have put that out in the. I shouldn't have put that out in the world. You're right.
No.
You're right.
It is less possible because he is holding some in hand.
2 Team Hero 15s and 2 Aaron sidestep. If he checks well, it's 3, and it's 3 good ones. If he checks poorly, then going for the guaranteed foundation. Gonna go on a 3. Does not see the 2 there. Gonna go on a 4. Checks another 3 with so many 3s in his hand. Devastating from Dan.
He didn't check the 2. That's essentially a 1 build pass.
All.
It is a 2 build because you can use Team Hero to pick up another foundation.
He has to enter the enhanced step to use Team Hero, but yes, a devastating build from Dan.
Sitting on Hunter's Ally, Battle or Release, and it looked like Queen of the Monsters.
How Calvin answers. If Calvin can get a large build here, it seems pretty unlikely for Dan to come back. That was a very poor opening. Finally free. Fearsome, Defiant Roar.
Now, it looked like he checked a Gunflame Feint. Is that the alt art?
Another Defiant Roar. Checking a 3. Going to commit Angress. Not really feeling that much danger. On a 5. Checks a 6.
Doesn't feel danger. He only has 1 foundation.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Yeah. This time, he says, this time you're not getting me on. Oh my goodness. They're all attacks.
Playing 4 Team Hero seems to be hurting right now because he just drew another one.
He's going to have to go Electric Moth. Okay, checks a 5. He's going to have to cycle one of those attacks, presumably the Wish Hard, drawing 3. So this is the advantage of Pony here is even though he has no foundations right now, he's about to draw 4 more cards, another attack. Okay, some foundations. Okay, we got some foundations. Just feeling a little bit better about that. Additionally, he's going to discard another Wish Hard. Okay, Dan might be fine here.
Well, you
just showing the power of Pony here that no other character, all it took was Electric Moth, not checking the 5th 3 in a row, and then a couple Wish Hards, and he's basically drawn a new hand, and he can build 4.
And I hate to say, and I don't want to compare, but Casino is a very big part of Pony. You're gambling a lot of the time as to whether or not you're going to cycle correctly.
Yeah, going to draw 2 more. Gets a Lethal Slash and another foundation.
Lethal Slash would be crucial.
We could be bold. Oh, we are getting another foundation. Going to get Radiant Massage with the Team Hero. Going to get rid of Calvin's Momentum immediately. Dan says, I know those tricks. I know what you're up to. I'm not letting you resolve Acidic Sludge here. Not on my watch. And then he has a crucial decision point here. Will he go for the Lethal Slash on a 5 for potentially huge upside, or will he just play it safe and build? Looks like he's going for the Lethal Slash. He's checked so many attacks, it would be so unlikely, and he checks a 5.
Lethal Slash, pays off. If he's able to use Team Hero and discard that and be able to build in another foundation, that would be good.
Yeah, I think.
Or play Hunter's Ally and be able to pick up Team Hero, put it in the stage, then use that and build another foundation.
He's discarding foundations. I did not have this on my bingo card.
I have seen kills happen.
It looks like he might just be going for it. He has checked so many attacks. It is fairly unlikely he will check multiple more. I will say
the once per turn, going to clear the card pool. Lethal Slash being the second attack will clear as well.
Yep, and we are going to block.
Will clear as well.
Yeah, Lethal Slash is removing. Okay. Yeah, I was not sure what they were delivering on. And we are just going to build. Okay, we just discarded a couple of the weaker foundations we're going to get for a strong build here. I agree with this line completely. I think this was a perfectly executed line from Dan, making the best out of a bad situation.
Like you said, you don't need tough skin.
Yeah.
It's only just a few
Dan
damage.
absolutely playing to win instead of not to lose. The upside of that lethal slash checking a 5 was huge, giving you a cleaner card pool, so your build is guaranteed. Getting the extra card, getting the extra activation of Pony to cycle more cards.
And again,
If he played it safe, maybe it was a safer line, but he was behind. He had to take a small risk, and it absolutely pays off. I agree with it completely.
and again, getting into, well, are you playing on your back foot, or are you focusing on what's going to happen on your next turn?
We have a Destructive Heat Ray flipping down the Armor-Clad Faith. Calvin's seen that card devastate his attacks turn after turn in game 2. Gonna go ahead and fire off Defiant Roar. He says, I don't need the power tokens this turn. I just need some new cards. Either gonna go for a wide build or gonna try to string out. I don't know if he can string out, and that Shobunin's message from Dan is saying, you're not gonna string out.
You're not gonna string out.
You can draw some cards, you can build. I don't care, actually. I'm gonna have 6 foundations on my turn. I'm gonna have a real aggressive turn this time. We're gonna Aaron sidestep.
Give it -speed, be able to draw a card.
Yeah. And are we going to use Queen of the Monsters for this block, or is that last foundation in hand the fabled low guard? I couldn't tell. It was a foil foundation. It could be the locals pack 1. I couldn't quite tell. No, that's not. Let's see. Going for the blocks. Is he going to block Queen of the Monsters? No, it is. Mother's Embrace is a low block, and we are going to draw for Aaron's sidestep, and we are going to Shobunin's message. Breaker 2. Calvin is another Breaker 2 here in his 5 difficulty deck, and denied momentum from Radiant Visage so effectively. Dumbfounded to play through the Breaker. Checks a 5.
Is a 3.
Yeah, is a 3. Works out. Technically, in this instance, a little bit worse than just playing a 0 for the case of playing through Breaker, but still strong.
Driven by Retribution.
A 2 driven by Retributions.
Checks a 3.
Checks a 3. Driven by Retribution on a 6. Checks a 3. Let's see what Dan has got. Dan does not have momentum. He cannot. Another 3. Can he afford to pay the 2? Yes, because you're committing an Inspiring Song and a blank to build an Inspiring Song. Basically neg 1 foundation on the exchange, and I don't think it will come down to the 1 foundation, to be honest. I feel this will either be a decisive victory on this turn, or we're going to have a much, much longer game where Calvin will need the 1 foundation.
And something important to note, because it is Top Cuts, they get 90 minutes as opposed to the 60 in normal rounds. So seeing a longer game, not necessarily too bad.
Yeah.
Just will reduce your time in between the rounds that you have to relax and reset.
Yeah. And we are going with the Electric Moth, discarding Genghis Frog, drawing Genghis Frog, another foundation, it looks like. Discarding 2, going to draw a new card. That was Lethal Slash. That's huge, but we do have the Driven by Retributions in the stage. Drawing the 2 checks this game instead of checking them. Or maybe that was no, that was Lethal Slash. Okay. And he's going to play it now on a 5. Checks a 5. Lethal Slash is going to get the draw from the Blitz. Another foundation, but Pony has the option to, as always, cycle 2 foundations for a new draw. Gonna draw a new card. It'll be no Moment of Normalcy, getting 2 more horn counters.
Which we saw Dan toss in game 1, I believe. Haven't seen Moment of Normalcy actually come out yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Dan deliberating on using the horn counters. Looks like he will. He's going to clear the Electric Moth from the card pool. The once per turn has now been used. And we are giving it some speed, it looks like.
Yeah, 1 horn counter.
Giving it some speed.
So that will make it a 5 high for 4 currently.
Yeah, and it will take 4. Calvin not using Driven by Retribution. Calvin electing not to Driven by Retribution. He is letting the Lethal Slash leave the card pool. Dan draws another Lethal Slash off of the Battle Aura.
No, this may be...
Last game, he checked all of them. This game, he drew all of them. There are 2 removed, another one in his hand. Dan is definitely in the driver's seat right now.
This may be it. Calvin checking 2 attacks, Growing Grass being one of them.
Yeah. Calvin, Inspiring Song to minus Dan's check. Will we see the Driven by Retribution come out here? Will we see
if he does go for the Lethal Slash or Queen of the Monsters, it is going to be on one progressive, but also the minus check.
Yeah.
Queen of the Monsters, I'm not sure you want to go that route. Lethal Slash maybe, because it will still clear.
Yeah. He could be planning to use the Driven by Retribution now to pull up the Radiant Visage. I'm not quite certain why he held the... I understand completely why it was held on the previous attacks. Lethal Slash feels to me like the prime target for Driven by Retribution.
Unless he's worried about something else. But
Yeah, there is something else he has to be worried about. He could be worried about, as we said in the previous game, he could be worried about the Hunter's Ally. Dan did just discard Genghis Frogs. Calvin is almost certainly respecting Hunter's Ally here. He wants the Driven by Retribution. He wants at least one of them for the Hunter's Ally. So he will fire off one Driven by Retribution here, and he's holding one potentially for the Hunter's Ally that I don't know if Dan has. Dan's going to go checks a 4 because the check was -1 from Inspiring Song. Going to build back in the Radiant Visage that Calvin just dragged up. Going to draw 2 with Pony. That can't be. That could not have been another Lethal Slash. I know it was a Wish Hard. It could not have been another. Was that the 4th Lethal Slash?
I think so.
That was the 4th Lethal Slash?
Calvin does have Driven by Retribution there and potentially able to use it.
Yeah. We'll see what he decides here. Calvin does still have 3 cards in his hand. He can still block. I'm going to say he can only block once, though. I don't think he has enough to block a second time. If he has a nice block mod here and checks a 5, he could potentially tap his face down, his Dumbfounded, and his character and leave Driven by Retribution up. It's not a good path to victory, but it may still exist. But this would be for 7. Angress would go down to 6.
Again, not the way we expected the match to
No.
go, especially seeing
Especially
game 1.
especially after game 1 and game 2. Game 1 was so quick. Game 2 was a stumbling by both players, failing to draw enough attacks for the kill strings, and Dan is just getting Lethal Slash after Lethal Slash. I do believe there are 2 more in his hand, if I was counting correctly, with 2 removed that have already been used. I do believe all 4 are in play this game. And Calvin deliberating on his defensive option here. Because, as I said, I think Calvin only has 1 block opportunity, and he is picking his spot. He's smiling about it. I think he, I don't think he's very happy about his situation, but they're both look like they're having a good time. Calvin confirming the discard pile again. I really think he's getting hung up on the Genghis Frog potential with the Driven by Retribution.
But I don't think the Genghis Frog is what he
I
needs to
don't
worry
think
about.
the Genghis Frog is relevant at this point in time. I think he needs to be worried about the attacks in front of him, not the attacks that could be coming next.
From game pile,
Yeah.
Able to see 1 lethal
There are
slash.
2 Lethal Slashes
There's
removed,
2.
and
Yep.
I do believe Dan's hand contains 2 more and a Battle Aura. I don't think we're going to see any more discarding from... Oh, it's 2 and a Wish Hard. Lethal Slash on a 5, checks a 3.
He needs to use the...
Gonna draw for Lethal
Retribution
Slash.
here, I think.
Driven by Retribution. So there are no more 2s to check. They are all out of the deck. He's going to give 2 more speed. Calvin still has a chance here. Driven by Retribution on Lethal Slash now means... Driven by Retribution on Lethal Slash now means that it gets a foundation out of Dan's stage and does not prevent the lethal... and does not clear the card pool. Because Lethal Slash will be removed by Driven by Retribution, and then... Yes, so Driven by Retribution is happening now, and then Radiant Visage is being picked up. Now, Wish Hard on a 5, checks a 3, committing Pony. Does Calvin have a low? Does Calvin have a low? Calvin has a low! Calvin lives!
Oh,
Calvin survives!
my gosh. Such a good
Calvin
read
picked his
from
spot
Calvin.
there. Calvin picked his blocks
Such
correctly,
a
electing
good
not to block
read.
anything else, holding the 1 low block for the Wish Hard.
Such a good read. And look
And he
at
has
the
so many
amount
power
of
tokens. He has so many power tokens. This is his chance. She needs to draw some attacks. That's Queen of the Monsters.
Queen.
He has no momentum though. Does he have another attack? Dan cannot block, almost certainly. That's 2 Queen of the Monsters. Is that 3 Queen of the Monsters? I think Calvin has this.
And the once per turn use, Pony committed.
Once per turn, yeah, Pony's committed. Look at the foundations. I think this is it.
This may have
He has so many power tokens. The lethal slashes weren't enough. Calvin held the driven by retribution for the second lethal slash.
Struck
the big tree. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 power tokens.
He has no way of canceling the tension. It's going to give him momentum. He'll be able to use that on Pony the Monsters. Calvin's got this.
I think Calvin has this. Calvin has 7 power tokens. He can give it 14 damage. He can put it up to 21. Looks like he's going to give it the damage.
And I said it before, that moment of normalcy that got discarded, that may have been the one out that Dan had.
It could have. It connects. A big struck the big tree for 11. Queen of the Monsters comes down on a 6, checks a 3. Does not matter. He has more than enough foundations for it. He is going to get the stats from Anguirus. Is he building with Queen of the Monsters, or is he going to build down with Struck the Big Tree? Looks like he's eyeing that Inspiring Song. Nope, he's going to clear his own card pool. Looked like he was eyeing that Inspiring Song for the potential of -2 to Dan's check and crack all of the power tokens. We're going to crack 1 power token to make it. That brings it up to lethal. Calvin has 5 power tokens left.
That's to 11. Now
he's going to Inspiring Song.
13.
Now it's for 13. Playing around the Tough Skin, because the Tough Skin could -1 damage. Tough Skin to -1. Now it's down to 12. Still lethal. Does he have a deflect? Calvin's putting in more power tokens, playing around with the deflect.
That's it.
If there is such a thing. That's it.
Oh my
Calvin
gosh.
Tahan takes the victory.
And takes down one of the Pony Cabal.
Takes down Pony in top 8. Anguirus is moving on to top 4.
That was such
a crazy match with so many swings.
Such an insane read from Calvin as well. He predicted exactly what he needed to hold on to. We both questioned whether or not the Driven by Retribution was the right call. It was, without a doubt. He held on to the low block, was able to pull it off. Just amazing play by Calvin, but also Dan as well. And he showcased the power of Pony in game 1, instantly just wiped him out.
And Dan had such an unfortunate opening in this game, managed to climb back with a very, very well played turn 2, but wasn't able to close it out on the turn 3, giving Calvin the opening that he needed.
Dan showcasing Pony very, very well.
Definitely.
And showing why Pony was so powerful this weekend. And Calvin just playing out of his mind on Anguirus. It's
for sure.
It's not something that I had on my radar or even would predict would be around this weekend, and just playing amazingly well.
Anguirus was
showing why he was as good as he was in Chicago, and did get runner-up
for sure
there as well.
Anguirus was a very popular pick for LCs this season, with a very low conversion rate to winning. I believe Anguirus was the 2nd or 3rd most entered character in our LCs for season 2, only taking 1 LC victory out of 40. And it was the 4th most entered deck at this event. Calvin is the only one making it to top 8, and he is now moving on to top 4, taking out, as you said, a member of the Pony Cabal.
Pony Cabal. And they've been running rampant, loud and proud. But it does bring and kind of echo to me something that Brett said last night playing on Jester. You play something that you enjoy, that you're good at, that you've grinded with, you can be successful with it. And kind of surprised that he brought in Anguirus, honestly. I have seen him playing at locals and playing around with it, grinding with it just a little bit. I'm surprised that's what he brought. But he is showcasing exactly that he knows what to play, when to play.
Yeah.
Insane read at the end, holding onto the low block. He will advance forward. Going against either another Pony
or Barlow. Yeah, the winner of George and Barlow there.
So hold on. Calvin is going up against either a local or the defending world champ.
The run back, because he did play against George yesterday, or on Friday.
On Friday.
In teams. So, yeah. But we're still waiting on the results of the remaining matches in top 8. Those will be updated as soon as we have those in.
And Calvin and Dan going back and forth, congratulating one another. It doesn't matter that Dan lost right now. He was Swiss champ. He played out of his mind this weekend. You've got to give him credit. Hitting top 8 in regionals is nothing to scoff at.
For sure.
It is amazing that you're able to work your way through the field and actually get to where you're at.
Absolutely.
One day, in an alternate future, I'll be there.
All right, we are going to cut to a short break as we await more of our top 8 results. Do not go anywhere. We will be back soon with top 4.
And potentially winner's interview. We'll see.
Yeah.
World. Calvin Tahan, how you feeling, man? What an incredible win.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, second best Calvin in the world, but maybe after today, possibly the first best. Gosh, man, that was one of the hardest turns of defense I ever had to play game 3. That was really, really hard to win. But I went to bed last night. This is my favorite city in the world. Used to travel a lot for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, got into UniVersus and just the card game pipeline of traveling for games that we love. Love coming to the city, so love being here. But I went to bed, and as the A seed, knowing I would go into this this whole run going last, having to go second, and I just told myself that I wasn't going to lose at least first. I mean, I intend to win the whole tournament, obviously, but I just told myself, losing is not an option. I'm not going to lose. And then obviously I got turned to immediately, and I just kind of sat up in my chair and just regained my posture and just took a deep breath and just I'm just not going to lose. And so thought about all the ways that Pony could beat me, and just gradually eliminated those from possibilities. And I really just had to enter the tank game 3. And
yeah, I want to talk about that game 3 a little bit. You at the very end of the game, well, right before the interview, you and Dan were talking, which, hey, shout-outs to Dan. I think he played an immaculate game, really brought it down all the way to the wire. Tell me what was in your head on his last attacking turn, because you had a lot of thoughts of, like, what were his outs, what were your outs, the double driven just sitting in your board, all but rotting as you were sitting here taking lick after lick after lick, and then finally finding the right block. Explain to me a little bit of your thought process. Let the viewers get in your head.
Yeah, so, I mean, game 1, he saw Final Wars, which obviously adds 1 damage to every attack. But if you see what happened, he overkilled me by, like, he had, I think, 2 other attacks in his hand when I died, and he overkilled me on the attack that killed me, and I half blocked the first one. So the damage on those attacks, the singular damage, I don't think is why I died, Final War specifically. But Hunter's Ally establishing a frog would have been 3 damage is ridiculous. Your character just becomes Zilla. So post side, those drivens exist to address that. So I'm clutching those in my stage for as long as possible for that. And 2 of them are important because of the understanding that at any point he can play a queen to just immediately reestablish it. So my only real loss condition through a turn like that, when his stage is mostly blank and face down because we played such an involved game, and I mentioned to him because he came after is like, as soon as your turn started, I watched you, pitch the frog off Pony. So I'm, hyper aware that that's in your graveyard. And I'm counting your hunter's allies. I think he checked one, and he eventually, discard or another hit the grave. So he has one left. But I'm like, at any moment, if this card hits the stage, this is the only way I lose. So I'm playing the whole turn around hunter's ally. And as long as I'm holding at least one driven for that, things should be okay. Granted, he keeps playing attack and attack and attack. At some point, I need to use the other one just to live and stuff his card pool. And then, I used it when I felt like I had to. And then as, we find out he did have the queen as I expected, and it did come back to bite me. But in a way, like, that had to happen. Like, you kind of have to force his out in order to force my out. Like, making him play cards, like making your opponent do something is how card games are played. So, like, even though I know he's going to have this punish for my answer, making him use it, and even though that's really bad for me, is in a way good because, like, it limits his options in the breadth of his turn because he has fewer cards to play for Pony. He has fewer, like, I have, my blocks. I know my answers. He doesn't know my answers. So when he came back to the table, he's asking me about my blocks because those are my unknowns are the cards in my hand. He's playing around Deflect, which is in my deck. He doesn't know what I can have. And my hand was a high block and 2 low blocks, which was, I don't have that much agency because I don't have that much draw power. But I did, a few turns earlier, resolve those power tokens just to draw and get some filter. And I thought it was cheeky to only keep the one high because I expected him to do some zone changing stuff, and I expected him to try to get me with Wish Hard, which is exactly what happened. So I kept 2 lows for that situation, only needed 1, but I did think he was going to try to get me with, like, a queen being a low as well, and I wanted to have 2 for that situation. So I think there was no world I was going to lose to him.
The deck that you're playing is, when you look at it in broad strokes, people think of it as like a dumb 6-hand size aggro deck.
Yeah.
I just get punched in the mouth and I make a bunch of power tokens and I kill you. Everybody at home, did you hear all of the thought process that just went into this 6-hand size dumb guy deck? It was so masterclass to watch you dismantle the entire thought process of that last attacking turn. I would have blocked way earlier, and I would have lost the game. So yeah. It is really, really incredible. I do want to talk about the pick, though. Like, you are 8th place. You're 8th seed. You're the only Anagris in top cuts, and there weren't a ton in the tournament, if I remember correctly. It might have been on the pie chart, but I don't remember. What's your thought process of bringing that character here after you had such a great tot run previously? Right. They're very similarly shaped. Was that a comfort pick, or was this like a true meta call? You went back to the drawing board fully and kind of drew up the same picture.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to talk about that if I have a minute, because this tournament for me was So in the last month, I was going through, like, a lot of personal changes, a lot of growth, and my core testing team, which is Wob, Ryan, Mitch, and our buddy Rob, we're all going through big things. Rob and Ryan bought a store. Mitch is doing his thing with his store up in Michigan. Wob just recently got married. So all my friends that we play UniVersus with exclusively and build these decks with have just been completely busy. So I have actually, since Chicago, played pretty much close to 0 games of UniVersus. However, I think about UniVersus every single day of my life, all the time. I'm on Ultra every single day for hours at a time, building decks, thinking about the game, drawing hands, but it's only with myself. They are all busy. I'm not shooting, we've done almost 0 talking and discussion just because they've been busy. So, like, this deck is me. I think I had 5 decks for this event that I wanted to play. One of them notoriously being Nedjure. Not going to get into that. Didn't make the cut, but this is very tot shaped, and that's by design. I wanted something as I perceived Reiner to be a really, really big threat. Obviously, I lost to in the finals of Chicago. I thought it would be very big. I think the Earth Foundations, not the U-Tune ones, just the ones on symbol, answer Reiner very well, like especially the 1-diffs. So I wanted to play something on Earth, and then I thought the Fire Attune cards were really strong. So I wanted something, like you said, tot shaped, and I think obviously tot was a non-viability. And so losing water, which really the only card you get on water is Chinatown, which obviously is very, very good, being able to beat tension. But getting chaos, which is my favorite symbol, you get Inspiring Song, and you get Finally Free. And in my deck, you get Gunflame Feint, which is a tremendous card I'd love to talk about if there's time again, because I think, I mean, we can do this in the winner's interview afterwards when you go over my deck profile. But my Angerous deck plays not only 5 diffs, it plays a lot of 4 diffs.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I've noticed. I mean, that was a trend with the Titan Terror decks, but like their whole gimmick was I played the 5-diff once per turn, whereas an Agris is something completely different, where like you kind of want to give those stats to every attack, but 5-diff after 5-diff after 5-diff becomes really taxing. So the fact that like you get to lower your curve by losing a little bit of damage, but you've got these really good staple cards. Talk to me a little bit about the thought process, why you picked the cards that you picked.
Yeah, and so, well, first of all, to that top point, I mean, it's kind of mood the deck's gone, but I'm the best top player in the world. I didn't play any 4-diffs. So to that point.
You got me. Whatever, dude.
Yeah, in this deck, I mean, Deflect 4 is just such a wild ability, and this deck wants Deflect. It wants effects like that because you want to be taking damage, but you want to be manipulating how much damage you take. So Tension is your biggest tool right now because you'll take 3 happily, and then you'll get a power token, and you'll kill them next turn. So the Pony matchup is actually really good because you want them to be playing your turn, and you want to trick them into thinking you're about to die, and then when they find out they can't, and they sell out their whole stage sideways, you have 20 damage pieces on your stage, which is exactly what happened. So that's kind of the game plan. So cards like that are really good. Gunflame is a tension card, so you want the tension. It's a low, so you're taxing their lows, and then. But the reason that we want to play a lot of 4-diffs in general is, or non-5s, I should say, is there's a lot of cards like Fighting Patrol in the format right now. There's a lot of Breaker. You can't just play it's not taught. I play Inspiring Song, that's one card, but there's not a whole lot of like progressive difficulty. So I just can't play 5-5-5-5-5. It's not really realistic. And this character gives 1-2 to 5-diffs, but he still benefits from if your attacks deal damage, you get a power token. So like you can play any difficulty card and still if it hits, which is relevant because there's a lot of backups in the format. So my Gunflame can still hit a backup, get a power token, and then my big 5-diff after that can still hit them for like 30 damage.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Truly a masterclass. I'm so happy I picked you to be on the stream. Before we get you out of here and get you mentally starting to prep for your top 4 match, any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah. Man. I mean, I don't know who's watching this, but if Goose, Rebecca, any of you are watching, obviously Ryan and Wub always go back and watch these and analyze them. So they're doing that. Thank you for nothing this time. This is all me, so full credit. But I'm gonna win. Just want to say that. So guys back at home, Gaming Giant, Snuggy, Dom, all of you guys, Kevin, thank you so much for the support. Again, I am gonna win. Thank you for having me. Yep.
All right, you guys, you're already here. Best top player in the world, best Agris player in the world. Good luck on your top 4 match. Right. We're going to cut to a small commercial break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about more of the event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
How's it going, UniVersus players? And welcome back. We are here with the top 4 match that is about to get started.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a pretty big one.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to cast this one. But before we get into that match, let's take a look at the bracket and where things are standing. We're still waiting on the other side to finish up.
But we did have the matches. The lower bracket is what we're going to be covering. Justin Martin succeeding in taking down Jester. Unfortunately, I wouldn't see
I
Jester
know, I
move
wanted to see
forward.
Brett continue as well.
And we have Andrew Porat. Correct myself.
Yeah.
Porat. That move forward on Void
Okay, here's the
Rodan,
update. Yeah.
instead of Jake Hyatt on Air. It was interesting to see that Void and Air were going against one another in the mirror match.
Yeah, two very different takes on the same character. But then we saw Kevin Ton on stream take the win against Daniel Buchanan. And we are still waiting to see the result of George Rangel versus Barlow Guest.
And it's going to be interesting. Calvin is either playing a local or playing the defending world champ.
He's either playing a very, very aggressive matchup or a very, very defensive one. So he does not know yet. But we will be casting the other side of top 4. So first, let's take a look at Justin's Mitchell deck. I could talk about this deck for a long time.
You've got a lot to say about this, I'm sure.
I just think Mitchell's a really cool. He's a cool dude, right? In the game, outside the game.
I was going to say he's a cool card too.
Yeah. But the order symbol, this order commit package is just such a fun way to approach the game. For some people, I understand the frustration of dealing with like things getting frozen and failing your checks as a result and all that. But Justin really electing to go all in on this imprisoned, fighting for control, forceful negotiators. We have 4 Crisis of Confidence in our deck. And then we're trying to like freeze and stun our opponent out and just sort of keep them from playing the game. Some interesting choices here. The 4 Census O in the sideboard, I'm wondering if that's for anticipating Reiner flipping a lot of your cards and allowing you to kind of like pick up face down foundations that Reiner has flipped and to put them back into play. But then again, Reiner can just kind of flip them again. So I'm curious about when he was bringing that card in and for what. The only notable like missing attack I'd say from the order symbol like package we've seen going around is the Thunder Spear Barrage. He's electing not to go for that, instead relying on Mechanical Monster and Walk the Dog, these kind of like tall, powerful attacks to close out the game. As Ryan and I commentated, we saw like this happen against David Toombs with a giant momentum stack where he just made a 25 damage Walk the Dog or whatever it was. But on the other side of the table, we have Andrew Porat on Void Rodan. A lot of this is kind of things we've seen before. However, I guess one of the beauty or upsides of playing this character is you have some space to kind of combat the meta. And as you can see, a lot of his pieces were designed, I think, to fight Reiner. You know,
100%.
You see these Armor-Clad Faiths. We've got 3 Power of the Monsters in the main deck. We have another Keyword Cancel and Tattered Costume. You know, a lot of ways planning to fight Echo and turn off that character before it gets out of hand. We have 3 Attack Seals and Nonagon as well. The attack package is capable of doing a good amount of damage, but typically is a little more kind of stun oriented. You know, like the Heat Tackles and Ice Sword. Ice Sword can be for 10, but generally you're kind of just happy to commit and freeze some stuff as you're going back and forth. I think that this, both Justin and Porat's decks are very good at kind of hindering each other's game plans to an extent, and it'll take a while for one of them to find a way through. You're pulling up. Oh, yeah. So in Porat's sideboard, interestingly, there's even more keyword hate with don't use that word as well. But let's take a look at who's going first. It is Mitchell. So it'll be beneficial to help Justin sort of get ahead on the board. You know, being a 6-hander, he does not have access to quite as many foundations in the early game. But I don't know if it'll be like a deal breaker on Porat's side.
Oh, for sure.
Because I don't think that he will be losing a ton of life in the early game. You know, Justin is not putting a lot of speed on these moves, and Rodan famously is very good at blocking when things are stunned out and frozen.
And I mean, look at how thick Drew's deck is. So huge.
It's a lot of cards. We don't I could have counted the exact number, but
yeah.
we're going to the game. Justin getting 4 build. Yeah, so we get the team hero there.
I will give props to Justin. Has been feeling a bit under the weather because of allergies and everything like that. Was commenting earlier, like it's so dry he was getting a nosebleed.
Oh, that's tough.
I'm right there with him, and he's powering through it very, very well.
Yeah. So Science Bros in the
Science
Rodan
Bros,
side.
yes.
Immediately checking. I believe so. Drew was maining 4 Genkai's guidances, right? I believe I saw
think it
4.
was 4.
Yeah. Yeah, when you run that many cards, if you want to see one of those important actions, you kind of have to make the choice to just say, yeah, we're running the playset.
And we've been, Ryan and I were commenting on it at the start of the stream about how everybody seems to be running 4 copies of Team Hero 15.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the kind of thing where the unique on it only kind of sort of matters sometimes because the punishment is holding a 1 high block, which is almost always not really a downside. And then as soon as you get back to your next turn, if your opponent gave you an enhanced step, you get to build best foundation from your discard. That's really what Team Hero 15 reads.
Yeah.
So, Porat building 4 cards, some speed manipulation, and a little bit of card draw with the Science Bros if we need it. We'll see what Justin chooses to do with his turn. We're going to build a Cardboard Crusaders. No enhanced steps here, so there is the second Team Hero 15 that is currently stuck in Justin's hand. He can't really build it. However, Mitchell, the character, can just review it and generate a momentum off that, right? And then get it back once he's used the first Team Hero to build.
Is that 3 of the same foundation he has?
Yeah, there's 3 My Fighting Style. So that card is a tenacious response. When your opponent builds a card, you flip My Fighting Style and it commits and freezes it.
Okay.
So it's quite nice with Mitchell because you can use the Mitchell response to commit My Fighting Style for -2 speed to their move and -1 to a keyword. And then if they build... Oh, we're leading with an Ice Sword here. Probably choosing the 3 My Fighting Styles. No, we're going to Mitchell respond. And then we're not using the Fighting for Control here on Justin's side. Probably realizing that the potential cadence of this game is going to be pretty long. It'll take a while. Yeah, so we do name My Fighting Style. And that Fighting for Control might be best saved for a more critical moment.
Yeah.
In a more aggressive matchup, you would probably flip this right away.
This is almost the opposite of a direct aggressive matchup. We anticipate it probably will go at length because both players have massive defensive protection.
Yeah, they're quite good. Both decks are quite good at answering each other's game plans. But we'll see what Justin chooses to do here. We did Team Hero build Forceful Negotiator. That is a good one in our strategy.
Currently 7 high for 6 damage.
So we -2'd with Mitchell. I didn't see what we removed with Rodan Enhance on the speed side. We're going to flip Inspiring Song. Inspiring Song is a very powerful effect, but in a matchup where it's possible one of you mills each other out, depending on how the game goes, that can add up. Depending on, if you play and actually activate all 4. It can put you behind in that game.
I was going to say, you can mill out that massive deck that Drew has, but then I remember that Rodan actually goes through a lot of it.
Rodan does go through a lot of cards, but Drew can actually elect to kind of use his stage to block and speed manipulation instead of the Rodan Enhance if he is worried about that.
Oh, true.
Depending on how much pressure Justin is putting on him. You kind of have to force Rodan to actually use those enhances, or Rodan can just not remove those cards. Protector of Life blocking this Ice Sword Execution, so generating a power token and preventing Justin from losing any life. Here comes a Violent Animus Shot. This is probably pretty likely to connect because Justin can't even Mitchell respond. Checking a 3 on the Protector of Life block, preventing that. So Justin will lose the Team Hero in his hand. And Drew will be on the board for damage. Getting momentum as well.
And have to point out that Justin has one of the trading post style power tokens off to the side.
Here comes Tri-Gravity. So we're playing 3 attacks already on our first attacking turn. So because Porat built Science Bros, I know we said that his aggressive plan is sort of more focused on kind of hindering your opponent playing these value-oriented attacks like Heat Tackle. but Tri-Gravity is Tri-Gravity. This is for 7 damage. You know, we're getting +1 on our whole string because of the Science Bros. We also have to be a little careful on the flip side, though. We're committing cards into a deck that plays Walk the Dog, and Justin will have 1 momentum, but he, okay, fails the Batch arrives. But Justin will have access to the stats from Cardboard Crusaders, so Redding could lose a chunk of life here, depending on what is in Porat's hand. Justin drawing a Monsterverse Machine and an Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike. And a Heaven Piercing Ice Wall. Okay, so that is quite a good one to have right here.
Working towards
Porat.
almost the standard combination that we've seen throughout the weekend.
Yeah, Porat only has 4 foundations because he failed the Batch Arrives and checked or played 3 attacks. It's possible his hand was just extremely aggressive. We're going to freeze both the Science Bros and the Aaron Sidestep. Probably using the Enhance on Ice Wall to give Drew back Plunder or Treasure Hunting.
And going and freezing them, awesome decision. It prevents a lot of card draw that Drew potentially could have.
Yeah, Ice Wall is a really punishing card when your stage is this small.
Adding substitute member to the frozen line.
This is why Justin is on For My Fighting Style. So the Enhance on Having Piercing Ice Wall readies a card which triggers the response on My Fighting Style. So we actually froze 3 cards here while still drawing a card. It's absolutely brutal. He's going to fail this block and take 4. Or no, we passed it. And this Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike is pretty likely to connect. Not super often you see this on the table. This one is a 4-mid-3 that is usually used for its block response, which flips the attack it's blocking and gains you a momentum. However, when your opponent has momentum and you play this, you can enhance and have them discard a momentum, and then this gets damage equal to the top card of your rival's discard pile. So it is a 4 damage, or sorry, it's a 7 damage move here because of the Violent Animus shot, and Rodin can only reduce the speed by 1. Now, because Violent Animus was put on top of Drew's discard. We did give speed, it looks like, with the Cardboard Crusaders response as well, and this is for 9 damage. Justin still has 4 ready foundations. I think the only other attack in his hand, though, is a Monsterverse Machine.
Yeah, Monsterverse Machine.
So, I mean, we took out half of Rodan's life already. I know we were talking about the potential of this game going long, but Porat's stage is really small right now, and Justin has already done half of his life total.
Unfortunate initial build and getting...
I think he just had a lot of attacks in hand, it looks like. So we're failing the Yell and his Machinations on a 8 or something. This is one of the things about Mitchell, too. When you can't block those attacks, they just come back.
Getting 75% of your board frozen. Not much to do about it.
Untapping with just the Treasure Hunting.
Just build, turn, pass.
Hopefully. You really want to see a hand of foundations here, I think, because if you're forced to play another attack, worst case, it's a 5 diff and you check a 3, you know?
Then you're just...
Well, actually, I mean, there's 2 fighting for controls.
Yeah.
Any attack here Justin can just choose to discard it by using those responses.
It is not looking good for Drew right now.
He really has to make it through this next turn cycle. He has to build out here. Justin could respond with fighting for control, I believe, because this is not a foundation. We chose not to. There's 2 King Ghidorah Unleashed checked with incubating. That'll give Porat access to another 2 high blocks. If we want to remove for 1 speed and respond with that attack. That attack allows you to play at that turn when it is removed. Drew checking 5 attacks. Sorry, 4. So we blocked the bullet kick and then we checked 4 attacks for the turn.
And it looks like the alternate art of Fateful Decision as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult place to be in because as Drew, I think you had a pretty heavy attack hand and then you just checked a bunch as well. And you kind of have to go, how many are left in my deck? I know his deck is very large. So the answer is probably a decent number. But
all the attacks.
Justin is untapping here. And he has 10 foundations and 3 momentum. And we're going to lead with a Blood-Sucking Universe.
Bloodsucking Universe.
And Cardboard Crusader's response, presumably for damage. Porat has the Ruthless Guardian he built last turn in his stage, and that can remove throw from this card. But it also allows Justin to seal one of Drew's cards, which maybe would be like an incubating or something. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah. Giving it a +1/+1.
Yes, I believe there's an undercover infiltration in there.
Yes. I don't know that Drew is going to use Brutal Guardian. Or
Yeah,
Ruthless Guardian, sorry.
Yeah, so we're going to use Rodion Enhance to remove.
If it has multiple
tackle.
words, I just normally make up the first word, apparently.
It's an incubating. We're not going to remove that King Ghidorah Unleashed yet. Very likely have that high block. But if we half block, or if we block this throw and don't seal it, that's already 5 more damage. I'll put us to 7 life.
This is not the way I expected things to go.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at Justin's hand, so I'm not sure how aggressive this turn is going to be. And this is one of the things about the order freeze strategy is it can feel very oppressive, but if you ever skip a turn, if there's ever a turn that you don't see the ice wall or have those imprisons or whatever, all of Borat's cards are just going to come back, and suddenly the game looks way more even. You know, suddenly we'll be at 7 foundations and that team hero, so 8. And at that point, your work is kind of undone. You know, you kind of stopped him from attacking for a turn that he probably shouldn't have attacked anyway.
Yeah. Using Team Hero, going to be in Batra arrives? Yes, Batra arrives.
Probably makes a lot of sense here. There's a lot of things you would love to cancel on Justin's side. Maybe that Crisis of Confidence.
Still has Faithful Decision up. Can give the can give minus speed and also Breaker, I believe.
Yeah, Breaker probably not going to do a whole lot just yet, given Justin's really healthy stage. Players are deliberating. I think we're going to seal this throw. Yeah, I think we value our life total too much. Justin is going to immediately turn off the Batra Arrives, which is fine. I think that on Porat's side, you just want the Batra for future turns. Yeah. Confirming you can't seal the character or something with Ruthless.
I mean, that would be great.
Card would be a bit of an issue if you could.
Seal Mitchell.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay, here comes the high block. Team Hero coming out. That's just another attack checked. And Justin's hand looks pretty gray.
You can see all of the orange in.
Okay, we're forming Crisis of
discard
Confidence.
pile too. He's just been checking attack after attack after attack.
So Crisis of Confidence. So Crisis of Confidence, I believe, freezes 2 at this point. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So it is a form, commit, spend 1 momentum, which in Mitchell is upside because you will draw the momentum back. And it says freeze 1 rival foundation. If your rival has 8 or more, freeze 2 instead. Electing to use the tension freeze as well. So I was talking about Justin maybe not having that many freeze effects this turn, and he just froze 3 cards.
So how does that work as far as the tension freeze goes? Because tension, normally we see reduction to 3 damage.
Yeah, so I believe it is the blue form. It is a form, and it's remove freeze 1 rival foundation.
Got it.
So usually it's like 50-50. People like using the yellow effect because it is a very healthy, or it's a very powerful reset, effectively, keeping you alive. But the blue, when you're in a position like this and you're likely not going to take that much damage, especially with all the target commit with the imprisoned we just now built and the fighting for controls, we likely don't need the set to 3 damage. Justin passing. Imprisoned is going to, I believe it tap down sidestep. Whichever one we didn't cover. Oh, it was the Batra, because it was sealed and then, yeah. First in prison is always going to trade with the Bachelor Arrives. Second, and so on, will actually hit the cards you want.
And I had to look it up really quick because the red enhance is change the zone of your attack. Because I was assuming, oh, well, you can always keep that as a backup.
Yeah, no.
In order to actually manipulate the zone change, but it's only your attack. So defensively,
The tension is fantastic on defense, but it is not that. It's not also
that,
the zone change plus. Yeah.
Another way to just be absolutely broken.
Yeah. And this is one of the challenges of playing into a deck that is mass committing and freezing your cards. Is one of the ways you can get around it is by building the deadlock. But as we see, Justin has 3 undercover infiltrations, and that card is in deadlock enhance flip target commit 2 foundations. So we could stun our opponent 6. We checked a 3 on this heat tackle. Drew is already down to just an incubating and a treasure hunting. And here Justin could have made Drew commit 2 more with a fighting for control, but then he could have chose to fail the fighting for control. And when you lead with a 5 difficulty and your opponent, or sorry, if your opponent leads with a 5 difficulty and you have a fighting for control, it's nice to just allow them to commit 2 when they check a 3 and not give them the option of failing it. We are using the Cardboard Crusader's response so that Drew does not get that Roman cancel. Justin might be setting up for a kill next turn. 12 is not a lot of damage. Let's see if Drew can locate something like a Genkai's Guidance.
I mean, is that -2 speed? That would only make it a 1 high.
On the heat tackle?
Yeah.
But Justin chose to cardboard seal the heat tackle, which to me is indicating that he wants to stop the yellow Roman cancel from preventing him from killing Drew.
Yes. Going back and forth with the speed manipulation.
I have a high block.
It's on a
2. Yeah, I mean, we could rotate enhance, but it's +1 speed, and that also puts us one card closer to milling out, and we don't really want to do that.
playing Nonagon.
Is Drew gonna build into deadlock? Is the question.
Foundation asset.
We're only at 9. Currently still safe from the undercover infiltration deadlocks. Now we're at 10.
Armor-clad faith. Now is where you need to
This
stop.
could make or break the game.
I think he's counting his foundations right now, too.
I'm sure we realize the danger of going to this 11th card right now.
I hope he does. I want to make it clear.
We're going to deadlock.
I'm not cheering for either
Oh,
side.
so we have
I
Nonagon,
just
so we can actually go to 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not cheering for either side. I just want to see really good games.
Of course,
that's
yeah.
it.
So because we have Nonagon, we are just going to seal the first attack that Justin plays to avoid being in deadlock here. We review the acrobatic style, go to momentum, and do we draw any attacks besides that Monsterverse machine? We don't, that might be another Monsterverse machine? No, it's a Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Okay.
So we only have a 3 mid 3. We're not going to be able to kill Drew this turn. I mean, it has powerful 3 with the Mitchell response, but that is not going to cut it, I think.
And Justin just counting his foundations right now, checking to make sure that he is indeed in deadlock.
And now we're going to see what I was talking about, where at most we can freeze only 2 cards. So Drew will start the turn with 8 ready foundations. We're going to form that Crisis of Confidence, get us an attack for the next turn cycle. Probably the Monsterverse machine. We're thinking about the Absorbed Energy. So
I think absorbed energy.
I'll put that in the Mitchell zone.
That's right. Mitchell does have his own zone. Bachelor Arrive is going to be frozen. Alongside Science Bros. He's keeping Science Bros.
Freezing the 2 good ones.
Yeah.
So
keeping Science Bros.
Locking down Science Bros is really great because it's unique. So he can't ever get to a Science Bros in a stage ready again, as long as we keep freezing it with Crisis of Confidence. And Justin just going deep into deadlock here. I mean, on Drew's side, I don't recall outside of the Deadlock Stun 3 on Tri-Gravity. I don't think we have any super punishing Deadlocks available.
No, not that I had seen either.
Let's see if I spot anything. Yeah, not really.
And that seems to be across the board, to be honest. Throughout the weekend, I don't see many people who are rocking some.
Well, Justin
Deadlock.
certainly is.
Yeah, yes.
Particularly that cycle of cards that have Deadlock Enhanced get a power token you can just do repeatedly from Godzilla are kind of innocuous until you play into them and realize just how much damage stacks up over a long game. Suddenly you look at their power tokens and like, am I playing against Angurius? Like, what happened? Okay, pour out drawing to hand for turn. We tap down the Nonagon, so we are forcing Drew to be in Deadlock, and if we enter the Enhanced step, Justin is able to target commit 6 cards with Undercover Infiltrations. You got to think at this point, though, that Porat almost certainly has a Genkai's Guidance.
Mm-hmm.
So Justin will have his work cut out for him no matter how few foundations are in Drew's
It's
hands.
funny you answered the question before I even started to ask it. How can we kill some of our foundations? And Genkai's is a good way to get some of those.
Yeah,
gone.
that is also a way to avoid them. But however, if Porat tries to play an attack on his turn, that will not happen.
True. Very true.
And I don't know if we need the stats that Undercover Infiltration provides. However, it is a one-shot effect because they flip. So if we go for these and then we miss, Porat is just once again untapping with a full stage. Weighing our options here.
It's very tense on both sides. You can see that each player is taking a lot of time to consider where they're going to actually string together their next moves.
So if you don't have, I think a heat tackle is something you're probably okay putting on the table. If you don't have something like a heat tackle, is there an attack that's even worth entering the enhanced step for here? Because you can get the Rodan enhanced to look at the top of your deck, potentially see some more cards, maybe with like supersonic flight and stuff like that, but we don't have a card draw on our stage, and yeah, we're just gonna build. Second Batra just checked by the team hero, so we have 2 Batra arrives now.
So it just comes down to what you want to accomplish
And
on
here
your turn, right?
Here we go. We're going deep into Deadlock. I say deep, but you know, it's like 15, 16.
It just comes down to what you want to accomplish on your turn, right? So we have Team Hero. Team Hero can go in. We've seen Aaron sidestep. We've seen another Batras. There are various things that you can pick up either for card draw or for cancels right now. I think Batras is the way to go.
For sure. Yeah.
Just because of,
You just want that card is not unique. You want as many of them as you can get.
yeah. Just to have a answer to all of the responses that Justin has.
Yeah. And now I think we're building up to a really exciting turn where one of these players is going to swing for it, but it's going to take a lot of deliberation and figuring out how you're going to get through all these different answers. And like both these players are probably planning 2-3 turns ahead about how like I freeze this, then he does this, and then he, this gets committed, and I have to assume he has X, Y, Z, etc.
Well,
So Justin,
you've played both of these decks.
not as much Void Rodan, but
You-
I'm familiar. Yes.
So in Mitchell's position, in Justin's position, has plenty on board that can be able to deal with some of the stuff that Drew is potentially able to do.
Yeah.
At what point do you pull the trigger and go for a kill turn?
Well, we have that looks like 2 Blood-Sucking Universe, Absorbed Energy, Monster Machine, and a Mechanical Monster. We have a lot of attacks in hand.
Potentially this turn.
Yeah, but on the flip side, though, you got to realize like there are 2 Incubatings. Rodan has a lot of resources to block here. It's going to be very difficult to find that 12 damage. Because we really want to rely on the Mechanical Monster for a huge speed boost here.
Going into Bloodsucking first.
We kind of have to play some attacks. Otherwise, we're
Yeah.
just going to sit there with a bunch of cards in hand, and Rodan can, build another 4 or 5, and then we draw 2, maybe. So I'm assuming this was either losing tension or throw. That was an Armor-Clad Faith response on Porat's side. Okay, so it's losing throw.
It's losing throw.
The Chimonkey comes out for the Roman cancel.
Which means Drew is going to go for a block this turn, canceling the throw just to make sure that all of the damage doesn't go through. He has Mikasa defeats the female Titan right there.
Yeah, but since it doesn't have throw, we're fine for now.
Yeah.
It would take another one. Incubating, removing King Ghidorah Unleashed, so we're probably going to block it with that. The King Ghidorah Unleashed is just directly lined up to block already. We know it's coming.
Already in position.
Yeah. See if we fire off any other of these effects, like the Aaron sidestep.
I was going to say, that was my next comment. Would you use Aaron sidestep here, or would you conserve it for another attack, a subsequent attack?
It's a really, really difficult choice because these effects are, flips, and you only get so many of them, especially in a deck that doesn't have the ability. I don't think Porat has, a foundation that's going to destroy his face downs and allow him to rebuild them. And you also only build 4 times with Team Hero 15. So sidestep is an effect that you get 4 times in the match at most.
It's currently a 6 high for 8.
Yeah, and I think one of the ways that a turn like this could go south is if you just kind of start pressing defensive buttons without a distinct game plan. I'm sure Porat knows that as well. But
So,
that is kind of a common thing that you'll see where both players will have 15, 20 cards in their stage, and they will go into an enhanced step and just kind of start doing things without I need to hold these exact resources in case he has this string of attacks.
and that's going, saying, this is the top 4. They obviously know what they're doing and have thought about a lot of things. And much like you said, they're not thinking about necessarily just this turn. They're thinking about 2-3 turns in advance.
I know there were a lot of jokes about the whole mental load thing, but when you look at a stage like this, it truly is. You have to be thinking about so many potential cards in your opponent's hand at the same time as all these different enhances, and you have to, if you're going to play a deck like this, you have to have a really good game plan. You have to be really efficient at planning several forms ahead.
And I'm not going to lie, I like how Drew fans out his discard normally, especially playing a character like Rodan. You need to know what's in the discard. You've done the same in the past, and it just whelms me to a degree. It's way too many cards to look at and just be able to assess all the time. But then again, I play Pony, and I have a million different buttons to press.
Sure,
It's
yeah. Sometimes some of it is just kind of considering there are a lot of different things to look at when people check discards. A lot of times it's like thinking about how many attacks are there, but you don't always check all of them at once. So that's kind of why you'll see players fan the discard multiple times. They're looking for different things, and sometimes they can only grab that one piece of information in that moment because there's a lot more going on. So we see the block come out. Here's another throw. This will probably get some sort of answer from Drew, or he will choose to take, it'll only be 5 damage on this one. Potentially 9 if we decide to pop the power tokens, because we now have the deadlock on Mecha Godzilla arrives. We elected to build that one over Standing Tall. I believe that one target commits a foundation, or maybe it is a non-character card in Drew's stage by sacking that many power tokens, including the Mecha Godzilla arrives itself.
It is...
Yeah, it is sacrifice 1 power token, commit 1. So it only costs
card.
1 power token. Okay. I wasn't sure if he needed more for higher difficulty stuff.
Non-character card, and he gets the power token, so he can immediately use it.
Okay, Team Hero is going to build Vatra Arrives. I assume we're going to use that to cancel the Deadlock Enhance on Mechagodzilla Arrives to keep... Oh no, my Fighting Style is immediately going to deal with it. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot we have a whole bunch of those. Justin is still holding on to the Undercover Infiltrations, realizing that none of us are quite sure where this turn is going to go, and that Stun 6 might be more useful a good deal later. Drew's going to apply Breaker to this block, I want to say. Yeah, with Fateful Decision. We're going to apply Breaker 2 to this block with Faithful Decision. Now, the interesting part here, though, is this Bloodsucking Universe can just get Roman Cancel cleared. I believe it is the purple effect on the Roman Cancel.
The purple being response, spin a momentum, add after the block attack resolves, you can clear it from your card pool and draw a card on top of that.
But I don't think we removed the throw from this Bloodsucking. We also didn't build Mikasa defeats a female Titan. So Drew should take some damage here.
You know, I want to say intentional, and it's questionable. Probably thought of that.
So
Especially
we
sitting on
get Breaker 2 and
tokens.
Justin does not use the Roman Cancel purple.
Sitting on more than enough momentum and 2 tokens, 2 Roman Cancel tokens.
I wonder when we decide to pull the trigger on the mechanical monster. Because it'll almost certainly force a... No, we might just be stopping. It's Crisis of Confidence coming out. If we were continuing this turn, I think there's a world where I might have tried to force an early Genkai's with the mechanical monster because of the amount of speed that card gets. It's in Justin's hand. It is a 3 high for 7 that blitz target commits a foundation when he has enough foundations in his stage, and then it gets 1 speed for each committed foundation, and it has powerful. So it would end the game here. You don't even need the powerful right at this point because Drew is at 7.
Mm-hmm.
But we're certainly building up to that card being how we get there. Now, Drew did allow 2 tensions to resolve while holding a tattered costume. And I'm wondering what he is planning to tattered costume cancel at this point. I assume, it's going to be like, maybe like an EX or something that he's worried about? Or a stun? So yeah, Tattered Costume cancels a keyword ability or an ability on an action card, which is, I think in Justin's deck, only Protector of Life, and then there are a lot of stun and powerful keywords, but powerful not going to do a whole lot because of Parat's life total at this point.
I mean, based on what you were playing, that could also... We were talking about earlier when looking at the deck list, a lot of the cards that were tossed in were to deal with Reiner, because that was the big one that everybody was coming in. Tattered Costume also would be able to deal with Crystal Formation coming out, correct?
Yes.
To cancel the action.
Yes, it definitely would, and that is incredibly good against Reiner. Yeah. So Drew's leading with an Ice Sword, checks a 1 because of the Fighting for Control response. Really making Drew pay for this one because this Ice Sword, if it enters the Enhanced step, will likely commit the 3 Undercover Infiltrations, which would stop Drew from having any ready resources, really. We'd be down to... Yeah, because we can declare the Undercover Infiltration and stop the deadlock from committing cards on Porat's turn. So we're just going to say that's fine, we'll fail it, we have another. Now we check a 5. Justin says, give me 2 more with the Fighting for Control. And Porat says, sure.
Uses the face downs, no question at all.
We're going to commit 3 more cards between the Fighting for Control and the Forceful Negotiator response on Mitchell committing that one. And we're almost certainly committing the 3 Undercover Infiltration and seeing how much we can get away with this turn. Oh, Mechagodzilla arrives. Interesting. Okay. So Justin has 4 cards in hand. I don't know. Maybe we're trying to zone check Justin as a result. We don't think he has enough blocks. The problem here, though, is like Justin can commit so many cards in Porat's stage and has 4 attacks in hand.
Okay, why Mechagodzilla arrives instead of Undercover Infiltration?
I think we might be trying to bait out these undercovers. Maybe Drew thinks that he can live through Justin's next turn, wants him to use these one-shot deadlocks, get them out of the way, and then at that point, if Justin is unable to kill him, Porat untaps into a much more blank stage on Justin's side.
Yeah. So long as he lives through the turn, there's a lot less buttons for Justin to press that time.
But he does have to live through the turn. And if Justin chooses to fire off these undercovers, I would be very afraid for Porat.
Mm-hmm.
So we also have that Mechagodzilla arrives, which, while we don't need damage at this point necessarily, that does target commit a card if we want to.
True.
And then all of a sudden, between the Crisis of Confidence, the Imprisoned, the Forceful Negotiator response, the Fighting for Control of my fighting style, we've committed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of Drew's 15 foundations. We are electing to declare Crisis of Confidence. No, we're going after the Mechagodzilla arrives. Or sorry, Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Really wanting to keep Justin off chain blocking because that is the only text that Mitchell, the character, gets to use. So we are just resetting the damage on this Ice Sword. Justin's hand is all attacks. He wants them.
That's what I just missed. I was going to say, doesn't he get 5 damage? Moment of Normalcy just got used. Okay.
And if Justin wants more, if he just wants quantity of moves here, it has not come up yet this game, but Justin has Dragon's Fortitude in his stage, which is enhanced spend of momentum. This attack gets -3 damage, and I believe we're going to do that. And that gives us a blood-sucking universe for the next turn. So every enhanced step Porat enters, Justin is able to give -3 damage to Drew's move and draw one of his attacks from his momentum. We might be going into Justin's turn with like 6 attacks in hand, depending on how his turn goes.
Yeah. It is not looking good.
I might have been a bit of a greed monster here, though. I think I would have done the target commit 6 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when your opponent goes into when you have 5 attacks in hand and your opponent has 14 committed foundations, and maybe he builds 5 here, but like that's gotta feel like you can probably get there at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Justin choosing to be more conservative than I would be, though, and as we can see, it is obviously paying off very well for him.
I don't blame him at this point.
Oh, no, definitely not.
If you worked this hard to get this far.
I don't think we deadlock enhanced on Mechagodzilla arrives. Because that one is just enhanced. Deadlock enhanced, get a power token, right?
Yeah.
Through building out, including Ruthless Guardian, Batra arrives. We're going to commit 1 more card. Yeah, I think this was a potential opening, but maybe Justin just feels that he's in a comfortable spot in this game and is not super worried about it. He is fine just pressing the advantage he already has with these throws. Saying, you will run out of armor-clad faiths and Mikasa defeats the female titans eventually, and I can just keep doing this. I don't think we've reviewed it yet and responded with Mitchell. So we add the blood-sucking to hand at the end of our turn. We're reviewing absorbed energy. That makes sense. I don't think that one's getting us a lot of value here. We drew a heaven-piercing ice wall and 1 card I couldn't quite see.
Looking to see the different interactions it could have. I think I see Monster vs. Machine in there.
Yeah, so there definitely is a monster vs. machine. There's a mechanical monster, a blood-sucking universe, a heaven-piercing ice wall. There's 1 more attack. I'm forgetting it is a second monster vs. machine. Okay. How many cards does Druin have in hand?
I think 4.
We failed the ice sword right at first, and then we played another ice sword. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might only have like 3 cards in hand.
3. It's 3 or 4. I can't remember if he drew a card or not. Justin looking at all the different possible lines he could have.
We got to play some attacks here for sure.
Monster vs. Machine coming out.
This is going to commit and freeze something. If you do not Genkai's Guidance it. And I think Drew really needs to clutch those Genkais if he has them. we're going to respond with Forceful Negotiator. That commits down one more foundation. Fateful Decision is gone. We're almost certainly blitzing and committing that, freezing that Batra arrives. We do not want Drew canceling and sealing our foundations. I don't think the Genkai's is coming out here if we have one.
One of the three.
I guess it's
Batras
liberating on the
being
blitz
broken.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, commit and freeze the Batra arrives. Man, I had played the Mitchell deck with Heaven Piercing Ice Walls before, and it is kind of on a whole new level now with the amount of freeze that it potentially can have.
Oh yeah.
Here comes the Deadlock. I think we're going for it. Do we give stats first? Yeah, Undercover first to give stats. Then we Deadlock Undercover. This commits the Ruthless Guardian and the Armor-Clad Faith. Drew is going to be down to, how many foundations if we fire off all these? He's going to have one ready foundation. Facing down 5 attacks in Justin's hand?
Yes, I believe it was 5.
Could be 0 if Justin sells out here. If we blow up the Mechagodzilla arrives, we can commit every single foundation in Drew's stage. And then the second Monsterverse machine could commit the Tattered Costume, if we even care. We might not. And then the Mechanical Monster is just the fastest move of all time if we play that one. Comes the second Deadlock on Undercover Infiltration. Yeah, he's just like, yeah, that one and maybe the Incubating. Second Fateful. We want to pass our attacks. Keep the Breaker out of here.
Flips the third one.
And now it's a lone battle for dominance against the world here. I mean, I think Porad is very likely dead this turn, but you have to go through the motions very precisely and make sure that you're making the correct decisions, because a small misstep and suddenly you could be caught out with the wrong, you know, just the wrong attack left over or the inability to pass a check. Second Monsterverse machine, we are taking no chances here. Just tapping the Tattered Costume. We're not Mitchell responding, so we're allowing Drew to draw one card with Battle for Dominance. I think there was a world that we used a Forceful Negotiator response on Mitchell here. Just stop that one last look at maybe a second Genkai's or something.
That's the thing you were saying. He's running 4 Genkai's in it, and we've only really said
We've only seen one, and the game has gone on quite a while, so you have to assume
yeah.
at least one is in Drew's hand.
And I know Justin has considered that for sure.
Yeah. But I still like the idea of keeping Drew off one additional card, especially when we have like 14 foundations in our stage.
Yeah, giving him -2 speed.
Yeah, see, this is the thing though. This one is again just trying to force an answer, and we just committed 4 cards with the Mitchell response plus checking a 3, and another attack checking a 3 might put us in a really bad position, because this also is not lethal, so Drew can just take this one. We're gonna ready and then freeze the Armor-Clad Faith with my fighting style. No, we're just gonna say that's fine. Oh, we have the Sun too on Ice Wall, so we can ready this one. Oh, the power tokens do force us, or can force Drew to interact with this move. Stun and freeze those.
It depends on how much Justin wants to pump into this particular attack.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Drew has essentially no stage.
He has no stage. Justin needs to present probably 2 lethal moves from here. Gonna assume.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, taking this one is not a huge deal.
Block fails, takes 4 damage.
Here comes the blood-sucking universe. This should be the game, actually. Drew does not. I assume a Genkai's Guidance is going to come out, and then a mechanical monster. Oh, we might not even have one in hand. I'm just assuming Justin had it. Or sorry, that Drew had it.
Dang. And that will be game 1.
Justin taking game 1 with about half the time left. Players going into the sideboards.
Yeah, about halftime.
So on Drew's side, we have in the sideboard, there's don't use that word, which could potentially save us from some stun.
Which Drew said that is the sauce. That is the thing that he put in that has been helping him a lot throughout the weekend.
The difficult part about that, though, is watching that game, the Tattered Costume did not get used or really have a good opportunity to get used.
That is true.
So I'm not really sure. You know, it might just be another way to keep Justin off throw, or no, you can't use it. So it doesn't stop throw. It actually only would stop tension.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much that would have helped that game either. I know we have Rising Uppercut on Drew's side, but I believe the kill on Justin's side is Mechanical Monster, and if that has range, the speed on Rising Upper, or the static on Rising Uppercut will not reset the speed. We're checking now if that card is ranged. I think on Justin's side,
It does have range.
okay, so Rising Uppercut actually won't be able to help Drew here. The Justin sideboard, looking at, we have 2 Scalen's Hand, an Eden Box, 4 Senso, 1 Icy Blade, and 2 Wide Awake. I don't... Wide Awake can unseal something that Drew seals with Batcher Arrives, or unseal something that is sealed by Power of the Monsters. So that card might come in.
Yes. You have Freeze going against Seal.
Icy Blade, also a card that I think Justin might be considering here. I think Eden Box is probably something Justin is keeping for other decks, things like Pumatsul. Yeah, I'm not really sure if Drew's siding a whole lot. He does have the 1 Ruthless Guardian as well. Yes, I just watched Justin put in the Wide Awakes. He's siding 3 cards. I think I was right on Justin's side. Okay, Drew going for 1, maybe 4 total? Yeah, 4 total. Yeah, I like bringing in the Wide Awakes here. I think that makes sense because some of the best value on a card like Botcha Arrives is when it cancels and seals a card that you would try using multiple times in a turn. And Wide Awake allows you to just get that effect on future attacks then, which is really helpful. I don't know if Power of the Monsters is staying in to seal Mitchell, but I believe Wide Awake can unseal the character as well. Yeah, it can.
It's card, so it could be character card as well. And I just realized that there's...
Oh, no. Drew is Ruthless Guardian. So if Ruthless Guardian is flipped and he picks something to seal, Justin just unseals it with Wide Awake.
Yes.
Oh, no, I like this a lot.
And I just realized that there's no cost for it.
For Wide Awake? Oh, no, it just sits there and does its thing. Yeah.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
It's one of those cards that, like, a lot of times...
And of course, it's good attuned, so it's going to go into a million different decks whenever the Challenger Series decks come out.
This is one of the cards we talked about a lot when when the KOF decks were first shown in January. We're like, this card is really, really good. You know, stopping Filled Without and all this stuff. The issue with it is a lot of times you just play this 2 difficulty card that doesn't actually get to respond because your opponent either doesn't see that part of their deck or is choosing not to run it. The good thing about Wide Awake is it checks a 6 and it's a 2 low block, which is quite nice. You know, those are really good numbers to have in a card. But it hasn't always made the cut in lists I make because it is not universally applicable. Perfect to put it in the sideboard like Justin has done here, and you can see like how good it potentially could be in this matchup. Players going now into their initial builds. All right. Borat is now building 5. Did we check everything? No, we failed the treasure hunting. And we have an Uratogi expertise. We haven't seen that one yet, but that is a form and commit draw if you've played an attack this turn. Quite nice for poking, but at 4 foundations into Mitchell, it's a little bit scary because you might get stunned several cards and then commit again to draw a card just so that you're able to build out. Justin leading with an Imprisoned, checks the 4 on the 4. Quite good to see that on his side. We get a Dragon's Fortitude 2 undercovers. This is the kind of thing where the amount of deadlock that this Mitchell deck has access to is extremely good in this matchup. We're going to target him with the Uratogi. This keeps Drew off of an additional card if we're poking on his turn. I think there's a consideration here, though. You could have maybe commit the Armorclad Faith with Imprisoned. Drew taking a look at his discard. And leading with a Bullet Kick. This is a 5 high for 4. If it connects, it will allow Drew to draw a non-attack card from his discard. So Justin probably wants to block this one early in the game. This is the kind of thing where Drew does not have access to Team Hero, but he could get access to Batch Arrives if he is able to connect with the Bullet Kick. But that would involve not removing for the Rodan Enhance so that we're able to pick it up. Oh no, we can discard with Botans, so we can remove for 3 speed here. Justin discarding for Botans. Getting 3 speed with the Rodan Enhance. So it's currently an 8 high for 1. Looks like Justin is probably taking this, which will get Drew access to a Botcher Arrives. Oh, Protector of Life block? Can we do it? We're doing it. Okay. Yeah, I think I like selling out to block here because this Bullet Kick, if it had connected, would get access to that Botcher Arrives very early.
Mm-hmm.
And we're selling out for this block and saying, I'm willing to take some damage, just not from that one in particular. And we elected to spend momentum on that because we're going to lose it anyway from the Bullet Kick response.
Mm-hmm.
Drew building a couple more. He already has
That's right, because if you block it, you lose the momentum.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Drew's stage looking a good deal healthier this time, as we got to go first. Let's see how much of it we're able to freeze on Justin's turn.
Such a vast difference from what we saw coming into turn 2, turn 3 last game.
Yeah. Leading with the Heaven-Piercing Ice Wall. We are going to freeze 2 more cards on Drew's side. Well, the initial 2. This will mean Drew starts the turn on his side with 5 ready resources at best right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to committed a card. I wonder if that was part of the stun. Yeah. I mean, let the substitute member get stunned. I think this is fine because, at least for now, I don't think we're seeing any early mechanical monster or walk the dogs on Justin's side. Anything that would really potentially necessitate the set to 3 speed off substitute member. Relying more on Rodan for this turn cycle to handle any speed issues we run into. Justin readying Armorclad Faith. No My Fighting Style present this time to freeze it. and just saying block this. That's a half block. We're going to take a little damage. And in Mitchell, that means that Ice Wall is coming back. It'll be a momentum, and then it'll be responded with a character and added to hand.
Looks like Justin has 2 absorb strikes.
Yeah, those aren't doing a whole lot this turn.
Yeah.
Looking at our build, we can build a couple cards. We could go a Bloodsucking Universe on a 6. I think that's probably a bit ambitious, and Justin agrees. We are building a couple with Team Hero. We did check on my fighting style. I think our build is almost certainly going to be an Imprisoned, though, with that Team Hero. What are we committing? Armorclad Faith. Planning to play that Bloodsucking Universe on the next turn. Wanting to keep throw on it and tension. Borat looking over his options. Blocking with the cape there is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I thought he was playing the cape, but
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a particularly efficient block, and it's also a card you kind of want to build. But I understand playing into Monsterverse Machine, that card just can get committed. But I think it also at the same time is important to have cards for Monsterverse Machine to target, so you get to keep your other pieces. You know. We're going to enter the enhanced step with just a little King Ghidorah Unleashed here. Team Hero's building Undercover. Justin planning on getting that Deadlock enhance. And I mean, for now, 3 Undercover is still 3/3 if we play a poke, which is, that's pretty good. You know, when you play throws. You make Rodan have the answer, right? Borat's going to have to find either an Armorclad Faith, a Nonagon, or a Mikasa defeats the Female Titan, or a Team Hero. So, you know, there's several cards he could build here, but otherwise he'll end up taking a chunk on Justin's turn. This is a full block with Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike. I'm sure Justin's happy to get this card out of his hand and, you know, get the response on it, because in his character that effectively gives him another card he can choose to draw. Borat looking at the stage.
definitely taking his time.
I think he's setting up a build, it looks like.
Yep, Science Bros.
There's
coming
Science
down.
Bros.
Checking one of the
There's one
Genkais.
Genkai's down. We should note that. Yeah.
Nonagon and checking Mikasa defeats the Female Titan.
Yeah, but we don't have a Team Hero, so that Mikasa
Unfortunately.
defeats is not coming to the stage.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
so
we have one in hand.
we have 2 throw answers now, which is good. Not a lot of ready cards, though. If we check a 3 here. Okay, we checked a 5. 3 incubatings. I mean, that's a lot, but you got to be worried about the potential of running out of cards. And if you are forced to use a bunch of incubatings, that can really add up. I noticed it with just 2 copies, and Drew has 3.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
don't anticipating him pressing that button a lot.
Looks like
Did we build a deadlock? 1, 2, 3, 6.
3.
I think it's 12. I think we're in deadlock past the Nonagon.
Yep, we're in 12.
Which means Genkais can get us out of deadlock, but otherwise, Justin could find an opening here.
I think that's the only solid way that I've seen Drew to be able to get out of deadlock efficiently. Would
Like
be
Genkais?
Genkais.
Well, I like building to 11 and camping a Nonagon because you have the option of just going to 10 right away, and then on the next turn building like 5 or 6 cards.
Well,
Because at that point, you can extend well past the ability to target commit 6 cards. Obviously, it's still going to hurt. You know, you'll lose your good pieces, but you have foundations to block.
I'm thinking Genkais can clear out, get it to 10, Team Hero, and then rebuild one that you want to out of discard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wonder if we'll see a Nonagon here. Drew is going to Nonagon this one. Looks like. Yeah, we're thinking about it. I think we might just die, though. This might be another Genkai's check because The Nonagon does not keep Drew out of deadlock. Justin can stun him out. We might see an early victory for for Justin. I did see a mechanical monster in Justin's hand. Yeah, Justin, once again, he has that 5-6 attack hand that we saw him take quite a bit to sculpt to the last game, and it's here already.
He did do a bit of sculpting this time as well. It wasn't just like a complete luck of the draw, you know.
We didn't seal the heaven-piercing ice wall.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I don't think we Mitchell responded on it either, but unless I missed it.
It's
Oh
definitely
man, I'm
blockable
very
right
scared
now.
for Andrew Porat right now.
It's definitely blockable.
This is blockable, but he has 5 attacks in his hand. And one of them gets speed for every committed foundation.
Yeah.
Sorry, the room got quiet. I'm trying not to
No,
speak in a way that they can hear it.
We're trying to not let the players hear exactly what we're talking about, since we're privy to a lot more than they are.
Yeah, of course. Not flipping with the undercover infiltration yet. Okay, we're gonna use the Mikasa feats to take no damage. However, if we want to just get a little chip with the blood-sucking universe, that is now an option. We get a Cardboard Crusaders build for free here, which is nice.
It's because
'Cause
Drew has
more foundations. Here's a Monsterverse machine. Checks a 3. That doesn't really matter because we have 2 acrobatic styles. Justin saying, will you seal this one?
Justin definitely seems like he's trying to bait that out.
Drew says no. And now the Nonagon is gone. Surely we start the deadlock. Enhances on undercover, right?
I mean, what would Drew have to cancel that?
No, we don't have any cancel, but
that's what I was gonna say.
It's really like wondering, do we have 18 damage? And I think Justin just has to be able to count to 18, assuming that his mechanical monster gets removed, because that card would have powerful 4 with the Mitchell response, and that's an easy 19 damage on its own. So I think we check that one, and it likely gets answered if Drew even has an answer in his hand. If he doesn't, the game is just over on the spot. This might be the game. Checks a 6. We commit 1 card. Drew's looking at his options. We're going to respond. Give it 1 speed plus 1 to the powerful rating. We're going to Cardboard Crusaders respond maybe. There's the Genkais.
Yeah, there's the Genkais.
But now, can a Monsterverse machine get fast enough is the question. There are 2 cards in Drew's card pool. How much damage is it for? Powerful 3.
Power
12.
Well, powerful 2.
No, you can respond to give it +1 to the powerful
You're
rating.
right. Oh, geez.
Can we check Bloodsucking? Oh, we have Bloodsucking first. So if we play Bloodsucking,
Yeah.
it's certainly enough.
We have to be able to check it.
Students
Well,
on Tongue Fu Ray also, I believe, gives 1 speed and is in Justin's stage. Okay, we're just doing the Monsterverse machine. So here, this might mean that we're giving +1 to the powerful rating. I don't know if this was enough. This might mean that we just go for Bloodsucking as the last card to seal the deal.
students of Tongue Fu
Responding
gives it
for
+1.
damage on this.
Gives it +1 speed.
Oh, no, that's speed. Sorry.
Yeah, +1 speed.
With the So we gave speed with the Cardboard Crusaders.
Yes.
So +4, -4. Did we draw off the Supersonic? This is a 4 mid for 12, 14, 16. This is enough. That's the
it.
game. A Monsterverse machine.
Instantly gonna shoot up in price because of this. Everyone's gonna buy
there's so
Monsterverse
many lines of
machine.
text on this card. It is the most loaded 3 difficulty. People talk about how good Thunderspear Barrage is, and of course that card is incredible.
Yeah.
But Monsterverse Machine just coming in sneakily, It's blocking and breaker twoing. It's got that target commit and freeze later in the game, and then that's a powerful rating. Mitchell can just make this card for so much damage so easily.
I legitimately think that when I opened this card, I was sitting next to Ryan. I think this is the one that I looked at all of the different keywords, and I said, I can play Hatsume on this.
Yeah, you're talking about your May 2 deck.
Yeah, my May 2 deck. But like it's ranged, tech, breaker, powerful.
Yeah, the pile of like the order synergy pile is just so good right now, and we saw it used masterfully here with all of the potential for freezing that Mitchell has between the Crisis of Confidence, the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall, all of these resources to grant extra sort of fake speed in a way, and then just assemble the right large move until he told Borat, like, look, I know you run 4 Genkais, you got to have 2 of them.
Yeah,
it was not late enough in the game for the ability to really dig and find that.
And the first game, he just didn't have it. The second game, we thought he might have it because he had to have an answer of some sort.
Oh
right?
yeah, he needed, but I wasn't sure if it was quite enough on the Monster vs. Machine alone. It actually was. We didn't even need the tension move. If we were off by a little bit, we could have also played the Bloodsucking Universe, and I believe that we could have assembled we put you to like 2. Here's a throw.
For sure.
You don't have any answers left.
It was great match, great plays by both players.
That is one of the strengths of Mitchell Tremino, is once these attacks start connecting, you just get them back, and it's very efficient at getting to this hand full of exactly the attacks you need.
For sure.
So truly, truly impressive. We'll be doing an interview shortly with them, but Justin's in the finals.
Again.
Once again, a year later, same character, same symbol.
Same symbol.
He stuck with it, and it is paying off. It is so cool to see. I'm sure Mitch is super, super happy to see it as well.
Mitch having his champion card hit finals twice.
I wonder,
and top cuts multiple times.
Yeah, no, this is like exactly where he wants to be, and obviously he's playing fantastically. Let's hear it from the man himself.
Yeah, let's cut over to Tam, and we'll get the winner interview and be back in just a bit. Tam, you can take it away.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I've got Justin here, the winner of our first top 4 match on Mitchell Tremino, the homie. Mitchell, you've been playing this deck for literally ever. Immense congratulations. One of the most clinical dismantling of a Void Rodan, especially piloted by a pilot like Andrew Porat. Tell me, what's your thoughts going into both of those games, smelling the blood in the water and then taking advantage of it? I got it here.
Yeah, so first off, you guys say joke twice. Fear, obviously, right? Come on. Andrew is so amazing at the game. And Void Rodan is one of those matchups where it's either we go super long and eventually someone makes a mistake and the other person capitalizes it, or, I don't know, Rodan can kind of kill me early. My deck has trouble killing early because I don't get momentum yet. I have to commit 4 of them before Walk the Dogs are 4-div. So my main thought process was make sure we don't lose, make sure we don't punt. And then I learned from Swiss that Genkai's Guidance is a broken card that I'm not allowed to play into. Luckily, he didn't have them, but the final kill string on game 1, I had 3 killers in my hand that, you got to have 3 Genkais or we're not playing anymore. So,
yeah, it's really interesting sitting here and watching the deck, watching the playstyle. What is the 1/5? Your first attack gets 1/1, deadlock flip, selective commit, stun 2.
That is Undercover Infiltration. It is the most broken card in Standard. No one can convince me otherwise. It is so good.
It's interesting. I'm a big hater of that card.
That's crazy.
I'm a big hater of that card. I'm like, it's 1/1 most of the time, and then when will they ever get the deadlock? And the answer is in top 4 of the Las Vegas Regional. You'll flip 3 of them, commit Rodan's entire stage, and make him play like a regular person. So incredible deck building choices. Wowzers. So cool. When it comes to your deck choice versus the field in day 1, how are you feeling? And then we'll talk afterwards about, your next match.
Yeah. So I think what this deck does really well is I think it has an above 50% win rate into almost anything that I can't think of, right? Like someone brings Jester, let's say, right? And unfortunately, it has much more than 50%. But any of these decks that are just playing the game of UniVersus, I'm going to say tap them sideways. we're either playing in deadlock and then I win because undercover infiltration or because of the deadlock get a powerful card, or it says you have no foundations, I will kill you eventually. So I was pretty confident into everything else. Into some of the like boogeymen, I think it ekes out a 50%, and that was good enough for me. You know, it's like maybe I won't see them, or maybe I'll be able to, like Rodin, I think it's one of those boogeymen, and as we saw, I did win, so like I think it's like a 50%, and it's very hard on both people as well, so maybe I just have to tax my opponent a little bit, or same thing with Reiner or Pony.
Dean was saying something yesterday during his interview, big shout-outs to MGLA, that basically every high-level matchup right now is feeling that 50-50, and it is based not necessarily on, like, the matchups are so swingy, but it's more the cards you draw and how to use them, rather than, like, building at the deck-building table and being like, oh, I can't play this, I shouldn't play this, because this thing exists. Are you kind of saying that same idea, or any further thoughts to expand on the idea of it's all 50-50?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with Dean. At least because he's my teammate. You know, I can't disagree on camera. Come on now. But I do agree with him. And that's honestly, if you look at my Denver list and this list, very different list. I was running 15 attacks, very slim list, 60 cards or whatever, doing the Koenma's thing as well. Obviously, I just don't think actions matter as much. Of course, I would have liked to have Koenma's into Genkai's, but here we are, right? But my list this time is 72 cards, and really what it does is it really facilitates the team hero thing of having a bunch of answers to everything we can think of, and we'll grab the thing we need. And hopefully we just pull the long game, we drag it out, and hopefully whatever matchup I can't possibly think of, I will have something to combat it.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Have you talked to Mitch at all about this list? I've played against Mitch a couple times at LCs, especially in Season 1. Your lists are different pretty significantly. He's a much more aggressive slanted deck. What are your thoughts on his aggressive version versus your more mid to even long game version of the list?
Yeah, I think some of the major differences is I think Mitchell doesn't run like Imprisoned and Crisis of Confidence. I think those are two main cards. So I've talked to him about it quite a bit. And I'm actually really excited to go to the good symbol because one of the big differences is the good symbol. There are some cards we get like Queen and Bug Bite and Double Spirit Blast. So I think I'm really excited, honestly, to try and mismatch them on the next release of product with the Deku decks because we also get some crazy good cards in that. So I'm really excited to actually mismatch them or
Mitch
mash them together. And like have this like really aggressive attack package that is spending less of your momentum, like Ryan mentioned yesterday, but also locks them down with Imprisoned and Crisis of Confidence.
I love it. Last question. You were top 4 round 1. We are streaming top 4 round 2. Calvin on Anagrius versus George on Pony. Who are you rooting for to win to fight you in the finals? Which matchup would you prefer so that you can take this whole thing home?
That's a hard one. I am slightly rooting for Calvin in the hopefully winning it, only because Pony can just kill you on 2, nothing I can do about it. So Calvin's match, I haven't looked at his list enough. It might be hard, but at the same time, the Pony one is like I have no agency is the problem. If I get to turn 3, I win. If they kill me on turn 2, they win.
Either way, we're going to see that next. Justin, again, congratulations on the placement. We are going to cut back to our casters real fast to prep you for the next game.
We're setting up for our next top 4 match now. It'll be George Rangel against Calvin DeHaan. A rematch, if you were watching the stream on Friday, of the teams match that Ryan and I commentated. So that will be on shortly.
But that's going to do it for me, at least for the main event. We don't know yet if we will be back with.
We might try and get some stuff on after, but not sure yet.
That's it for me in Las Vegas, round 2 regionals. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Calvin. It has been a pleasure to cast with you, as well as Ryan. I already said my goodbyes there, but it's goodbyes, and then I'm going to see him at locals next week. So,
I'll be at the LC. You know how it is.
yeah, and you'll be at the LC. I'll see you guys again.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much for tuning in. It will be Ryan and Calvin back here in just a bit, setting up for the defending world champ and the runner-up from Chicago.
Yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
And we're gone.
We're up.
Thank you for tuning back in. Now we have the second half of our top 4 bracket for the Las Vegas Regional, the Round 2 Regional. We're closing in on the finish line. We just saw Justin defeat Andrew, Mitchell Chimino defeating Rodan, and now we have a run back from Friday's teams event. We have Calvin Tahan with Anguirus against the defending world champion, George Rangel, on Pony Sunatori.
This could be a lightning round.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out.
Did just defeat Dan, the Swiss champ, in top 8. Although Dan went first, game 1, and turn 2'd him. Game 1 was 5.5 minutes. The match ended up being almost an hour because Calvin did claw his way back in games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
But I suspect we could see something similar game 1. Calvin's side deck did a lot of the heavy lifting in games 2 and 3 when he was going second. But
Yeah, so looking at George's list, I haven't had a good chance to look at this one. No referee juries. That is notable.
no referee juries at all. But something I pointed out when Sunky and I were going over the deck lists this morning, every single person in the top 8 who had the symbol spread to put Team Hero 15 in their deck played a full 4 copies.
It's the best card in your discard.
100%
Every time.
play rate when applicable. 6 players in top 8 for 24 total copies.
Yeah, no, we are like full sending it here. If you can get to Final Wars plus Genghis Frog on a kill turn, and you just have plus your Nagor-Yuki.
Yeah, you're
plus 4 on
damage.
everything.
Yeah.
And the 4 analytical just saying none of these block tricks are going to work. The 1 Shobijin's, I don't think it's going to get fired off. That's just an ally card. We needed another ally
No,
card to build up Team Hero.
I saw Dan build Shobijins with Team Hero 15 twice in his match against Calvin to great effect. The Breaker 2 against Calvin's mostly 5.
Oh, yeah, it actually does get a lot of edge here because it's mono, or,
It's
he's trying to play
almost.
5 diffs.
Yeah, almost mono 5 diff attack. It's very difficult to play Queen of the Monsters on effectively an 8. Calvin Dahan's Anguirus deck, he did make some adjustments from his team's outing. We watched him have a very impressive turn 2 win in game 2, where he resolved his Acidic Sludge combo with Fearsome Transformation and Finally Free. And then game 3, we saw he was really lacking on the draw power, and his adjustment from the team's event to the main event was the adding 4 Defiant Roar to give him some more draw.
He still needs to find him.
Yep.
Queen can build one from his discard, but then he needs access to 2 momentum to do so. And, he has the mix of combo kill, either the fully charged Blast now or the Growing Grasp. I believe in teams it was Shinha Shigeki, but he's instead electing to try these 2 instead.
Yeah.
And as we saw, George doesn't really have an answer to either of them.
Yeah,
So if we get to that
George's-
point, it should just be over.
Absolutely. George's best bet, we saw Dan do it to great effect in top 8, was Armorclad Faith and Radiant Visage keeping Calvin off momentum. Radiant Visage spending the momentum, and Armorclad Faith ripping tension off of his Stroke the Big Trees.
But, if Calvin gets some power tokens, if Pony hits him a couple times, that fully charged Blast is just going to be enough.
It's going to be a 20 mid for 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Pony only has 22.
In a world where Calvin draws it, he might not have access to the Acidic Sludge stack, but he might just have the card anyway.
It's true.
And then he doesn't even need the whole combo that George is sort of trying to interact with. I mean, again, most of these pieces are actually targeted at Reiner, but
Yes,
we're seeing the
yes.
incidental interactions now
are.
that Reiner has been out of the tournament since day 1.
Which is interesting. I had a conversation with Snuggy about rogue decks. Not that I necessarily think Anguirus is a rogue deck, as it is the 4th most represented deck in the format, but
Yeah.
generally when you have a deck that isn't the best deck, you want to be playing a deck that doesn't get hit in the crossfire from the popular tech cards.
Yes.
And we saw the most popular tech cards farming Anguirus in top 8, just absolutely halting him, stopping him in his tracks. But we had a nice...
And Calvin's still here, though.
But Calvin is still here. Calvin did clutch it out. And we have a 4 build from George there, and Calvin's going to lead with 2 weapon clashes.
Yeah, saying if you do not kill me on turn 2, I'm going to have 6 cards in my stage.
Yeah.
Maybe 7? We check a 5 on a 1 diff or something?
Or a dumbfounded here. So in top 8, Calvin built 6 out of his 7 cards against Pony,
And then got turn 2?
and then got turn 2.
Yep.
And
Have we learned our lesson?
I'm not sure. Here we have Radiant Visage on a 5. He's keeping 2 cards in hand this time.
Okay.
Fearsome Transformation is not card draw because he does not have momentum or a way to generate momentum, presumably. I don't think he has any from hand effects that could generate momentum.
Did George get a Genghis Frog in his discard?
I did not catch his checks there. That
It's
is an Electric Moth. Checks
Checks
a
a
2
2.
to start out. Checks a 2 immediately.
leading with a 2 here is not as bad as when you try and go on a 6 or something, because now he can dig with Pony and Electric Moth and sort of set up a large build if he thinks that a turn 2 is no longer possible or even
Yes, if you're going to check the
probable.
2, this is the best time to do it.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning. Discarding
Get
a
it
wish
out of the
card,
way.
getting an extra draw.
get that extra information of how many are left in your deck.
Yeah.
When you hit the point that there's 0 left in deck, the math changes drastically.
We saw truly the duality of man in top 8. We had game 2 where Dan checked all of his 2s and then cycled and then checked the 2 again.
Yeah.
So he checked like 5 2s in game 2, and then in game 3 he drew all 4 lethal slashes.
Yes.
But I do believe George did just pick up a lethal slash, but he's gonna elect to show some discretion here. The Shobujin's message that we talked about, the Breaker 2 getting put down here. Calvin did get to build off of a weapon clash, but the Shobujins might mitigate that.
Remembering our Angarius response, we did get the power token.
Yes, we did get the power token. And then George just is going to say, I'm going to build wide. The 2 may have saved you, but I only had 4 foundations anyway. We're just going to get some cards. Got the extra draw off the Electric Moth, and then got the... he maintained his hand advantage when he discarded Wish Hard for the Pony. So instead of going -1, he did draw 2 cards. Getting a momentum, notably, with Electric
For
Moth.
Queen of the Monsters build,
for
maybe?
Queen of the Monsters, except Calvin does have the Radiant Visage
Oh, yeah.
ready
So
to
there's
fire.
Not very
So...
likely to resolve. This is one of those things too about Pony where you can fire off these card advantage effects and then instead of continuing to dig, just go, I'm going to build to like nearly deadlock immediately.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's so much harder to fail your next turn.
And a Stroke the Big Tree comes down,
Checking
and
a
Calvin
3.
checks a 3. Checking that Queen of the Monsters. Wish that was in his hand, I'm sure.
We do have fearsome transformations though, and George did not remove tension from this Stroke the Big Tree.
Yeah, electing not to Armorclad Faith the tension.
Could we see an Acidic Sludge into a kill here? No, we're immediately making this a mid. We're just
wants
taking
the
our
guaranteed
damage.
Yeah.
But that implies to me that we're probably letting George untap for his turn.
Yeah, and Pony did not change the zone back. Oh, maybe he did. Oh,
Oh,
George
Pony.
using the counters to change it back. Calvin making George spend his momentum with the Radiant Visage. But I talked to Calvin about some of his matches yesterday against Pony, where he did talk about fighting the Pony enhance with Stroke the Big Tree, at least forcing Pony to spend some
There's a
counters.
Frog is in discard.
Yep, there it goes. But forcing Pony to spend some of the counters so they don't have, I guess we've called it previously, the wind-up to resolve their big turn.
And Calvin's entire stage is face down. There
This
is
is not the first time that I've seen Calvin's entire stage face down.
Calvin,
there was
known enjoyer of flip foundations.
yeah, you don't need them to be face up if
You
if
just gotta pass your
if you
checks.
put your opponent to 0 the turn. But
2 Acidic Sludges checked.
in top 8, Calvin had a stage of 8 face downs and 2 dumbfounded. It was something. But in his defense, Dan also had a stage of like 6 face downs.
Yeah. Yeah, George's stage has, draw a card, breaker 2, and a little interaction, but it could very quickly turn blank as well.
So no damage gained from Calvin on that
No
turn.
power
No
token.
momentum, no power token. No momentum literally and metaphorically.
So we have 4 cards in hand because of the Fearsome Transformations draw.
Yeah, looks like it.
See, how many of those are high blocks? So the tricky part, though, like, at any point, George could say, I'm actually a mono low deck.
Yeah. That is something that Calvin did mitigate somewhat by forcing, I would say forcing George to use his enhance to change the zone of Stroke the Big Tree.
3 cards in hand, no ability to draw on Calvin's side.
George is opening with no horn counters at the moment. Gonna go with Hunter's Ally, checks
There's
a
a
3.
3.
Not a 2, but checks a 3.
And a couple of these blank cards.
Yep. We are gonna get the Genghis
The
Frog.
Feral Shriek is something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, electing to commit the Feral Shriek instead of the face downs. I'm curious.
He likes his
what-
hand so much that he's not discarding anything on Calvin's turn.
I'm curious what effects he has that could sacrifice Foundation.
Or he is that confident about the kill. He's like, this Feral Shriek is actually blank.
Yeah.
Frog is in play.
So that's +3 damage to all of his attacks for the rest of the turn. I mean, for the rest of the game, presumably.
Yeah, no Wish Heart or Feral Shriek on this first attack. We just cycle 2 Foundations.
Yep, getting 2 horn counters here.
Which means we're down to 5 cards in hand on George's side, I believe.
Yeah. This is actually maybe the fewest cards I've ever seen a pony have in their hand. This entire tournament.
Calvin has enough resources to interact with this stuff. Okay, we checked a 2 on a 6.
Whoa. Getting rid of Armor-Clad Faith doesn't think it's necessary. So George now checking 2 2s.
Do you fail that? I think
That's
I
a
might have
great
failed
You
that.
think you might have failed that? That's a great question.
Because this gives Calvin a power token,
Yeah.
which is not great for George.
Yeah.
We got our frog build.
Yeah. We're going to go building in it, pushing the advantage. Looks like George is
Getting
going
one
to...
ready resource and drawing an
clear-
additional card, but at the cost of 4
Yeah.
foundations.
I'm with you here, I think, on this one. But
And Calvin has Inspiring Song, too, so he has a free breaker 1 if he wants at any
Yeah.
point.
George is going to get more horn counters, presumably going to clear the Hunter's Ally as he's doing here, and then going to draw 2 new cards off of the pushing the advantage. Let's see if he decides to continue the offense or if he is just going to build out. But so far, the checks have not been with him. And I think there are still 2 more lethal slashes in the
I
deck.
don't remember seeing another
Yeah.
lethal slash checked, yeah. I mean, he could have one in hand, but
Yeah.
surely he would have played it?
Surely, actually, unless he just drew it now off the 3 draws.
Yeah.
Possibly. So we are going to block. We're going to check a 3.
He had 2 high blocks in hand.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that checks out.
Counting it up. Looks like we're gonna have to give him everything. 7,
But the
8.
thing
Gotta
about
give him 5 foundations.
Okay. So on Calvin's side, obviously these attacks would hurt, but
Yeah.
Angurius is not generating any power tokens.
If you're full blocking, yeah, he is
Yeah.
gonna keep up the inspiring song. He says, "I think this effectively breaker 1 is gonna be enough to stop you after you check that 2." Going on a 6,
Checks
Checks
a
a
5
5.
this time.
checks a 5 this time. Yeah, just really could not afford to check another 3. Basically,
Yes.
I think another 2, even a 3 full commits him, but.
I mean, a 3
would-
could get him killed
a
if that
three- a
Shogun's...
3
I mean, I
could
don't know
get
if
him killed,
Shogun's going to do a whole lot into Calvin's stage right now.
Yeah, Calvin does have quite a healthy stage.
And analytical observation.
Yeah, but we are going to get 10 damage on this Queen of the Monsters. Yeah, analytical observation completely checking Shogun's message. If I remember the timing correctly, you do not have to analytical observation until after they've already Shogun's message, after they've already used it.
Yeah, so you have to play it.
Battle Aura checks a 5. This is going to be for 11.
Calvin missed the Angurius response.
It's
Oh, no,
committed.
it's
committed.
committed.
It's
Okay.
committed.
I was like, oh, man, you cannot be missing that in top 4.
Yeah. But he did not. Anguirus is committed.
This is
He's going to go
for
Inspiring Song right now.
11.
He's saying, I'm making your check -1.
But this puts Calvin to 9 life.
It does put Calvin to 9 life.
A battle aura and a 3
-1 to his check.
could end the
Yep.
game.
If George checks a 5 on his next play,
I mean, even a 3, Pony stays up, but yeah, give the speed. Oh no,
the
just
Battle Aura would be
adding
on
counters.
a 6. If it is a 3 check, Pony would be committed, but I don't think Calvin can block anything.
Yeah,
He just can't check another 2. As long as he has a 4 diff, George just cannot check another 2 as long as his 4 diff. He's just ending it there.
no
He's
other
not even
battle
playing,
aura.
not even playing a foundation.
Yeah, I mean, Angarius was committed, so this was a
Yeah.
safe point to
Yeah.
hit him without
Without generating
losing
power
2
tokens,
life per
For
attack.
sure. But George does only have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here is like if Calvin draws Destructive Heat Ray into like a fully charged blast, that might be enough.
Yeah, I agree completely. Looks like Calvin has no attack so far. I can't tell. Looks like a Defiant Roar. What was the attack in his?
Maybe
did he
a
have attack in his
stroke?
hand? He's gonna need more than 1 attack. Pony
Yeah.
is only at 22, but Calvin did not have the power tokens generated because
we-
Anguirus was
We
committed.
don't have that massive damage.
Yeah, he elected to keep Inspiring Song, which in hindsight, the way it worked out, I'm not even sure the Inspiring Song, unless it was a 2 check, I don't even know if the Inspiring Song mattered. He missed 2 power tokens there based on that decision, but
And this is one of those
see.
things where I've played into you, where you love Hawks, you send a lot of mid attacks, and I've been hit to like 4 and then drawn a bunch of off zone blocks. If Calvin does not have that many high blocks in his hand,
yeah.
You can hold all the cards you want, and it just will not keep you alive.
Yeah, he does get the Roman cancel. So, and he gets the finally free momentum, I believe that was.
Yes.
Yes. He did check a 3, but I think we're past the point where 3s are that relevant. I believe.
Yeah, given the amount of foundations we saw in Calvin's hand, if he has attacks he wants to pass, he's probably able to pass a couple of them.
Yep. Looks like Pony's going to take 7 here.
15 damage. If there's a fully charged blast, does that get there?
Fully charged blast would be on an 8, and he could commit 5, no problem.
And it
He has-
generates 2 power tokens?
I believe it generates 2. No, I believe it generates 3, maybe.
3.
Because I believe it sacrificed 2 foundations.
That would force George to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can even block
I don't
it.
know if he can block it either. It would be
I
too
mean, we're talking
fast.
about a 1-of, and it's possible he checked it and we were not.
That's true.
But Calvin, he does not have a draw foundation, so an acidic sludge here is only going to confirm his checks and hit for 6.
Yeah. Just pulling it up on screen here, the card that we're talking about, fully charged blast is
this
the
would be
one
how
of-
he wins the
this
game.
would be how he wins the game here. It is his one of tech card that he is trying to stack with acidic sludge. He does not currently have any draw in his stage, as we pointed out. He did use it earlier. He felt it necessary to use it earlier to stay in the game, which I agree with. I think he would have not had enough cards to block with, but if there is the fully charged blast in his hand, then that could be the game.
I think we also saw a couple acidic sludge checked early, which
Yeah.
probably indicated to him that he
Let's
wasn't
see.
super likely
a
to.
second stroke, the big tree comes down, checks a 5 this time. I think George said, attacking me or the frog? And Calvin said, you. Calvin pointed, you.
So
Second Roman cancel. But only 2 power tokens cannot make this lethal. Cannot make this lethal and make it a mid. Pony does have 5 counters. Pony can -2 speed, but Pony can change the zone.
but that could draw Calvin an attack.
That's
with
true.
the Roman cancel.
If he blocks, it could draw Calvin an attack with the Roman cancel. I can't imagine George is blocking this. Maybe he is. He's reducing its speed.
Reducing the speed.
Yep. This does open it up to the Roman cancel.
I mean, I think the scary thing here is though, like, you don't know what Calvin has in hand
That's
on
true,
George's
yeah.
side, and you
Yeah,
have to
for sure.
assume that there could be something really scary
Yeah.
coming. And being at 4 life is going to
Oh.
require.
George doesn't have access to Armorclad Faith anymore, so a Growing Grasp, you can't go down.
Yes,
You can't go down
if you
to-
respect the 1-of.
Yeah.
We're trading the zone change and we're keeping it low. George keeping that low block.
Yeah, and minus your speed. Let's see what we got.
Block on a
Blocked.
6.
Block
Commit
checks a 5.
1.
Commits 1.
Adding breaker.
Showbigens,
Trading with the analytical.
Will,
I
Calvin,
assume?
flip analytical. He
No, he
surely...
says, I'm not even going to bother.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, okay. Yeah.
Is he thinking? Yeah.
They like their sleeves. They want to look at the sleeves, not the face-up foundations. I wonder.
Oh, I think he's thinking about responding with the Roman cancel as well. I think he's thinking about order here, how it has to be done.
Hmm.
That's probably the clarification, is he's just asking,
Yeah, so-
can I do both? Which of these can I do?
The yellow Roman cancels after the attack resolves.
Purple,
So,
I think.
is it purple?
Purple, yeah.
Get most of these right.
Yeah, of course. So after the attack resolves, so he would have to analytical right now, and then clear it from the card pool after the attack resolves.
Yeah. But this keeps George at 15.
Yeah, it does.
And knowing
Looks
what-
like
what
no.
we
Looks
know
like just
about-
analytical. No Roman cancel. Calvin valuing the Roman cancel on defense. Maybe he is at 9, and Frog is up. It would require George to have more than one attack. Calvin might be just going for a chain block angle. His stage is face down, but it is plentiful. Gonna go to Defiant Roar. He used all of his power tokens. He doesn't have a power token to commit,
Yes,
but the Roman cancel will guarantee he does.
he can get
He
one.
guarantees him getting
Yeah.
a power token.
So I think Calvin did not really have a lot of high blocks in hand.
Definitely
and
not.
once he sold out on that big tree and it got blocked, no attack in his deck could kill George at that point.
yeah,
So the Roman cancel draw could have at best done like.
it would have
13
to
or
be fully
something?
charged blast only, and that
Does
could
that
have
do
been
15
checked.
on its own?
With no power tokens at all?
No, it doesn't.
Ooh, it might not.
Yeah,
It might not.
I think it does 14 because
I
2 from
think you're
Angarius
right.
plus 6. Yeah, it does 14. So because it was a full block,
Yeah.
he cannot kill
He,
George that
he
turn.
would have had to keep up 1 power token if that was an angle. Again, I don't know if that is even available to him. It might have been checked. That might not be an angle he's playing around. Even if it is something to play towards, obviously a very unlikely outcome to draw your one of in this
no.
situation. But
Well, we have entered the draw 3 electric
we
moth
have
phase of the game.
draw 4 because he discards a
Draw
wish
4.
hard. Discard wish hard. Draw 3 because Calvin has 10 foundations. Draw
Frog
a
is in.
4th from wish hard.
Frog is in play. I think George should be able to seal
Yeah.
the game here.
I think you're right. Electric Moth with the faux deadlock does not require your rival to be in deadlock. It requires them to have 10 foundations. So if they are skirting around deadlock, Electric Moth is still an option here.
And we see the stroke the big trees that Calvin had played. Dan committed his character, and we saw him die. George is probably never going to do that into Calvin's deck.
Yes.
Dan took a line that could have ended the game, and unfortunately, Calvin had the on-zone block, but
He had the mix-up low on zone block as well, right?
I mean, it was a stroke.
Calvin-
I don't think he could have played it yet.
Oh, I'm talking about in Dan's game.
Yeah. No, I think he blocked with a too low that it was an attack he couldn't have even played. It looks like a dumbfounded in hand on Calvin's side.
Going for a half block to stay at 4.
That forces 2 more moves, but I
Yes.
doubt it'll be enough. So there's a Queen of the Monsters.
Queen of Monsters is a 7. It's a
on
half block. He's going to
9.
take 4, right? Okay, so Calvin takes
on an
4, going to 5 life with the Roman cancel, meaning the Roman cancel will always make a move 3, and then George will have to hit him again, and Calvin can still block. Calvin could definitely still block once, maybe even twice if he Inspiring Songs himself.
I think if George is ponying for speed, I don't think Calvin can block twice.
That's fair. But George is down to only 2 counters, as he did just spend his once per turn to clear the Electric Moth, but this Lethal Slash will remove itself from the card pool when it resolves.
I believe that's the right number for Pony to just continue to put speed on everything, right?
Assuming they discard 2 cards every attack, you can always put speed, I believe.
So, I think we're looking at Calvin blocking once and George just needing 3 moves. 1 to fight the Roman cancel and 1 to seal the deal here.
And if there is a character to have quantity of moves, it is Pony, as we've
It's for
seen
sure. Pony's
many
story,
times, as we saw George do specifically against Calvin in round 2 of teams on Friday.
Yeah.
Calvin is deliberating here. Is he going to block? Is he going to Roman cancel? He is a proponent of not playing face up, as he describes. If he sells out to block this, then it is face up. His only defensive trick left is a Roman cancel. But he elects to block here. So
Does that cost
his
everything?
only
Does it
points of
include-
interaction is Inspiring Song and the Roman cancel. George has another Lethal Slash. He checked 2 earlier. Now he drew 2.
Yeah.
Calvin now unable to block. The moves are too fast. He has too much progressive in his...
There are no
Card
2s
pool.
left in George's deck, so I don't think even a line of him going Queen on a 6, check a 1 after the Inspiring into check a 3 on another move is realistic or possible.
Yeah. It's not possible because there are no more 2s in his
Yeah,
deck. Yeah.
Unless we review.
Unless we're about to cycle, actually. Is that the 1 card in his deck that's
don't
sitting
know.
there?
It might be.
I think that's... Or is that his deck? No, that's,
Those
is that his
are
face
his-
down? Those are
those
face
are-
down foundations.
those are
There's just a
foundations.
pile of face. Okay, that's his hand.
That does look
The
like
other
one card in
is,
his deck, and I'm
it does.
not.
It does look like 1 card in his deck. I think he was just checking his discard, confirming the final card in his deck, deciding if he wants to draw it or if he wants to check it.
Yeah, because if it's a 5, you can
And
just...
it looks like he is electing
it's a
to
5.
check it, and it is a 5. It is a dumbfounded, and we are cycling here.
Calvin has 1 card in
Calvin
hand.
has 1 card in hand. Calvin did not Inspiring Song on the previous attack because he knew it was a 5, paying attention that George did not use Pony Enhance after confirming, so Calvin knows it is a 5, and he knows that Inspiring Song would be wasted there. But unfortunately,
This kills through Acidic Sludge Deflect, which is the only
Yeah.
card I can even think of that Calvin
I
can...
was about to say, does it? No. Oh, yes, it does.
Yes, it
He
does.
take 3. It kills through Acidic Sludge Deflect. He would take 3.
Inspiring Song target you.
Yep. And
Making George use the Pony Enhance and put speed
Yes.
before conceding this game.
yeah, keeping him honest, making him click every button, making him play it out correctly, not giving any freebies in top 4. And Calvin sees the line, agrees.
George
He
shows
played
him
it
2
out.
more moves
Yep.
that
Yep.
we're
that
almost
he-
certain to check.
Yes. So George taking game 1 in top 4.
Yeah.
1 game away from advancing to the finals to meet Justin, but can Calvin pull it back like he did in top 8 and take the backdoor 2-0 against Pony? His side deck looked incredible against Dan in top 8. It does not surprise me that George was able to win going first, game 1.
Yeah, I don't think that that's like a shocker.
Yeah.
But is it so consistent that you win going first twice, which is what George needs?
Yes. Calvin is going first in game 2, post side. so he has access to his Driven by Retributions, which he values very highly in this matchup. I talked to him a bit after his top 8 match. He had an unorthodox usage of it in his top 8 where he elected not to use it on a lethal slash, and we talked about it. He was saving it for Genghis Frog, and he had 2 Driven by Retributions.
Oh, okay.
And you can, so if you only have 1, and you hold Driven by Retribution for the Hunter's Ally, you pull up Genghis Frog. If they have a Queen of the Monsters, they build it back down. So that's no good. You just have to use it immediately. If you have 2 Driven by Retributions, you can hold it for the Hunter's Ally, or if they've played 5 attacks in a row,
then you
or
remove
whatever,
the frog from the card pool.
Then you remove the card. Then you remove the frog from the card pool, and then their only option is checking a second frog and having a Hunter's Ally. It eliminates Queen of the Monsters as an out per se against Driven by Retribution.
I don't remember how many frog George is even running.
I believe we saw at least 2 in that game, but I don't remember exactly. But it's less about the number of frogs; it's more about the number of Hunter's Allies, in my opinion. How many they can get. But
yeah, because you do need to find that as
Calvin believes Genghis Frog is the biggest threat.
It's 3 frog.
Yeah, is the biggest threat here, and Driven by Retribution answers that to some degree. But you need multiples for it to be a more consistent answer, or else Queen of the Monsters can play around it. Now the real question is, how much does George play around the Driven by Retribution? Will he hold Hunter's Ally for later in the string? Will he try to bait Driven by Retributions with lethal slashes? We saw Dan do that. Dan was throwing lethal slashes, hoping to get a Driven by Retribution out of Calvin, and it didn't happen. And then eventually, when Calvin did Driven by Retribution Foundation out of Dan's stage, he was holding the Queen of the Monsters to build it back down, but it was not enough, and Dan was possibly one 5-check short.
Yeah,
but we'll see if Calvin can pull off the same trick against George.
I anticipate on George's side. Oh yeah, card just showed up face up. I expect the Radiant Visages to come in, and probably the substitute members.
Yeah,
right? Like substitute member will allow George to interact with Fully Charged Blast.
For sure. We saw Radiant Visage come in from Dan. Dan and George are having very similar builds. I believe they worked on them together to some degree.
I think so.
So Radiant Visage looked amazing in games 2 and 3 against Calvin. As I kind of mentioned earlier, the combination of Armorclad Faith and Radiant Visage really kept Calvin off of his momentum, and he was not able to put anything together as far as his acidic sludge combos are concerned. But eventually, he did manage to get there.
Did Calvin bring in Referee Jury against Dan?
I don't believe I saw it.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing it.
I mean, at most, it's saving you like 6 life potentially.
I believe his only side-ins against Dan were the 4 copies of Driven by Retribution.
So no Cardboard Crusaders.
I don't recall seeing it.
Because that one's really good against
It is only a 1 of in his sideboard, so it's possible he did bring it in. He just didn't draw it.
Yeah.
But I do not recall seeing it in the top 8 match. But I do agree. Cardboard Crusaders has been one of the most popular cards I've seen all weekend. It's we saw a match where it sealed Smashing Stomp 6 times over the 3 games, right? Where we saw it seal Smashing Stomp. Like, that card had no text. That card didn't do anything. But
Smashing Stomp is banned.
Yeah. But we will see. Calvin is starting off in game 2 of top 4.
He's doing their mulligan.
Finally free. Finally free to find. That's the combo. Calvin's combo is online.
The 1-2.
Here's some transformation. That's the true combo.
Yep.
Defiant Roar doesn't need a power token. He needs to have hit first. He needs to have connected, but Calvin
looking for Radiant.
And then checking the 3, only getting a 3 build there.
Builds a little light.
Yeah, George is going to review Queen of the Monsters. Don't need that one yet. Aaron sidestep on a 2.
Don't check any lethal slashes, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Dumbfounded.
And dumbfounded.
Oh, man.
Whoa. Is he going to go for another one? Oh, my goodness.
Huge
Pony
stage.
going for a 6 build. He says, you only have 3 foundations. You're playing mono 5s. Not quite, but close enough.
Yeah.
This dumbfounded will not serve me any purpose. If George has a Wish Hard or a Feral Shriek in hand to redraw. So we've talked about this a number of times. Titan of Terror was so devastating with Destructive Heat Ray because of his ability to produce an additional power token the first time you play it. Angerus does make power tokens, but doesn't quite do it the same way.
Yeah,
and does
so
not yet have 3, so he cannot flip a 2 difficulty foundation.
I'm sure Calvin would love to flip Aaron sidestep here, but
Yeah.
George digging, discarding Final Wars and Battle Aura.
Yeah, discarding cards he cannot full block Destructive Heat Ray with. Did he get a low?
I think we found the block.
Did he find a low?
That
We're
looks like
gonna
a Mother's
-2
Embrace.
speed.
Yeah.
It looks like we're getting a full block here. Calvin firing off the Fearsome Transformation, immediately taking an extra card, is not saving it for his Acidic Sludge combo because Destructive Heat Ray created the power tokens for Defiant Roar. If Calvin has an Acidic Sludge, a low guard.
Low guard.
That's one of Calvin's favorite cards.
Best card in the game, he says.
And it's betrayed him here.
Yes.
George does get the full block and going to draw with Aaron's sidestep. Let's see if Calvin has a follow-up, or is he just going to build? He was digging. He used the Fearsome immediately. But as I pointed out earlier, he does have the power tokens to fuel the Defiant Roar if he so chooses.
If we go Acidic Sludge here,
We could see a repeat, honestly, of the teams.
could.
It's possible.
I need to watch what he's checking more on
Yeah.
that first build.
Yeah, we did see Calvin pull off a very impressive turn 2 win against George in teams in a very similar setup, but it looks like he's just going to slow it down, go for Driven by Retribution. That was the key piece for his victory in top 8, and I'm sure he was happy to see it here. Filled finally free on a 5, and Inspiring Song on a 4. Checks Armorclad Faith, Dumbfounded, this one's a freebie. Checks a 5 anyway for good measure. And we are just going to build 4. Just going to build
Fully
4.
ready stage here.
Yeah, did not commit a single card on that turn. Played very low to the ground. Checked a 5 on the Destructive Heat Ray and said, you know what? I'm just going to play some defense here. Driven by Retribution, potentially fending off any Wayward Frogs.
I do see a Hunter's Ally.
A Hunter's
We're gonna
Ally.
Play it.
Let's see. Calvin does only have 1 copy of Driven by Retribution. If George has Queen of the Monsters, oh, he's going for Team Hero. He says, I see that Driven by Retribution. I actually don't know if he has a Genghis Frog checked yet, but he is going to go for Final Wars. He says, this is good enough. If I hit you, I'll draw. You can pull it up if you want to. It doesn't matter.
Final Wars, one of those cards that I think we thought would be really good, and then it's been a bit more specific than we anticipated because that downside of giving your opponent
Sorry,
damage.
that was 2 Wish Shards that he just discarded off of his Pony in hands. I have to cut you off there. All right,
No,
sorry.
no, you're right.
Continue.
But in a character like Pony, Final Wars very likely to draw you a card just because of quantity of moves, and there's a lot of like little attacks that you don't really want to interact with. But yes, casual
And-
discard 3, or sorry, draw 3 with the Wishard Feral Shriek.
We did see Final Wars get played to great effect in Devil Jin yesterday, where we watched it draw the camouflage counters after they were stacked. Because they sequence. So Snuggy and I were actually talking about Final Wars specifically. We saw it get built in with a Matenkin.
Yeah.
And Snuggy said almost same thing that you said. He said, I thought that card would be good. Haven't liked it that much. What are your thoughts on it? Why do you think it's in this Matenkin deck? And I said, I think Matenkin just built that from his hand during his own turn. If you can build in Final Wars on your own turn, just like George did, you get the benefit of +1 damage before your opponent.
opponent does,
When you have
yep.
to just play it from your hand on a 2 and build it down, your opponent gets the +1 damage bonus before you do, and it can just lead to you dying.
Yes.
In this instance, and similarly with Potenkin, you can build it in and get the benefit first. And if you win the game on the turn you build it in, your rival never gets the benefit of it. Similarly, if you have some sort of draw combo where you need to draw at that exact timing, it's just another activator to draw attacks that go on top of your deck, such
Yeah,
as
so-
Camouflage Counter.
George here going for a lethal slash, maybe trying to get the Driven by Retribution out of the way. And we flipped a Hold On Tight, saying, if you want to resolve this Driven by Retribution, I'm going to get to draw 2 cards between the Final Wars and the Hold On Tight.
Yeah, it looks like Calvin is not going to fire out the Driven by Retribution. This is the same play he made in top 8. He is keeping it consistent here. This is the unorthodox play that I was mentioning. He is electing not to use it on Lethal Slash, which would potentially clog the card pool because the timing would remove Lethal Slash by Driven by Retribution, pull a card up from the stage into the card pool, and then there would be a card in the card pool instead of Lethal Slash leaving the card pool clean.
Yeah.
But he is really holding on to it for dear life for the Genghis Frog.
What we're seeing here, George entering the enhanced step for a third time.
Discarding
And
a Feral Shriek off the Electric Moth, drawing 3.
we're going to have a lot of cards, but here's the thing. No, we're not at 10.
Okay, we're at 8. The power tokens fooled me.
Notable difference between this game and the last. Calvin is getting power tokens on this turn.
Yes.
And might go into his attacking turn with 4 or 5.
Yeah. If George misses here, all right, Calvin feeling threatened enough to fire off the Defiant Roar, not holding it for a combo of his own on the next turn. Calvin says he likes holding the Driven by Retribution because he doesn't want his pony opponents to just stop and build out. He thinks he's not favored, but in his own words, he wants them to hang themselves.
Oh.
And we see the 6, the 2 checked on the 6.
Brutal.
And the Queen of the Monsters was forced out, or at least voluntarily played out before Driven by Retribution was used. If Driven by Retribution had been used earlier, Queen of the Monsters would have been able to build the card back in. Calvin's play is paying off in spades here.
Yep.
I cannot see this line having worked out better for him than it did right here. And he has 4 power tokens. This will hit him, and he'll
I don't know
get a
if we can
5th.
block this, though, so that this puts us down to 15.
He might, Driven by Retribution now. I think this is where
But
he
if
will
George has
say...
another queen and checks a 5.
That's if he has another queen.
Yeah.
But yes, it will take a second one. Calvin electing not to Driven.
How many queens we
So
got?
patient with the Driven by Retribution. Just absolutely refusing to give George any value off Queen of the Monsters. He says, you are going to build an attack face down. You are not going to get your foundation back.
Do we think George has a third queen?
Do we think Calvin thinks George has a third queen?
That's the real question.
What do we... what we think is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Calvin, I think he's going to Inspiring Song minus George check,
Does.
and then
I think I
Driven
saw a
by
third.
Retribution, the Queen, remove it, and probably bring up Final Wars. But if George has a third Queen and checks a 5, that could be it.
That would be a 2-0.
That would be a 2-0. It all depends on how Calvin plays this final line,
if
and
we
if
miss,
George checks.
Calvin
if he
almost
misses,
certainly kills with the power
yes,
tokens.
yes. Calvin might also leave Final Wars up because the 1 damage irrelevant, and
Yes.
Calvin might want the 1 damage on his turn. But
I
Calvin
can
has
see that
5
happening.
power tokens now. Let's see how he plays this. This is the
George
make or break moment.
Looking at what his check could look like, maybe?
Yeah. Trying to decide.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about.
Yeah. But I will say Calvin has been so patient with his Driven by Retribution, and so far it appears to be paying off.
I mean, it looks great, but if you got 3 queens and you check
Yeah.
2-5-5, I guess that might be good enough, you know?
Yeah. That's for sure. We're using Pony.
Pony in hands.
We are going to Pony hands. We're going to get some more counters. Getting rid of these bad blocks, it looks like. Getting rid of 2 low blocks. Calvin has 2 cards in hand.
I mean, I don't think
Really?
Calvin can
I was
block
going
at
to
this
say, if he
point.
wants to block, it's possible he goes... He could have
he-
a 1 high.
He could deflect.
He could deflect. Deflect is still on the table. Deflect 4 is
Deflect
still on the
saves
table.
him if it's queen.
Okay, so we are going to take...
Driven.
And we are going to put Final Wars up. If he has another Queen,
We're -1 to our check.
we are -1 to our check. Queen checking a 5 here would tap us out, but we would get the Final Wars.
It would tap us out, but then if
Pony would
Calvin
be up.
acidic sludges,
Yep, if Calvin has this acidic
he
sludge,
gets a turn.
he would get a turn.
Well, maybe. It could be, there's the
George
Moth check
looks
a
like he's
5
not
angle
playing
or
Queen of the
something.
Monsters. George is not going for Queen of the Monsters, it looks like. I see it in his hand. It is not the card he's holding. He looks like he's going to go Battle Aura.
That plays around the deflect,
That
maybe.
plays around the deflect, I think. It's
No,
gonna
it
be
doesn't. It'll
8
be
damage.
fake.
No, you're right. 8 damage.
But Queen check a 5 here still is on the table.
Queen check a 5 is still on the table. You are right. So we have the 6 high for 8. Calvin needs the deflect, or a 1 high would be blocking. He needs a 1 high.
Does he run a 1 high block?
I don't know.
I had this conversation with
I
Sagi.
don't remember.
I don't think he does.
Is he going to deflect? Is he going to deflect? Oh, he's going to try to half block. I don't think he can. And that's the game.
There's no acidic
George
sludge.
picks up the win 2-0 in top 4.
Calvin held on
Wow.
as best
Calvin
as he could
did-
with the driven by retribution.
Calvin did
but-
hold on for as long as he could.
and the checks didn't all go George's way. The
Yeah.
2 did show up at some point, and Queen of the Monsters just
Yeah.
generating enough stage.
Yeah, that was
keeping
a-
his card pool clear enough.
For sure, I think that was a showcase of, I keep calling it an unorthodox way of using driven high retribution, but he was saving it for a very specific purpose. And I do think that it paid off to some degree here. He still lost.
It just wasn't enough.
Sometimes that's how it goes.
George
but
had the choice of going for the Queen of the Monsters, but I think correctly reading the potential for the deflect and realizing that Battle Aura and Queen both forced it, and there was one less risk. You know, he didn't necessarily commit his character by playing that Battle Aura.
Yes.
And then if Calvin has the deflect, he just needs to play Queen and check a 5.
Yes. And then at that point, if he does commit his character, then Calvin cannot block because there's an extra card in his card pool.
Yes.
So even if George can't put the speed, Calvin would still need a 1 high.
I mean,
And
there's a reason George is the world champion.
Of course. That was, I will say, very well played for both sides, I believe. I think couldn't have asked for a better match. And we will be soon, presumably heading into a winner's interview, and then maybe just heading right into the finals here.
Bit of a lightning round here.
Yeah.
You know, Calvin's deck, unfortunately, not quite getting to do what he wanted it to. He had the pieces, but felt pressured to, use the draw and everything before then. And George not getting hit with the stroke the big tree stuff,
No.
Calvin was losing the game of chicken by having to make it a mid first and then Pony and Hans handling that, in a way that kind of keeps the horn counters down, but there's just too many.
Yeah. And very different game from top 8. Very different play. George not relying on Armorclad Faith and Radiant Visage to stop Calvin's combo. I think it was just a difference. The draws were very different. Yeah. Obviously, not every game will play out the same, but George just had a little bit more gas and was able to close the game out earlier. He didn't feel the need to hide behind his defensive pieces. He was just the aggressor.
Yeah.
I would say almost the entire game.
We didn't see any lightning round turn 2s.
No.
The lethal slashes were checked early. It took a little bit. But the thing is, Calvin's deck also took a while to come online, and he didn't get that massive power tokens to quite get there. So
there were some openings, as we were talking about, the fully charged blast.
The fully charged blast could have come in, yeah.
If he'd had, if he'd been able to save a draw foundation, acidic sludge would have been able to sack it or something like that, or he could have just had it. There were openings. They were slim, but they did exist.
Yep.
But George takes it in top 4, and now we have Tam here with the winner's interview from top 4.
Let's hear it from the man himself.
Are you good?
Are we GGs? Are we chopped?
Hello. Testing. All right, we're back. Hello. Thank you. Apologies. Slight technical difficulties there. I'm here with. And you all couldn't hear it. So basically, my question was, day 1, you talked about this deck is very good during the teams event. The deck is very good. You're excited to play. You think you're going to go all the way, and you're literally one match away from making that prophecy come true. So how are you feeling, man?
I feel really good. This is amazing. Winning Worlds and then winning my first regional back would be pretty good. But second place, again, being a princess is always pretty fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and you've gone through a bit of a gambit. Tell me a little bit about your tournament run, tournament experience, tournament life here. Obviously, there were rumblings of the Pony Cabal happening on Discords and in Facebook groups and wherever. But what did the expectation coming into the event followed by the reality of you running through Swiss? Because I saw your top tables literally all day. Table 1, taking a nap at table 1 literally all day yesterday. Tell me about the run itself.
Yeah, the run's pretty good. I got the round 1 bye because I have 4 of them. So it wasn't like it was like a no-brainer. I just get the bye easy. After that, I just kind of steamrolled through everybody. I dropped, I think, 3 games throughout Swiss. Yeah, 3 games sounds about right. This deck is really good. Queen of the Monsters is just like being able to be a double solution to I need more damage so I got to build Final Wars, or I need Analytical to stop their Breaker deck so I can build in Analytical. Queen having that versatility of being a keep extending, or build in piece I need, just like unlocks Pony and makes it so the stats I give are way more than they can handle.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Throughout the day yesterday during Swiss, what was your hardest matchup?
It was Shin Godzilla. That guy kept first game. It was really hard. I was on check of 5 to win. And I did, and then they had to check a 3 to block to fill the block, and he did. But game 2, there was like no chance. I was at 0 foundations for like 4 turns. It was absolutely horrendous. Even as a 7-hander, right? Like your entire idea is against Shin is 7-hander, build out twice, and then go, okay, I can kill you now because you're also 7-hander, so it's easy. But when you can't do that, it is very rough. And game 3, it was again just I went first, built to 10. They were at like 7 foundations, and then I just drew the grip and exploded. But that was by far the hardest match I've had to go through, like in Swiss.
So you heard it here. In the next regional, if Pony does end up taking this down, there's going to be Shin Godzilla is absolutely making the pie chart. That's for sure. That's the past. I want to talk about the future. You're in finals. You're playing against Justin, who is JoJo impressioning Mitch, right? What is your game plan? What are your thought processes going into this finals match versus a deck that is very unlike basically any other deck in the room, truthfully?
So against Mitch specifically, and I think he's on an order build, right? But if he is on an order build, then it's very much you are susceptible to turn 2s a lot more than you realize. And if I can check well to get there, I can get there. But if not, then I don't want to go past turn 3 for me, because when he gets to turn 4, he has just accumulated momentum and a board that's like enough to just say, well, I'm going to block 8 attacks even though you can throw 12. Like, it's just at some point I have to get there fast, otherwise I can't get there anymore.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He's the 3rd seed, you're the 4th seed. So that means that he has the choice to go first, probably going to go first. Do you think that's going to take a big impact on the game? Based on this rush down idea, like what do you think is worst case scenario with him being on the play?
Build 5, GG. I kind of just lose the game probably. Well, it depends if he just draws cards and stuff. But if he holds like 4 against me blocking, it's like, well, I guess I kind of have to kill you, otherwise I'm gonna die next turn.
I mean, holding cards is not cards built, right? And that's probably the goal. Well, either way, I'm positive that you can do it. Obviously, I mean, look at the jersey you're wearing. You got the crown. The king of UniVersus is here. With that said, everybody, we're going to give George here a quick break. So we're going to cut to a commercial. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with your finals very, very soon.
And we are back with the finals of the Las Vegas Regional, the finale of round 2, the second competitive season of 2026 UniVersus. We have Pony versus Mitchell Tremino, not the man, the character. We have Justin Martin on Mitchell Tremino, and then we just saw George win his top 4 match playing Pony.
We get to see if George Rangel gets to be on 2 cards this year, or if Justin Martin can snag that first regional win. This is his second finals.
Third finals.
Third
finals.
My bad.
He played Andrew in the finals with Mimic.
Oh,
wow. This is Justin Martin's third finals.
You're right.
This is Justin Martin's third finals. Second finals with order symbol Mitchell Tremino.
And this is such an exciting one to cast because both these players are playing fantastically.
Yes, it has been truly a privilege watching them play. You watched Justin's top 4 match against Andrew. I watched his match against David yesterday. I believe it was round 5.
Yeah, I was
round
there
6.
with you for that. Yeah.
And Justin played absolutely phenomenally, and I'm super excited to see what he has in store for us here. And obviously, George is the defending world champion. He already won a character card, so he would get a backup in his likeness as well if he wins this tournament. Or, as you said, Justin trying to win his first card with the help of Mitchell's card. Mitchell's, one of our good friends and Justin's good friends.
One of the tried and trues, using your friend's card to win a card.
Yep. It is a UFS tradition carried on into the new era, perhaps, if Justin manages to win with Mitchell. So we see Justin is the higher seed. I believe Justin was 3rd after Swiss, and George was 4th after Swiss.
Oh, that's great for him.
Yeah. Or maybe George was 5th, but Justin is going first with the Mitchell Tremino deck. Very defensive deck. We saw a lot of freeze with Heaven Piercing Ice Wall. That's probably the key card here. And then closing out the game with Walk the Dog. And Bloodsucking Universe, I thought it would show up in the Reiner decks this weekend, but Reiner didn't really show up.
Yeah, no, I mean, notably George Zhang, I think, bubbled out at like 9th.
Yeah, he was 10th, I believe.
Okay, he was very, very close to making it in there.
Same record as the top 8 players.
Yes.
Yeah.
But nope, not a lot of Reiner, and none today, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. Justin is going to be... He will need a wide build. He's really going to need to be able to chain block and keep Pony from connecting a lot of moves early on, and that is not going to be easy. George is not going to make that easy for him. Things like fighting for control, they do a little bit in this matchup, but at the same time, a lot of times George is just going to build wide enough that Justin will have his work cut out for him. in terms of freezing the whole stage. Now, I say that, but in the top 4 match, I watched him freeze like 5 to 8 cards in certain situations. Something I didn't notice when I looked at this deck the first time was the My Fighting Style Heaven Piercing Ice Wall interaction that I know that we have clocked at times.
Yes.
But I didn't immediately register it until he did it, and I was like, oh wait, we are just freezing 3
mainly
cards.
used in Krista, which can give multiple instances of stun between Don't Do This and Krista's own enhance, giving 3 instances of stun. But My Fighting Style, a fantastic card right now to combat Queen of the Monsters as well.
Yes.
Doesn't even need to be comboed with Heaven Piercing Ice Wall, but
It's like
of course,
having a sideboard piece that works in your engine.
yeah.
So
This would have been one of my picks for the top tech cards of the weekend, and I'm glad that we're seeing it on display here in the finals. George, this is not the first time we've seen this deck on screen or on stream. Many Pony players with incredibly similar lists.
all gas, very few breaks here.
Yeah.
We have a couple tools on the defensive side, but ultimately nothing to reset a really tall move, which we saw Justin use very effectively against another 7-hander in Swiss yesterday.
Yes, we saw Justin one-shot Shin Godzilla with Walk the Dog, essentially one-shot.
And then 2-shot the second game.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then 2-shot the second game.
And something Justin had in his deck that we didn't spot the first time is Mechanical Monster.
Yeah.
So when you're freezing a lot of stuff, that is a 3-high 7 with a blitz that gets speed for each committed rival foundation. So that'll be unblockable against
also has
George.
powerful
if
3.
we get far enough ahead. Yeah. So powerful 4.
Which the Mitchell response makes powerful 4. So another very, very powerful game-ending move. That has been the problem with the Mitchell decks recently, mainly on the good symbol, is just lack of
testing.
big finishers. But Justin says powerful 3 is good enough.
No, he's running 6 of
especially
them.
When Mitchell makes it powerful 4, he gets Mechanical Monster and Walk the Dog. Walk the Dog, no one in the room should be shocked that Walk the Dog is showing up as a game ender in any of these types of decks. That obviously is a staple card at this point. On all 3 of its symbols, Air, Chaos, and Order have all seen great success with Walk the Dog.
But if you were to tell me a Godzilla Arena Kaiju Secret Rare was in the finals here, I would say Destructive Heat Ray.
Yeah,
99% of the time. It would not be Mechanical Monster.
For sure. But we have Team Hero 15. Again, both players rocking the full playset of 4. As I've pointed out multiple times, this card is at a 100% play rate in top 8. Every character that can include this card in their deck are playing 4 copies.
Yeah, get your KOF decks.
Yeah. We had 6 players in top 8 on Air or Good attuned symbols, and all 6 of them playing 4 copies of Team Hero 15.
Playing around the lethal slash check as best we can because we have our character to commit. We got a 5, so we passed that 5th foundation.
Was that a Protector of Life that Justin just passed to himself in the momentum?
I believe
it was an action.
Yeah.
A very cool utility piece with the Mitchell Chimino character is you can review those actions that are less applicable, less live in the early game, and then you can pick them up at the end of your turn.
You do need to find the momentum spender.
Yes.
Oh, double 3 on Imprisoned. Okay, so I don't know if we need the Mitchell character necessarily to defend.
Another 3, checks 3 threes in a row. That's devastating. He is going to get
a lone target commit 2 against the world here.
Yeah.
We're going to probably tap those, push the advantages.
That is a devastating turn for Justin here. 3 threes in a row. Not what you want to see in the finals, for sure.
We're just going to try and keep George off quantity of attacks.
Yeah.
The problem, though, is that those Aaron sidesteps can draw attacks. If we anticipate that Justin is not going to want to take a hit, we can use them. But Protector of Life does dodge that. Justin can half block with a Protector of Life and respond.
But I believe he tucked a Protector of Life in his momentum, and as you pointed out, he did not have a way to spend it. But we'll see.
I mean, Team Hero might have Dragon's Fortitude.
Yeah. But he can't spend it right now.
We're
no,
going
we're going to Queen of the Monsters it.
Yeah. Oh, chance of 2.
Chance of 2.
We got a game here.
Okay. We're
both players struggling with their checks.
Absolutely devastated by their poor checks. 1 poor check or 3 deserve another. And Justin stumbling with the 3 consecutive 3 checks. George answers with a 2 check on a 6 for his own.
We've already faced down that. That was an acrobatic style, right?
Yes, it was an acrobatic style. Readied when imprisoned.
Yeah.
Committed.
Building the Yelenas here, looking to get a little information and potentially another card for blocking if George plays another attack, which I don't think he would.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's just
can't
too
imagine.
risky for the finals.
Yeah. Well, I think it's too risky for any game.
Justin looks at the top of his deck, and it is a heaven-piercing ice wall. We are deciding if we want to keep that there. We might elect to take 10. No, we're not going to.
We're going to send it to the discard.
We already have
are
one.
Gonna attempt to block. And
It is a half block.
Get the block. Do we get the half block?
Yeah,
Yeah. Mechanical Monster's a 1 mid.
there's a 1 mid.
All right. We get the half block.
Take 5.
Going to save a little bit of life. But George is going to get this momentum, which he can use for Queen of the Monsters down the road.
Building up to 7. Let's see. We get to 8 foundations and a frog, but now Justin, if he builds again, is in a difficult spot. See what Justin is figuring out here, looking at potential review. Two cards in George's hand, right?
No.
Yeah.
He reviewed. Did he review yet? I'm sorry.
No,
he didn't. He
he
didn't.
did not.
He's thinking about his review. It looks like Walk the Dog. It looks like he's going to go with a Walk the Dog there. Yes.
Interesting. Okay, so Walk the Dog is a very free enhanced step and a draw.
Yeah, I was about to say, similar to my Protector of Life thing, I was going to say Walk
about
the Dog,
checking-
another 3.
Man.
Wow. Walk the Dog is another card that sometimes is not applicable. If your opponent is not committed, then you can just tuck it away with Mitchell and then pick it back up when you have got them committed. But as we see here, George checked the 2 on the 6. He does have 4 committed.
Getting a stun in and potentially...
But I think Justin's just going to go for the freeze angle. He's going to freeze 2, and then he's going to imprison, tap 2 more down.
leaving
And
George on
just-
4 foundations, but he
Yeah.
does have a Genghis Frog, and Justin had a good amount of attacks in his hand going into that turn, and I see he drew at least 2 more, I believe.
Yeah. Justin did just ready. He readied Aaron's sidestep, it looks like, to allow the draw. Heaven Piercing Ice Walls. Bottom enhance, ready 1 Rival Foundation, draw 1 card. No
So,
high fighting style to combo.
By offering George this trade, this allows Justin to block on George's turn without fear of the sidestep coming in and allowing George to draw a card.
Yes. And also gets a Lethal Slash out of George's hand.
Wow.
George says, I do not want this going to your momentum. I do not want you getting this back. This will be a longer game.
And Pony is sideways, so he couldn't dig for a different mid block.
Yeah. And Justin getting
Okay, now we have a
third
healthy build.
imprisoned down. We are going to have 2 frozen, and we're going to imprison 3,
Okay, we're leaving the tough skin up.
leaving George with only 3 foundations. This is looking very close to a checkmate type of situation. Imprisoned when you have it in multiples and your rival has no way to remove or flip them is absolutely devastating.
It is brutal.
And George is going to have to build incredibly wide to mitigate these imprisons.
I mean, Justin has a Breaker 2 in hand, and that will likely stop George's attacking turn. Because the thing about all these target commits is even if you have 2 or 3 foundations, Pony already has a Genghis Frog in stage and can just get there regardless. With with a string of 5s, rolling a bunch of 5s at the top. So you got to be worried about that as Justin, no matter how anemic George's stage looks right now.
Yeah. We've seen just another 3 check. They've both just checked.
I don't think a 5 is.
I don't think a 5 has
How many
hit the
attacks do these
table.
players run?
Yeah. This is
Responding with Yelena's gives us an additional card for blocking.
so Justin did develop the My Fighting style last turn, so the possibility of freezing even more is on the table
Yeah.
if he sees another copy of Heaven Piercing Ice Wall. But George
Wish
going for
Hard.
the Pony Enhanced, discarding 2, getting the Wish Hard for the extra draw. Is going to go ahead and use the Horn counter for the speed.
Breaker 2 block coming out.
Yeah, the half block, but getting the Monster versus Machine Breaker 2.
And now we are at 8 foundations. There's at least 3 attacks in George's hand. As George, you have to be a little bit careful of how wide you build because of that undercover infiltration deadlock. We saw Justin using multiple copies of this against Andrew Porat. Oh no, we go for a lethal slash and check a 1 into the breaker 2, and our turn is over.
George is not happy about that.
No. This is insane.
This has been just disastrous checks on both sides for our finalists.
And this is what the order symbol freeze stuff capitalizes on.
For sure.
It's a lot of foundations in Justin's hand. I don't believe he has access to a move that could... I mean, I don't think anything would end the game here, but we could do a lot of damage if we wanted.
So Justin has accrued a lot of momentum now, but he has no way to spend it.
Yes.
He's lacking a way to get all of his resources back. There are a
Okay.
lot of attacks in his momentum. When he eventually draws a momentum outlet, he will have quite a bit to play with,
Yep.
but
Failing
he
that lethal
wants those
slash
cards back.
was huge because George got denied like a couple builds.
Yes.
So we're still down to like 4 foundations. We're looking at a fighting for control, triple inspiring song.
Not only order symbol, but a very powerful tool with these order symbol freeze and commit effects to just minus your rival's check and make it even harder for them.
Yeah, Justin trying to force George to go towards deadlocks so that he gets the enhances on standing tall and undercover infiltration.
Yeah,
Cards
Standing
that-
Tall and Mecha Godzilla Arrives is the other. Yeah,
Yes, those power tokens
he
that
plays both of them. Yeah.
it just turns Mitchell into a different character once you have access to those
turns
effects.
him into Titanaterum. So he's making power tokens every time he plays an attack.
Well, downside of doing this plan is that Electric Moth gets to draw 3 cards here. We're gonna respond.
Did you just check another 2?
Oh my god!
I didn't even. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did.
I definitely. Yeah, this is This is one of the- this is-
unreal checks. This
this
game.
is one of the games of
Absolutely
all
unreal.
time. Yeah. George really deliberating here. His back is against the wall for sure.
Yeah, because each turn that goes by, Mitchell goes +1 momentum and digs 4 or 5 cards into his deck for one of those powerful outlets. And as we talked about, George's deck does not have an answer to them.
I'll be honest with you. I thought the game was over
With Justin's
as
build
soon
and the
as
check.
Justin
Yeah, in
builds-
prison check a 3 and prison check a 3.
Yes, I thought the game was over. I thought George was going to take the win that turn. The 2-check on the Queen of the Monsters completely shut him
I
down.
think live by these 2s that
Yeah.
they're so powerful, but
Yeah,
they are balanced by that number on the bottom right.
on a 4. Finally does not have to commit a foundation to play a
I
card.
have managed to check a 5.
Wishhard will be getting the stun 2 here, actually.
And Mitchell
Unless-
cannot reduce it.
Yeah. I was going to say, if Justin flips fighting for
For
control
stun
here,
1.
he is a hater.
No. This one can't feel very good to put on the table.
No.
It's just going to hit for... Oh, I guess it is 7 because of the
Yeah,
frog.
it is 7 because of Genghis
It
Frog.
does demand a little bit of
But
respect.
it did stun 2.
Yeah.
Justin is... Inspiring
Justin-
Song. I was like, why did he pick up 3 cards? He
Justin
built
might have been
Inspiring
caught with
Song.
no low blocks.
That's true.
I see a battle aura in George's hand. I see another...
Discarding
like
Hunter's Ally.
I think he
and
has 2
Analytical
Hunter's Ally
Observation.
and
Yeah.
a battle aura.
Not as useful right now because of Genghis Frog. Justin says, I'm just going to -3 to your check. George has not once per turn cleared with Pony yet.
No, he has
I don't
not,
believe-
but it's a tall task to fight through these inspiring songs.
For sure, especially with fighting for control up. But if Justin does elect to -5 the check with fighting for control, it would not end the combat phase, and it would essentially
It would
eliminate the
probably
minus
get him
checks.
killed, to be honest.
Yeah, it would probably get him killed. So I can't imagine that's the what he's going for right now. But -3 to a check, followed by -2 to a check.
We almost certainly have to check 2 more low attacks, I want to say, using Pony to change the zone if we want to if we even... Oh, is that a breaker 2 in Justin Sand?
I didn't quite catch it.
I think it might have been. Just continuing these half blocks, if that is what he has.
Looks like he took the damage. The dice have gone away.
Okay.
It looks like he took the damage, yeah.
Yep. Now, Justin has not seen a powerful outlet. However, we did watch him win a game with MonsterVerse Machine, giving it powerful 3, the Mitchell response.
Yeah.
So he might be clinging desperately to his one chance.
Yeah.
I don't know how you make it fast enough.
Battlelore on a 5,
checks
checks
it.
a 3, -2 to the check.
Checks a 3, yeah.
Checks a 3, winning 2.
Okay. Justin certainly going to interact with this one if he
Yeah.
can. This is not lethal.
No, it isn't. At most 11 damage.
Going to respond with Mitchell for -2 speed.
Yeah. We have no more ways to clear our card pool.
This is
We are
where
going to discard Feral Shriek and Team Hero. Going to draw a new card. Going to draw a second off the Feral Shriek response.
we still have the Battle Aura draw as well. We are using students to gain a life and
And
give
minus
-1 speed.
Going to draw a card with Battlelore here.
This is still a scary position as Justin because you can make George fail an attack with a fighting for control, but this is the position where if Pony starts rolling 5s, there is a chance that you are just caught with the wrong zones, you know, or whatever. We have the
Notably,
inspiring
George-
song if we hold on to it, right?
George only had 3 face downs, not 4. I don't know how much this changes the math, but Battlelore only received 3 damage from its enhance. So it's only for 10, not for 11.
This is scary. So if we use this inspiring song and then fighting for control as well,
Yeah.
then a 5 in an attack could put Justin in a position where he has to find some blocks.
Yeah. And George is going to go rolling lows. We did just see him make Battlelore low. He said, you didn't block Wishheart. That was for 2.
Yeah.
That was a 2 low. You either only have 1 low block or you have no
what's
low
in Justin's-
blocks.
If this is a breaker 2, though,
Could be. Let's see.
it
He's
is.
the breaker 2. He's going to check a 3.
I don't think
That's
it
good enough.
matters. Yeah,
Going to breaker 2.
that should end the turn.
It should end the turn. Justin going down to 10 life. Going to go
Justin once again needs to
Checks.
find the
a
move.
4 diff checking a 5 there could have, but it couldn't have gotten to 10
Yeah.
unless it was Battlelore. But then Pony would have been committed, and then he would not have been able to change the zone to a low, which he identified was Justin's missing
Yep.
one. Yeah, Justin did not have a low block. He had the mid
Okay.
and the high, but Justin correctly identifying he had to breaker. I'm sure he wanted to hold on to that MonsterVerse machine to potentially close the game out on his turn.
Justin Sand is a
Could
blood-sucking unit.
not.
There's a lot of orange in Justin Sand.
Okay. Pony's only at 22. Could be time.
I don't know if there's a powerful move, though.
No.
We do need an outlet.
Well,
Oh, it's
fucking
Inventor's
Universe.
Creation. We have Inventor's
Okay.
Creation.
Bloodsucking Universe does sometimes spend momentum, depending on how your rival interacts with the Roman Cancel.
Justin does have the moves to seal this out. How do we want to deal with the limited number of answers George has, right? Because George has -2 speed with Pony. He can strip tension with Armorclad Faith or throw or powerful. So we actually do need to deal with that Armorclad.
Yeah. Oh, that was just his momentum. I thought that was just his hand.
No,
And
no.
I was like, oh my god. No, that was his momentum.
Yeah.
Checking a 4, checking the Cardboard Crusaders for the
See
order
if
symbol
George
special.
wants to respond here.
Yeah, are we going to remove throw? Are we going to remove tension? George shakes his head. He says, no, you're good.
Yeah. Respecting
Says
the
no.
powerful, understanding
Yeah.
how Justin is going to win this game.
Yeah.
If he can.
We have +1/+1 with the undercover infiltration.
Using a sidestep.
Yep. Looks like he is going to go for the completely blocked, which, even though it is a throw, if he blocks with a high zone block, it still counts for Aaron's side, so it's being
Still will
completely
let him draw a
blocked.
card, yes.
And then the throw text is if an attack is completely blocked, it still deals half damage rounded up. So even though it will do half damage, Aaron's sidestep will still draw him a card. He could potentially try to change the zone. I believe he only had 1 counter. He does only have 1 counter, yes. He would have to discard 2, draw a card to change the zone here. But it looks like he had
Going for
a
the block.
he had a high. He's going to draw off Aaron's sidestep. He is going to take the half. Justin presumably going to respond Bloodsucking Universe to gain the health, and yes, there it is.
This puts Justin in a weird position. Does he have 2 stun moves, though? Because he can't
He
get
has
that
Heaven
armor
Piercing.
clad down.
He has 7 piercing Ice Wall that he can at least
He's eyeing the
stun
Inventors.
to.
The Inventors almost certainly just gets stripped of powerful immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to...
Are those his only 2 attacks?
Yeah.
Inventor's Creation and Heaven Piercing Ice Wall? Yeah. We have the Inventor's Creation on a
We're
5.
going to force it.
Checks a 5. What are we going to grab? We're gonna grab powerful. We're gonna grab stun. We're gonna grab tension. Looks like we are going for powerful.
Go for powerful, George.
Powerful and stun.
I mean, George could block this, though. I think this is a little premature.
Inventor's Creation does pick every keyword from the
Yeah.
remove card. Okay, yes. So
Yes.
it will copy both powerful and stun. It will get powerful 3 and stun 1.
Yes.
George deliberating. I believe there could be some communication about the timing
1, 2, 3,
of
4,
Armor-Clad Faith,
5
which
momentum.
it should be able
Yeah, it should be
to
able to
respond.
To respond.
But it looks like there's some communication from the judges here. What would your decision be in this instance? Are you using it to save stun? Are you using it to save powerful?
We might just be able to block. Oh, but we have to watch our zones, our horn counters. Yeah. The tough part here is Justin is allowed to give +1 to the stun rating
Yeah, we'll
because
see. Looks
there are
like they're
5
deliberating on this interaction. Looks like he did not use Armor-Clad
we
Faith.
didn't use Armor-Clad. But did Justin also not respond with Inventors?
Did Justin not respond? Well,
Or sorry, with Mitchell.
he did not respond with Mitchell.
Can we block this? There's... Okay, I think I know what might have happened.
Okay, let me
I
play it
think-
on me.
I think George passed on the first response, waiting to see what the Mitchell response would buff the keyword on. And then I think Justin also passed,
I see, yeah.
which is a heads-up play. However, wait, we're discarding a 1 low.
Gonna draw 2 cards. Yeah, we are discarding a 1 low.
You gotta have a
Drawing
Queen of
2
Monsters
here.
or something in hand then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
He
that
is
they
going to
get
go
there.
powerful, but assuming there is the low block,
Do we full send this? If we do, we risk losing the Roman cancel, which could keep us alive.
I think you at least spend Protector of Life. I think you have to spend Protector of
agree.
Life because you want that in your hand.
Yeah. There's a world you get a bunch of attacks too, right? Like a
Yeah.
walk the dog.
Or at least 2. Maybe you keep the Roman cancel and 1 momentum here.
But if you don't full send this, George can keep that
Looks like he
Queen of
is
the Monsters for his
full
next turn.
sending.
No, he's keeping the Roman cancel token.
Yes, he's keeping because Bloodsucking Universe is going to his momentum. Yes. So he is getting plus 12 damage on this Advantage Creation.
Which
Powerful 3 4 times.
George might play chicken and take this,
Yeah.
keeping the Queen of the Monsters. No, we're gonna minus speed. Yeah, this is too much.
Yeah.
We do not want to be messing around at this point.
Yeah, because he does have access to, he still has access to the Armor-Clad Faith to remove Throw from a move. So even if he takes this damage
Kung Fu Ray will give us
and
speed.
goes to 3 and gives him a health,
Hold on
goes
a
up back
second.
up to 13. Yeah.
Inspiring Song we could use as well. Okay, forcing the Queen out of his hand. We check a 3.
3 4. This is on a 5, right? So it's keeping Armor-Clad Faith. Yep. So it commits Pony and commits
yeah, the
Armor-Clad
Inspiring
Faith.
Song wouldn't have made a difference here.
Yeah. Unless there's another 2 check.
Unless
But
there's
I don't know if
another
there's one more in the deck.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
Justin going
They're
for
all getting checked.
Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. Very powerful card when combined with that Protector of Life. This has been the bread and butter of the good symbol Mitchell deck, but
We do have a Roman cancel, so that's really good for us going into. Wait, we chose to fail the Forceful Negotiator.
yeah. Protector of Life being attuned and Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla being on both order and good due to it being the Kiryu modified
Okay,
card.
Justin added a Walk the Dog to his hand and a Protector of Life. I don't recall what the other card was.
It should have been a Team Hero 15 and perhaps a Heaven Piercing.
So we have
a Walk the Dog. It was a Walk the Dog, a Team
So-
Hero 15,
So we
Protector
have
of
every
Life.
zone in case Pony tries to get
We
cheeky.
should, yeah. Well, Protector of Life kind of is every zone already.
Yeah.
And we can pick that one up with our with the foundation we just built.
Yes. Imprisoned immediately dealing with all 3 card draw cards in George's stage.
Yeah.
So we're drawing a fresh grip, including a Battle Aura.
So, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, similar to Incredible Display. However, it can be used on any card that you block with.
Yes.
So right now, Justin's looking at a Roman Cancel, Protector of Life. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, picking up a Protector of Life. He's got quite a bit of options here. And Inspiring
Fighting
Song.
for Controls, Inspiring Song, and the My Fighting Style to deal with any kind of Team Hero, Hunter's Ally stuff. Yeah, it's going to immediately get committed and frozen, I think, by the My Fighting Style.
So Hunter's Ally.
Did we flip Fighting for Control?
He did flip Fighting for Control.
George
He
passes
just
it.
going to give him the 2. He says, you can have it. He pays him out.
Don't know if I like this because, he's thinking about failing it. Because of that My Fighting Style, George surely knows it's tenacious.
Yeah.
We're gonna
My Fighting Style, fantastic card
Yeah.
from the Guilty Gear set. I think the fact that it is tenacious is the make or break for me on that card.
It is your tech pick for the weekend.
That
right?
was my tech piece for my tech pick for the weekend.
Yeah.
For sure. That and Artificial Power, but nobody entered the tournament with Reiner. So Artificial Power is a little bit worse. But My Fighting Style was a card that I had my eyes on this weekend.
We go for Team Hero. Does Justin respond? I don't
It
think
only
you
does
want
foundations. Yeah.
Does it?
My Fighting Style only commits foundations.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, regardless.
It will commit the card that Team Hero will build. But
Yeah. So you really want George to build a foundation here with that Team Hero, so that you can, because that will put him in deadlock, and that would be huge for Justin.
Notably, it only committing foundations means it cannot commit and freeze backups built by.
Well, Genghis Frog would apply
Genghis
the damage
Frog.
anyway. So
It's static.
it's static.
Yeah, cannot commit backups, and it cannot commit. So cannot commit backups built by Hunter's Ally or by the B-Sides Rock.
Monster vs. Machine is the card that freezes cards.
Monster vs. Machine. And Focus Prism Beams can do anything as well.
Yes. Monster vs. Machine might actually just be foundation or asset.
Rival asset or foundation.
Okay.
Yeah. Backups, I think, really only might be Focus Prism Beam.
Yeah.
Might be the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that can commit and freeze a backup. But
So this is a 4 high for 8 here.
Yeah.
It gets blocked.
another 3. Are we going to see a Fighting for Control?
Gosh,
Probably
these
not.
checks.
Yeah.
No reason to Fighting for Control here, I think, because he's already committing 2, and that's what that card ideally says.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. We are going to go ahead and
That's another Protector of Life.
Galena's Machinations.
I don't think
She
Justin
is
can die this turn.
scheming, and she picks up, another defensive tool for Justin. It would take a lot. It would take a lot for Justin to die here.
Responding with Mitchell. -2 speed.
Electing not to pick up the Team Hero with Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, we want to pick up the Protector of Life, I think.
Yeah. But will make that Protector of Life block a little bit more difficult. But I think he has the foundations to spare. Not that many, though. He only has 5 foundations left, and he is committing
George's
1 on
already
every
reviewing.
attack.
George's deck does not look very large right now.
No.
If we
Does
don't
not.
find a powerful attack, we're going to end up milling out Pony.
We might end up, the mill out angle. I have seen so many ponies cycle today. We watched Dan cycle in his match
Is that
against
2
Calvin.
lethal slashes? That's 2 lethal slashes.
Looks like it. Yeah. And Pony already naturally removes Wish Hearts and Feral Shrieks from the deck, as well as Team Heroes and sometimes Lethal Slashes. Not in this instance.
See if George goes ahead and uses the clear with Pony.
Getting rid of 2 Analytical Observations, which...
I mean, I understand not wanting to build into deadlock here, but you gotta think you're not gonna be able to find 13 through a yellow Roman cancel, right?
Yeah.
And a Fighting for Control and the Inspiring Song. Like, it's just such a tall task. It's kind of like a damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because if you go to that 11th foundation, he unlocks the target commit to an undercover.
And he gets Standing Tall.
Yes.
He gets the Deadlock. Get a power token.
So a breaker 1 here, and taking no damage.
Yes, he is electing to use the Mechagodzilla.
He did draw another one, so I'm kind of surprised if he
maybe
does
not.
pick this up.
Nope, says not. He says no.
Yeah.
Says it's good.
I kind of like this.
Yeah. George Hunter Breaker 1 here. Queen of the Monsters on a 6 would be effectively on a 7. Checking a
3 would cost
3
Pony.
would
Yeah.
commit Pony. If it's not Queen of the Monsters, it's not clearing his card pool.
Are we attacking again? We
Looks
are.
like
It's a
Electric Moth on a
Moth.
5, checks a 4 due to the breaker. Electric Moth will
Justin
be
has to
drawing.
decide if he's
Oh, yeah.
responding.
Yeah.
He's not going to.
Electric Moth will be drawing 3 cards here, but
I mean, if your goal is to cycle Pony again,
yeah, he is
That is
going
one
to
way.
be responding with the Mitchell committing undercover infiltration for -2 speed.
-2.
And George deliberating on his discard for Electric Moth. What is the least valuable piece he has right now? I don't believe this Pony deck has any ways to sacrifice their own foundations, do they?
No, they do not.
Saying, I don't need Jobutin's message. Drawing 3 with Electric Moth. Justin going ahead and flipping over that inspiring song. Gonna say
I think it's for using it for -1 speed. Yeah. +1 to his check.
+1 to his check.
We have Tongue Puree as well, so this is certainly blockable.
Definitely. I think I just keep forgetting that Genghis Frog is there, and I'm sitting here like, well, this is only for 4 damage. I don't think you need to go. And I look, it's for 7.
It's for quite a bit.
I was like, this is for half your life total.
Yeah.
You have to respect this. We are only, as many defensive options as Justin is working with here. He does only have 13 life, which is 2 attacks.
Using this to get a ready resource, we're almost certainly going to My Fighting Style this. Yeah. Especially because it's analytical. He's like,
Yeah. That one is frozen. My Fighting Style. Flip after 1 or more rival foundation are built or ready during the combat phase. Commit and freeze one of them. We're saying analytical is committed. My block trick is online here. But now, George is in deadlock.
yes. Oh, he is.
Oh no, he's at. Were we counting wrong? Maybe he's only.
No, that's 11 with the analytical.
With the analytical,
That is
it
the 11th
11.
foundation, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be the difference maker. I mean, Justin does need an enhanced step. He has it, right? Because of the Walk the Dog.
He should, yeah.
Yeah. I think we're looking at a go next game angle here. We'll see. George could pull out something incredible. This is on a
Going for
5.
Another protector of life block.
Checks a 5.
Checks a 6 with the
Inspiring with the 6.
song.
Yeah. We get the response, and then I assume we will pick this up with Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla.
And
Yeah, we will.
That we will. Gonna pick it up with Mechagodzilla.
-1 to George's track. 2 ready resources. We have not cleared with Pony.
Are you sure?
There's no once per turn on the.
I
on the
believe
table.
I believe we have cleared with Pony. I believe we have.
Okay. We might have just missed putting it up. Yeah.
Yeah. But now that Deadlock is online, standing tall in Justin's stage.
I can't help
is-
but think that the Walk the Dog is going to get
Yeah.
there. So we just
Standing
need a
tall.
move to stop the Armor-Clad Faith right now, right? Like that is the one thing keeping the powerful from being.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's not enough momentum right now, actually.
Especially because that Roman cancel will be going away. And
Checks a
checks
2,
a
fails the
2.
lethal slash.
Yeah, lethal slash on a 6.
Man, the checks are not going well this game.
Yeah. I don't know how much the lethal slash would have actually done here. Justin did still have the Roman cancel. Even checking a 5 would have been a 4. Still
And-
committing 2. Would not. I don't think would have
Yeah, I
been
don't think it
enough.
would have been enough.
But Roman cancel is
So
gone.
we have 2 momentum. The Walk the Dog right now is for 14. We have an Inventor's Creation. That's not going to do anything. It's
Nope,
recycling right now.
recycling. So Inventor's Creation is off the table.
Unless we choose not to Mitchell respond and we discard an attack from our momentum. Then Inventors can do something.
Yeah.
Which includes the tension throw.
So he's showing Walk the Dog. Says, I think I got you here.
Yeah.
And George
That's definitely
agrees.
enough.
George agrees. We are going to game 2.
Looking at
Justin
our
taking
next few cards. Yeah, I think both players really inhibited by checks this game, and then getting to those crucial 3 imprisons really sealing the deal in this match over the course of several turns.
I really thought Justin was done when he checked
2 threes. Yeah.
When he checked 2 3s. And then George's 2 check made this a game. George's 2 check on the Queen of the Monsters really made it into a game, and the Order in Mitchell deck thrives in those long game states, and Pony does not.
Yes. There's specifically when the bad checks come out combined with the target commits and you know, little breakers and inspiring songs, it is a critical mass of these effects that is just keeping him. I mean, he had a healthy stage, but he really didn't because he just couldn't cross that threshold. You know, once he went to deadlock too, it was like it just takes a couple moves because of the standing tall, deadlock enhance, and undercover stunning too immediately. Okay, so going to sideboard, what do we expect to see here? George has substitute member, which will reset the speed on Mechanical Monster. Maybe help a little bit with Walk the Dog. I don't think he has a whole lot else, though.
Radiant Visage against the Mitchell deck, it does deny the momentum.
It denies the momentum, but it comes back, so it's it's here and there, right? Like we've watched Justin winning games because he gets those momentum amounts. This game was won just off quantity attacks.
Yeah.
The momentum didn't actually matter. On Mitchell's side, though, Justin on Mitchell's side.
Well, Mitchell's on Justin's side here, I would say.
Yeah. I cannot imagine the Censusos are coming in. I
don't-
talked to him about that card, and it was kind of a hedge against the mirror match, actually, where he played into some Mitchells and was like, man, if this Heavy Piercing Ice Wall was Censuso, I'd feel so much better. And then, of course, he didn't play a Mitchell because there were 3 in the tournament.
That was kind of the vibe I got from his side deck. That's not exactly the read I had on it. I looked at those, and I thought to myself, this is for when Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike is not good, right? I was like, Census Ho is for when any of these actually are not good, basically. But Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike does actually flip Lethal Slash before the Lethal Slash response can trigger.
Yes. Yeah.
And does keep it in the card pool. And it is a high block for the high zone. Like, Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike is a fantastic tool against Lethal Slash. I've used it many, many times in the past when Lethal Slash has been a popular card.
Yeah, so we're already maining the Cardboard Crusaders, which is obviously great against Pony. There's also 2 Scanlan's Hand in Justin's side, and that is something that, while committing Pony might come up sometimes, I think the actual effect on this that could be useful potentially is the repeatable block response. If we put it in the card pool easily and just -3 on a whole string as we chain block, I could see that coming in. I don't anticipate much else on the sideboard, though. They're shuffling up from this game. George does get to go first. This is a huge advantage in this matchup for him.
He did go second in game 1. We'll see what he's got. Despite how that game played out, I still think this could go truly either way.
Yeah.
George gets to go first in game 2.
That's not what we're looking for. That was a lot of attacks.
Tossing that one back. Maybe the same thing. Looks like it. Because
I see a dumbfounded. I saw a couple foundations in there.
Yeah. Better than the first hand.
Justin does have an Imprisoned and a Cardboard Crusaders, making it fairly unlikely he's able to be killed on turn 2, depending on his checks, right?
Yeah, we did see Dan Brick in top 8 going first, where he only 2 built. Let's hope that George's build is a little bit...
Yeah, I've commentated 2-1 builds this weekend. I'm just like, I don't know what what it is about me on the mic.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got here.
Looks like a potential 4 build.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dumbfounded is such a hard card to evaluate in the decks with Lethal Slashes. I will note George has not reset his Pony counters, but I'm certain they will catch it before anything happens.
They'll go to Pony Ants the first time and go, I don't have 4.
Yeah.
2,
All right.
2, 2, 3.
So we are guaranteed 3 building, potentially, unless it's a Lethal Slash, it is a Wish Hard. So we do get the 4 build. Solid. Definitely
what we're looking for.
What we're looking for. He cannot complain about that one.
Don't review with Mitchell.
Yeah.
We like our hands so much on Justin's side that we want all of these cards. We need a...
Checks a 4. Checks a 3.
Clear the Imprisoned with the Force Negotiator.
4.
Team Hero as well. This is a great build for Justin.
He
if we
wants
check
the
this,
whole
we
build.
check all
He
of
wanted
them.
the whole build. He did not. He wanted Monster vs. Machine in the hand, and he wanted to play every foundation.
And we're just tapping the
Says,
only foundation with text.
Yep.
Well, Tuscan, but
I do not need the momentum. No, he said it right the first time. And he does not want the momentum, just wants to build as wide as possible.
Lethal Slash in George's hand. It looks like we might lead with it.
Yeah. We saw Dan do this once in top 8.
We
saw Dan.
Oh my
This the exact same thing that happened. Dan led with Lethal Slash. Checked a Lethal Slash
These
just
two
for the
checks
draw.
are a beating.
Forceful
We're out of
Negotiator
foundations already.
committing his last foundation. This is not.
This is
how
not
you want
how
this to
George
go.
wants this game to go.
No.
Yeah.
This is brutal.
Okay. So, as George here, 2 Lethal Slashes are gone.
Yes.
You. The worst part about this is both of these are not removing either, so they're not clearing progressive later on in the
Yeah.
game. Yeah, we're immediately cycling these attacks. There's no chance we're doing anything else.
Yeah. Okay.
Justin-
just fix the. Just fix the
Justin's
horn
on 2
counters there.
imprisoned already.
Yep. Team Hero 15 building an imprisoned. One of the most powerful cards to build.
This
in.
is a brutal start for George.
Team Hero 15 and the Breaker 2 can he even pass anything?
I don't know. Maybe a dumbfounded?
A 0 diff. He's on
That's
a
a
1.
2.
Check
Oh my
Check
God.
0.
This is
Oh
insane.
my goodness. That's just checks
Oh
2 twos in a
my
row with one in his
gosh.
hand. Absolutely devastating.
Justin just has
I
free
can't
reign for
believe
this
it.
turn and then
Did he
gets to
draw
get
any
so
attacks?
far ahead. He
Justin
he
is-
has a walk the dog.
Justin
That's
is
9 damage with the Cardboard Crusaders response. I don't think we're killing George here, but
Yeah,
how do you come
but
back from this?
Once again, he had no cards in his hand. Not choosing not to review, he had no cards
Okay,
in
we
his
check-
hand.
Very deserved 3. Extremely deserved.
Yeah. And we are going to respond with the Mitchell response.
To get +1 speed. We just want this to connect.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And
sure,
we're getting 4
just 10
speed
low.
with Cardboard Crusaders.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't think George can block a 10 low.
I don't think he could have blocked the 7 low. I don't think he could have blocked the 6 low.
I don't think so either, but
But
I mean, he could have.
oh,
Queen of
Pony,
Monsters,
Pony
1
and-
low.
Yeah, Pony
Yeah.
can still -2 speed. Okay.
Yeah.
He Justin says this is hitting you. I don't care if it's for 9. I just need 6.
I think as Justin here, you have the resources
Yeah.
to say, I just want to get this momentum and hit
Yes.
you.
Another
I'm-
team hero.
I'm fine committing the extra card.
Another imprisoned was just checked.
This is triple
He
imprisoned
can build
already.
the other imprisoned, checking
No,
the absorbed on a 5.
yeah,
we want the
deciding
imprisons.
We need that target commit.
George skipping all formalities, just committing the 2 foundations with text on
2
them.
cards in hand. We have Cardboard Crusaders response. Team Hero building. I mean, it might be a Forceful Negotiator for pressured,
Yeah.
right?
Justin is definitely in the driver's seat here. George had some of the most unfortunate checks I've ever seen,
Yeah.
but this is the Electric Moth coming down and finally checking a 5.
So Justin not going to do any responses here or anything. Oh, we are going to Mitchell respond. And also not sealing us with Cardboard Crusaders. Probably valuing those stats. I mean, we definitely felt the lack of powerful moves last game, and Cardboard giving us that extra 3 damage once per turn is probably an angle for counting to 22.
George is discarding a 0 diff foundation to draw 2 here.
Yeah.
Looks like Justin is going to go ahead and build
I think I saw the 4th Lethal Slash in George's
Imprisoned. I imagine George has decided, even though he needs to build wide, I think he's decided he can't afford to build too many blank cards.
That
because
makes
he
sense,
does not want to
yeah.
go to deadlock. He
'Cause
needs
then you get
a
stuck.
stage. Yeah, he needs a stage to have text.
He really got cornered last game by that, where as soon as he touched Deadlock, it didn't even need to be that many attacks because the standing tall Deadlock enhance.
I think he wants foundations that do anything.
breaker
Another
1.
breaker block.
We do check a 3.
Yeah,
Okay, cost us 2.
and we are
Leave
going to
up
breaker. We are going to get a power token.
We leave up a Fighting for Control, which presumably is not going to be used if George pokes here,
Yeah,
so that the breaker is used on something. George figuring out what his next form will be. I mean, if we play an attack here and we check a 3, that costs us our character.
just fighting through all these minuses to check, fighting through all of these breakers.
I'm sure he
And
wants to jam a Queen of the Monsters
so-
here, but
yeah.
you just can't do it.
It's like he's checked so many 3s, so many 2s. It just at the absolute worst times.
Listen, you can be the best player and you can do all of this preparation and everything, and sometimes when this happens, you just don't have control over that stuff.
Going another electric moth on a 5, checks a 5,
Okay.
turns into a 4 with the breaker.
Costing us 1. But now we have 2 progressive. Pony can answer, or deal with 1 of that.
Yeah.
But this will quickly become impossible to really extend our stage. I mean, we can build a couple cards. We'll see.
So now we're back to the issue of the progressive preventing the building as well.
Yeah.
Even if we
I think I saw Scanlan's hand in Georgia's stage.
go for
hand. That is
the
a Genghis
attacks.
Frog. Wish Hard, Frog, draw 2.
Yep.
Draws 2 attacks. Oh.
He's going to go ahead and clear the electric moth with the once per turn pony enhance.
And Battle Aura, being one of the cards he drew, is just not that great right now. It's going to be a 4-5.
Yeah.
If it even gets to be played.
Second
Oh,
protector of life, another breaker, another power token, another half block for no damage.
so we need a third 5 if we want to continue attacking. We are feeling up the foundations.
Yeah.
This is not.
Checks a 3,
Oh,
checks a 2. Wait, no, he's fine. He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
need to commit 1 there.
oh, there's on a 4, checks a
4.
3.
It's another 3. This is just brutal, brutal, brutal checks.
And Justin
from George
untaps
here.
with 2 power tokens, Cardboard Crusaders. I mean, we said it before. There's no referee jury in Georgia's deck.
Yeah.
I don't know what he can really do. What attacks did Justin find?
It feels like Justin is marching towards the finish line here.
That's a walk the dog.
It would take a lot for George to get this one out.
Oh man, we have 3 attacks. I think we might be seeing the finals end here.
We have Monster vs. Machine coming down first.
So if we respond with Mitchell and then we target commit with Monster vs. Machine, George will be on 0 foundations. Justin electing not to do that.
Saving his foundations. He just wants to pass these checks. I
Yeah.
think he's not concerned with Aaron's sidestep at this point. I think he just
So
is
walk the
saying-
dog would be for lethal. Walk the dog's enough.
with 2 power tokens.
Yeah.
And the Cardboard Crusaders.
Yeah.
And the powerful.
And with the inspiring song, I don't think it's failable. Or sorry, not failable, but I don't think it's blockable.
Yeah. Even with Pony. All right, we have I haven't been using Ice Wall
We're
on
just-
a 5.
I mean, we can play them, right? We might as well just
Yeah,
force
might as
George
well.
to do more.
Yep.
Because if this connects, then we can use Cardboard Crusaders for the speed, and then nothing is
Indeed.
going to stop this.
Indeed. Looks like I don't want to call it too early, but it does look
We
like
do need to
Justin
resolve our
has it.
forms. We need to press the buttons.
Did he not stun? There he goes.
No, we're readying, and then we're going to stun 2.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Stun 2 is declared.
Gonna freeze both.
Yeah, I think George knows what's coming.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the final move. Looks like George is deliberating. Can he block this? Does it matter?
So if it hits, then Cardboard will be a 9 low for 14 if he ups the powerful rating,
Yeah.
which at best would be reduced to 7 speed, and George will not have that much life.
Yeah. Looks like it hits.
It connects.
And I think this Walk the Dog is
All
gonna
we
have
to
9
do is
speed.
play it.
Yep. What are we thinking about? He's thinking, is there anything that prevents
Yes.
his victory
Is
here?
there any card
He's
at
looking
all
at it.
a filled
Walk the Dog
without
is
a
face down. He's
referee
thinking,
jury?
is there any possible way that this doesn't end the game? He's checking his work, making sure
The room has gone silent.
the room has gone silent.
There's a slight stream delay, so people will you'll hear the screams like.
He's really, really, really deliberating. Is there anything that can go wrong? He does not want to mess up his potential regional victory.
Here it
and
goes.
that is
This is
Walk the Dog on a 6.
Walk the Dog is gonna
It
seal it
should
on
be
the 6.
everything.
Checks
and
the
George
3, George extends
concedes.
the hand.
Justin Martin wins the
Justin
regional.
Martin is the regional champion.
Justin Martin is the Vegas regional champion. I will say those were
Oh.
some brutal, brutal checks from George's part in game 2. But game one,
extremely well played.
Game
but
one, they had, I'd say, equally bad luck.
yes,
But-
that is true. But at the end of the day, you can't really control those checks. And if the lethal slashes aren't in your hand, they're on top of your deck. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Fantastic
to both
finals.
players. It was
Congratulations.
genuinely a pleasure to commentate this.
Justin finally getting his regional win. He's no stranger to the finals. And he gets his victory here.
And now Mitchell has won a regional as well.
Now Mitchell Chimino, the character, has won a regional in addition. I wonder how
Yes,
many Facebook
congratulations to
messages.
regional champion
I was
Mitchell
going to say,
Chimino.
congratulations. I wonder how many Facebook messages Mitchell will get this weekend congratulating him on his regional win. But everyone, there is
Players celebrating.
everyone's celebrating. Everyone's jumping around. Justin's been lifted off of his feet twice already. Mitchell is doing a cartwheel.
Oh, this is-
But everyone is the best. Yeah. But all right.
well, congratulations once again to
Yeah.
Justin Martin,
Absolutely.
Vegas
a delightful
regional
match.
champion.
Yeah. Justin, as we said previously, Justin, no stranger to the finals. This was his fourth appearance in the final. Third appearance in the
I think you
finals.
just keep adding them.
Third appearance in the finals. I do
third.
keep adding them. No, this is his third appearance in the finals. Justin's third appearance in the finals. And he gets his win. His second appearance in the finals with Order Mitchell Chimino. I think
Yes.
that is something to keep in mind. He played
He's
Order
played this
Mitchell.
deck for a year.
The first
You know,
event, it was legal.
yes,
The very first event, it was
literally
legal.
the first event. On the back of it, an extremely strong asset. And here we see on the back of an extremely strong asset.
Losing, wait, the story continues. Losing to Andrew on Void Rodan,
Yes.
who he played. He had to beat Andrew
Yes,
in
he
top
had to
four.
climb that
He
exact
had to,
mountain.
Yes, he had to
Wow,
beat the
I didn't even
same
think- I didn't even
person
think about
in the
that.
same matchup, the same two decks, both
Yeah.
of them playing the same decks.
Well,
Absolutely,
he learned
incredible.
from whatever went wrong in that
Definitely.
finals, and it's just a testament to like you have these good symbol cards that came out that are truly so good in both of these decks. Team Hero,
Yeah, for sure.
and it's just like it took a year of repping this deck and figuring out what to do because Mitchell is kind of a complicated character. There's a
Yes.
lot of stuff going on with it, but he figured out the puzzle. And on the back of Mitch's character is now creating a backup.
Yes. And you say the puzzle, Mitchell has three very powerful symbols. I would say Chaos, Good, and Order. Good was on the back burner for a while, but definitely has a lot of great
Yep.
options now. Chaos, known for its momentum effects, lost a lot in the recent rotation, and I don't consider Chaos main symbol Mitchell to be a particularly viable deck at the moment. But Order lost some tools, but it gained very, very powerful ones in Bloodsucking Universe, and we didn't see it on display in the finals here, but Mechanical Monster and these Deadlock threats.
Yeah, no,
standing
he
tall
actually had
and
6 potential
Back-to-back
dunks between the 4 Walk the Dogs and the 2 Mechanical Monster.
Yeah.
And, we were talking about this a lot with the potential of the good symbol Mitchell deck and how good it was, but we were missing that kill card.
Yeah.
And Justin went back to tried and true. Can't go wrong with Dark Tournament Ultra Rare, right?
Absolutely not.
Powerful 4/6 low. That definitely can do it, especially on the back of a little bit of boosted speed with the character and the inspiring song and all that. So, yeah, and I think another thing, the cards like Imprisoned coming in Attack on Titan 3, things that people kind of discounted because they were 4 difficulty at the time, and it took a little bit for people to go, oh, this card is just so
Well,
worth it.
What I will also say, it's actually 2 difficulty when you play 4
It
copies.
actually
of Team Hero.
is 2
When
difficulty
you
when you
play
do that. Yeah.
4 copies of Team Hero 15, you can play those Imprisons. We saw Justin play Imprisoned from his discard pile with Team Hero 15 twice.
Yes.
Twice in the same game. He had 3 Imprisons both games.
Mitch just lining up for the winner's interview.
Yes, but just an amazing development of the deck, an amazing development of the character, development of the symbol. I'm going to say the order.
Yeah.
The Order symbol now has won 2 events in a row. Completely.
Order symbol is back,
different-
baby.
Completely
We're so
different
back.
Builds. Completely different builds. The only shared cards, actually, maybe the only shared
We
cards.
wanted to do Order and Chaos pins today. Unfortunately, the Chaos pin is debuting at Worlds. I was asking about it, but so we're just good and evil.
Yeah. But Bloodsucking Universe, fantastic card.
Man, that card has had such a glow up. I mean, I think we knew it had potential. It was good, but it really took the addition of these cards from Reign of Kaiju, like Monster vs. Machine. Oh my gosh, that card does so much.
Yeah.
this order symbol package is just so potent, and I think we're going to see future order characters continue to do this. I think this is here to stay,
especially with the reveals of some of these Tekken order cards. I believe the name was Zeus Unlimited. That
is
card
that on order?
That card is also on order. That card is on good in order. Its third symbol escapes me, but
Yeah.
another card that can manipulate the top of your deck and build and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I think like when we were losing with rotation, things like Hacker Extraordinaire and some of our quality zeros, you know, we are both known your finished enjoyers.
Yes, I love
we
that
were
card.
like, man, the order symbol, like we lost so much stuff, and then for this to happen is just so awesome.
I would say Order does still have arguably the best zero difficulty card in the game in Botan's coaching. It
Yes.
used to have like the 5 best zero diffs in the game all at the same time, but
Yeah.
Botan's coaching still doing a lot of the heavy lifting, not needing to rely on cards like low guard and high guard. You just get to play the good ones, which is
Yeah.
the name of the game
Yeah.
here. We were talking about blank stages a lot in both top 4 and in the finals. Calvin's entire stage in top 4 was face down. George's entire stage was face down in top 4 and in the finals multiple times.
Quite the opposite on Justin's
Quite
side.
the opposite on
we
Justin's
had
side.
all of the best text possible.
Yeah,
You know,
almost all repeatable effects. Playing
Yeah.
a longer game,
and just
exhausting
that
the rival of
constant,
resources.
persistent breaker 1 going over and over on these -1 to checks. It really adds up. You know,
Yeah.
Pony can repeatedly go on 5s and check 5s, but if you're committing 1 card every time, it's almost
At
like playing
least.
into a Reiner. You know,
Yeah.
like you're just losing a resource over and over. And when that 2 or 3 finally flips, we saw an abundance of them.
Yeah.
You know,
We're now going over to
okay.
looks like the award ceremony.
So many action-packed rounds of tournament mayhem, but only one man could stand above it all. Only one man could free us from the threat of doom. The slayer of ponies, the man who put an end to the cabal, liberating us forever. Give it up for Justin Martin! Now, Justin, my friend, it is no exaggeration to say that this win has been a long, long time coming, but I want to hear exactly how it feels to finally take the literal crown.
Absolute relief. God, I was scared the entirety of every Top Cup match, even into Jester, which the Jester player was like, oh, this is an awful match. I'm like, I could still die. Come on now. But I was scared the entire time. I'm just so relieved, so happy that I could be here. So happy that I could come to this event with this community and win.
I love it. You know, it's the universal truth of UniVersus. No matter how good your matchup might be, no matter how confident you might feel, anyone could die. And that match was an excellent example of that. So many just absolutely breakneck plays. What was the most standout moment of the match? What point of the game will you remember for your entire career?
I think what I might remember for my entire career is staring at my hand, game 2, having gotten them down to 12, forgetting my power tokens exist, and looking at my walk the dog and going, I don't want to be here all night, out loud, playing it anyways, because I was pretty sure he couldn't block it with the inspiring song. And it was exactly 12 on cardboard, so.
You literally said, I don't want to be here all night long, and I went, this man is trolling. He's trolling George so hard right now, man.
It was on accident. But yeah, that and the I do also have to point out the script that Dean came up with. Either Dean or I was gonna win because this is on Dean Martin Street, and my last name is Martin, and Dean's obviously Dean, so I gotta point that one out as well. It was scripted. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry to pull back the curtain. My bad.
Wow, deep lore unveilings at the Round 2 Regional here. Now, speaking of this community, speaking of the homies, you took down this regional with one of your homies, but speaking of hanging out on the table with your homies, man, we're gonna be seeing Justin Martin on the table soon too after this victory. Justin. Oh man, I just gotta know what's the backup gonna be.
It has to be something that can go in Mitchell so we can have both homies on the field. So it's either Theo McGath or Mondo Gecko.
Oh, very nice choices. Martin Gecko does not have a bad ring to it, my friend. Well, congratulations once more. I've got a very, very shiny little mechanical legion for you. And for all the folks at home, stay tuned because we're going to be getting a real tell-all with Justin live on stream very soon. And then after that, we're going to hop into some Hero 2 action. We'll be right back, UniVersus. Good job. Good job, my friend.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I have the finalist here. The winner, the champion of the Round 2 Las Vegas Regional. Justin, how you feeling, man?
Amazing. Relieved. I don't think there's any other words to describe it.
That's okay. I'm sure it's going to hit you in the hotel room what just actually happened. But the people are asking, the people got to know, how does it feel to have won with Mitchell before Mitchell has? You've won. You're the Mitchell now. You're Mitchell 1. He's Mitchell 2. Yeah. How does that feel?
Yeah. I talked with him in Denver. Was a finalist. And I already made it really hard for him to be the best Mitchell player on the planet. And I've made it just that much harder. But I'm positive he can get there one day. You know.
I'm so ecstatic. Finals were between two incredibly good, prolific players. But more importantly, I think finals was between two real pillars of the community. It is tough to pick two other individuals in the room sitting down who have using the word deserve in a card game like this is weird. But man, did you deserve this win this weekend. You were playing absolutely out of your mind in all of the Swiss rounds that I got to watch, in the top cuts that I got to watch. You dismantled your opponents over and over and over again. I said in an interview earlier in the weekend, good UniVersus players don't make mistakes. Great UniVersus players capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. And I felt like you were doing that the entire weekend. In the last match, I know Levi talked on it a little bit, the memory that you had. When did you know you won? Because you had to have known you won before the handshake, right? When did it click?
Yeah, so I was rather confident once I showed the walk the dog and made the check. I think I was confident that I would eventually win the match when he had 6 foundations and I was about to make him start a turn with them all committed. Had that turn not ended there, he was going to have 0 foundations, and that's a really great spot for me to be in with the walk the dog in the hand. So I was definitely feeling really good at that. I then looked at the walk the dog, was like, I think I should play this one, and counted out my damage wrong, but 12 either way. Didn't realize I had 16 damage on board, but it happens.
Yeah. Hey, you were just so incredibly excited. Levi coming in a little bit more prizing here. You were one of 3 Mitchells to even make it in the room. Didn't even make the pie chart, I believe. When it comes to the next regional, are you excited to see how people change, innovate, move on your deck? Because obviously a back-to-back Mitchell champ would be dope. Are you planning on playing in the next regional? Are you going to the next one?
I'm planning on it. I guess I have a travel voucher, so I have a little bit less worries. That's pretty cool. So I should be there at Dallas. I was currently planning on being able to be there. I'm speaking on the iterating on the deck. I'm really excited to see what people do. Because, God, I hate deck building. I love playing the game. I love sitting there, micro decisions, everything matters. I hate deck building. I think there's probably a 60-card version that is way better than what I played, but I like the 72 cards I had. So
either way, the 70-card version got you there. So again, congratulations, man. Got into Worlds, won your backup. Probably one of the best feelings that you could have inside the card game. Before we shoot back to my casters, any shout-outs you'd like to give to the people at home?
Yeah, shout out Team MGLA. The only thing I would change about this weekend is this one's farther from Boston or Massachusetts, which is where most of our players are, and some people were busy this weekend. So my only thing I would change is more people could have been here. But I have 2 more chances. I have Dallas and Atlanta, where I could win with more of my friends around, which would just make it that much sweeter.
I love it. Again, congratulations, man. I cannot wait to see you at the next one. I can't wait to see how you change and iterate on the deck. But for now, we're going to shoot it back over to my casters to close out this broadcast. Thank you guys for watching.
For the main event of the Las Vegas Regional, the perfect finale to our second season of competitive play for UniVersus. We're going to end the broadcast in a minute, but don't go anywhere because we will be going live again with some Hero 2 format.
Yeah, we get to commentate both the Hero 2 finals and I believe the teams one as well.
We might be able to do the teams as well, but thank you so much for watching. This is the conclusion of the main event broadcast, but we will be back very soon with some more UniVersus. There's a little bit left to get out of this weekend.